Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. We are going live pretty quickly here as we do have a tornado that was just confirmed by weather spotters over in eastern Iowa. This is near the Illinois border. It's actually a relatively discreet storm right now near Preston, which has just dropped a tornado over the last few minutes. This is the area where the tornado would be. It would be just around and east of Preston near Miles. This has just been observed and they just updated the warning. It is still a confirmed tornado that is on the ground as of just now. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building, as this is currently producing a tornado. From what we know, we actually had a tornado about 25 minutes ago or so just east of Des Moines, and that's out of this large cluster of storms that just developed as well. Overall, these storms do not show much rotation on radar. With that said, we have actually seen tornadoes already that have actually looked pretty decently sized. We at least had a stovepipe tornado just east of Des Moines about 20 to 25 minutes ago. I did retweet that photo on Twitter. Again, you're not really going to see much on the velocities, but surprisingly, we've actually already seen a pretty large tornado back over that direction. We could see something like that right now that's happening near Miles and Preston. So if you are in this pink polygon, again, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Just southwest of Cedar Rapids right now in Iowa, we are also getting a report of a funnel cloud. Let me go to Cedar Rapids real quick. Southwest of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere with one of these storms. Maybe southeast is what they meant. Just moments ago, we had another funnel reported right in this area. So somewhere just south of Cedar Rapids, getting a report from a viewer on Twitter. So that's another one near Cedar Rapids right now. I'm not sure if this is fully verified, but that's another report that we're just getting now. So if you're in this area, definitely stay vigilant. Again, these storms are not looking very organized, but we've at least had, this storm in particular right now producing a tornado. I don't know what it looks like yet, but this one could also be another stovepipe where we have a potentially even, at least some sort of organized tornado that's in progress near Miles. And again, this is where the tornado would be. It would be right along Highway 64 or so, moving down to the southeast, going towards the Teeds Grove area of Iowa. So if you're in those areas, again, get to your safe place. This is on track to go eventually towards Clinton and the Comanche area. So again, right along the Illinois and as well as Iowa border. Do want to mention, by the way, there is a severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued from eastern Nebraska all the way back into western and northwestern Illinois. This is what it looks like. So we have a brand new watch now in effect. Again, severe thunderstorm watch. You'll see it pop up on here. The National Weather Service API, it's all fixed now. But this entire area under the gun today for large to very large hail, damaging winds, and also a couple or even a few tornadoes will be a possibility. And I mentioned this already, but if you're just tuning in, this activity here also near Des Moines could produce an isolated tornado or two over the next hour. We already had a tornado with this activity about 25 minutes ago, and even though it does not look discrete, we could still see tornadoes. These will mostly form near the outflow boundaries. So this outflow boundary in particular, we could see a tornado form along that on the east side of Des Moines. We'll be watching that very closely. And then also just south of Interstate 80, somewhere embedded in this thunderstorm activity, we could also see a tornado potentially develop in that area. So that'll be something to watch for as well. I'm on the wrong screen. It's on ground. Let's change that. All right. Need to do that. All right. So once again, this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground east of Preston. It is observed by weather spotters in the area. And again, right now it's located over Miles. So that's where the tornado is confirmed. It's going to be right about here. We don't have a debris signature right now, but there is a possibility that this tornado could be in a non-precip area. And so in that case, we might not have a very clear shot of a debris signature, but it's going to be moving southeast towards Andover, Iowa. So again, get to your safe place, fear in the warning, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm, again, has been producing a tornado here for about 5 or 6 minutes now. It was just confirmed again as of 5 minutes ago, and it was confirmed initially about 9 or 10 minutes ago. So it's been on the ground at least for about 5 minutes or so as of recently. All right, let's see if we have any sort of live shots of this. Yeah, today could easily be a pretty active day for what it's worth. It could easily be a pretty active day. This is a live shot back over. This is not on this storm. This is on the other one back over just east of Des Moines. Actually, pretty decent looking cloud base here at the very lower half here of this supercell that's back over just east of Des Moines right now. So that's looking pretty organized. Let's see if we have anything closer to this storm. Don't think we do. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything right now. By the way, the storm in Boone County, Missouri, I believe that's the one going towards St. Louis. I could be possibly wrong about that, though. That one's producing damaging winds now up to 70 miles per hour. That storm just got upgraded a moment ago. So just a heads up, if you're back over there, that storm now up to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. So once again, this tornado that's on the ground, it's going to be right over miles. We don't have really a clear shot of this on velocities or even on radar in general, but it's going to be where this hook is. It is a pretty organized storm. So right in that hook is where we think the tornado is located right now. It's going to be moving eventually towards Andover in Iowa. So if you're in those areas, again, just make sure that you're staying in your safe place. I would be in your safe place as well if you're near Des Moines in particular, like east of Des Moines. If you're in one of those warnings, we could end up seeing a potential tornado with one of those storms as well. That could go unwarned, so just keep that in mind. Over here on the right side of your screen, this is just to the east of Des Moines right now. You have a couple little funnels, it looks like, right there, so we might have something trying to drop right there. It's just hard to tell. It's not a very clear shot there, but we could have another funnel dropping. I can't tell what that is. It almost looked like one. There's one further right that looked like it might have been one. Let me see if I can get another view of that. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton and Fulton, Iowa. So if you're in those areas, make sure that you are staying vigilant. Main concern there will be hail and wind. Tornado risk should be a little bit lower on that, at least for now. I don't know if we have another live shot of that, but that kind of looked like a funnel on the right. Saw a funnel leaving work in Cedar Rapids about 30 minutes ago. We've had a lot of reports coming out of Cedar Rapids of there being a funnel cloud. I mean, Cedar Rapids is right here for reference. The only area that we'd probably have funnel clouds to be over here somewhere on the southeast side of town or on the south side of town. So there have already been a few reports of various funnel clouds across Iowa. They've been in various areas too. And I mean, again, velocities on radar will not show you the story of what's actually happening because we've actually had several funnel clouds at this point reported on these storms. And even a tornado. I mean, we actually had a pretty decently sized tornado just off to the east of Des Moines not too long ago. Here's another live shot. This is back over. I can't tell what that is. I think it's just a rain shaft. Yeah, that's probably just a rain shaft. Maybe a couple little tropical funnels or something like that, top left of your screen. That's back over. This is over west on I-80 near the exit 147. See if we can see anything else. And if you're just tuning in, we have a confirmed tornado on this tornado warning near Miles. So if you're in the warning, keep staying in your safe place, as we've had a confirmed tornado with this storm, and we had a confirmed tornado earlier as well. Not on well, we found one in this storm, but we also had one back over east of Des Moines. I'll give you more information on that here soon. I don't know how long it was on the ground, but I don't think it was super long, but it was on the ground. It's actually a pretty solid tornado. We do have a photo of that tornado on our Twitter page, which is going to be at Max Velocity WX if you want to check that out. By the way, if you do have any photos or videos, you can also at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We will be trying to show those as well whenever we can, because again, we're probably going to have a lot of different storms that have funnel clouds. That seems to be the trend early in this event so far, is that we've had a lot of storms producing funnel clouds, and so it's a very strong possibility that we could get another tornado that drops right here southeast of Altoona, just east of Des Moines. That is another area where I am noticing some pretty organized rotation that's developing there. So we could have something developing there as well. And there is now a tornado possible label on this storm. So this is something else to watch for. I'm trying to see if we have any live shots of this particular storm, because that'll give us a bit more of an idea if there's actually something dropping. But there might be something trying to drop here. We do have a bit more organizing rotation on this right now. And that tornado warning's still going. There's still a confirmed tornado on this storm north of Clinton. It just got updated again. So this is still an observed tornado. It's been observed for quite some time now. This was updated as of 1 minute ago, still located over Miles. So possibly a stationary tornado over Miles. That's at least seemingly what we're getting out of this, because this is still a confirmed tornado that's on the ground as of now. And this has been going for approximately 15 minutes now or so. So this has been a pretty elongated warning thus far. So if you are in this warning, again, just continue to stay in your safe place, as this is still producing a tornado. Yet to see anything on that one yet, but this one is still producing. All right, let me go back to Des Moines again. Oh, here was the confirmed tornado, by the way. So it was actually just northwest of Newton. This is where we had the tornado warning earlier. So just northwest of Newton, or just west of Newton, we had a confirmed tornado by fire chief. And so this was actually a bit more of a stovepipe type tornado back over west of Newton. So a bit more of just kind of like a cone that comes down like that. That's what we had over there not too long ago. The storm that's right now just southeast of Altoona, this one does have rotation. I would not be surprised if we have a tornado that's trying to drop near Altoona right now. So if you're in this warning, just make sure that you're in your safe place, because this could be trying to drop at the bare minimum. It's not currently tornado warned, but as I mentioned before, there's a chance that, you know, we get tornadoes without actual warnings. I mean, this is another non-precip. This could even be a land spout that's happening here if it's not connected to the cloud base. They have upgraded the storm as well on the Iowa and Illinois border. That's going to be this one here. They have actually just upgraded this now to a tornado possible label. So we might have another tornado trying to drop on this storm north of Clinton. So again, if you're in any of these warnings, I would just recommend going to your safe place just in case, because we very well could get another tornado out of one of these storms as well. And there's another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be over here east of Cedar Rapids. So if you're in this tornado warning, which this one actually has more evident rotation on radar, you're going to need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is for Jones County, Iowa. This is a radar indicated area of rotation right now. That is just to the east of Olin and west of Oxford Junction. So that rotation's actually a bit more organized, and you can see it more clearly on radar. The other one that's confirmed you really can't see, but this one you can. So a bit more evident rotation, at least according to radar here. If you are in the pink polygon, again, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is specifically for Hale in Iowa. That's the main location, is Hale, Iowa. What's included in this particular warning right now. So again, now we have two tornado warnings. We have one in far eastern Iowa, and we got this one in eastern central Iowa right now. That is also going to be trying to produce a tornado over the next few minutes. I am still trying to get a view here, because I'm definitely looking at this storm as well back over near Des Moines. There is at least some circulation there that we are seeing on radar that could be something that could try to go tornadic, maybe some sort of quick land spout or tornado near Pleasant Hill. So there's still a chance that something happens there as well. Again, we don't have any warning on this for what it's worth, but it is still a storm that I would at least be monitoring if you're near the Des Moines area. It's very hard to see. I mean, we have a few live shots out here. It's just, again, very ominous skies. You really can't see anything back in here. Just ominous. And that's one of the problems right now that we have, at least on these, you know, traffic cameras in the area. Just a lot of, again, very ominous skies here across Iowa right now. Very difficult to tell. But we could even have a tornado or something like that inside this storm as well. I mean, there's a lot of weak circulations, but any of these could legitimately at least produce a funnel cloud or even a tornado. And in this environment that we have right now, it's very possible that this does continue to be a trend for the next hour or two as these storms continue to develop. Here's the latest radar scan near Hale. So again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be right over the town of Hale in Iowa. So right there, a little bit of rotation still there. This one's again radar indicated. The one that's confirmed right now, that's been confirmed for well over 15 minutes now, is still going near Miles. This is going to be somewhere in here. It's probably just in or south of Miles, and we have another confirmed tornado in Iowa. Wow.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this one's southeast of Cedar Rapids, and people have been reporting funnel clouds in this area. We have now another tornado on the ground southeast of Cedar Rapids. If you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. This is, again, a confirmed tornado southeast of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It will be tracking south, currently moving south at 3 miles per hour. You heard that right, 3 miles per hour. So this is possibly another stationary tornado that's currently happening here, just southeast of Cedar Rapids. Wow. If you guys do see any photos or videos of any of this, feel free to at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay some reports there as well. But again, another confirmed tornado just southeast of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. This is, again, our second confirmed tornado in the last 15 minutes. This tornado in particular is gonna be moving south again at about 3 miles per hour. Very slow moving tornado. I'm gonna see if we have a view on this because we actually have some live cams in this area. And guys, for those wondering, we are going to be focusing on the most important storms. So we'll be keeping a close eye on other stuff, but we're definitely obviously going to be keeping more of a close eye on things that are tornadic over just normal severe. So just letting you know, we are going to have probably multiple tornado warnings over the next 30 to 45 minutes. We have a lot of these storms that are producing right now. Oh, look at this. We actually have a view of it right now. This is the tornado that we're talking about. That right there, I'm 99% sure. I think that's the funnel right there. It doesn't look like it's, I mean, is that right? Is it right there? Is this it? Can't tell. It's too blurry. I can't really tell. That looks like what it is though right now. Southeast of Cedar Rapids. I'm pretty sure that's it. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just the clouds. A lot of the tornadoes that we're probably gonna have are gonna look kind of like that. They just look like really baby funnels. And that kind of looks like what it is. I think that's the funnel on this one, southeast of Cedar Rapids. And kind of looks like it. It's again, this storm isn't moving, so it's possible that that's it, and it's just again not moving at all. It looks like a very little rope funnel southeast of Cedar Rapids. Let's see if we have any sort of other verification of what this actually looks like. I don't know if anybody else has a view of this right now in the area. I mean, that looks like a funnel to me, and that might be on the ground too. It's really just hard to tell here. This is, again, just southeast of Cedar Rapids. This is east on US 30 at Edgewood Road. That looks like, I mean, it looks like it's moving. I'm pretty sure that is the actual tornado that's confirmed here. It looks like it is moving on this screen. It looks like it. This is just a traffic cam southeast of Cedar Rapids. That right there is presumably the tornado that's been confirmed here. I'm just trying to see if I can verify what it looks like in real life. I don't know if anybody's had photos of it yet, but I mean, that to me, that looks like a baby funnel right there. Am I sure? I'm not entirely sure. I'm like 99% sure. Again, this is not like an environment though where we're talking about like large tornadoes really. This is going to be what we're talking about. It's going to be like these small little dangly things, but that does look like what's been confirmed. It's in the area of where this has been confirmed. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I mean, 19 out of 20 times, that's usually what it is. Let's go back to radar here again. This is where the tornado would be. It'd be just to the south of the Burt Ram area. So that's where it's located right now. There's also a rotating wall cloud in downtown Des Moines as of 7 minutes ago, which is probably what we were looking at before on radar. It's probably this. Southeast or east of Des Moines. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm seeing another photo of that funnel cloud. It looks pretty similar. I mean, it's a little baby. It's like a tropical funnel. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. It's just a little tropical funnel right there. It might even be on the ground, but that's just a little, again, little tiny funnel there. And got a couple. I'm getting a few photos now on Twitter. It looks pretty similar to that. So that might be it right there. Not again, it's really tiny. It is moving though, so I'm pretty that yeah, you can see it better now actually. That is it right there. You can kind of see it right there. A better view of it now. So that's the funnel. Again, this is on East US 30 on Edgewood Road. And this is again live, or maybe about a half minute behind. No source, it's confirmed by weather spotters. I mean, there's a lot of photos coming out on Twitter of this too. There are a lot of photos coming in on Twitter about this now. I'm going to be retweeting photos on our Twitter page at Max Velocity WX But again, this is the storm that's confirmed. The one that it was near Miles has also, by the way, been allowed, or has been canceled. So that warning in particular is no longer on the ground from what we know. The one near Clinton, that's back over here along the Iowa and Illinois border, that one could end up dropping something, so just stay vigilant. That one, I would not be shocked if it got warned. Again, the tornado that we have had confirmed, or at least observed, is this one just southeast of Cedar Rapids. Again, it was confirmed by weather spotters in the area on this particular storm. So again, make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe place. We've at least had a few photos and videos of this, and as well as that traffic cam, which I'll go back to in a second, and we'll see if it's still there. It's still there. It's barely moving. Again, this storm is not moving at all. That's it right there. It's just a little tiny funnel. That's all it is. Little tiny baby funnel. Wow. The Omaha storm, by the way, is up to tennis ball sized hail. So if you're in Omaha, stay away from windows, or at least on the south side of Omaha. Make sure that you're staying away from windows. We got a big hailstorm right now near Bellevue and south side of Omaha. I don't see an imminent tornado risk with this. The rotation does appear, at least for now, broad. It did have a little bit of strengthening when the outflow boundary was a bit closer, but it's becoming a bit more outflow driven. It's going to be predominantly a hail threat there and wind back over near Des Moines. Or sorry, back over near Omaha. Back over near Des Moines, though, we do still have a little bit of rotation just to the east-southeast of Des Moines. We're still watching that. We got a little bit near Prairie City. Again, I'm not ruling out another brief tornado of some sorts here on the east side of Des Moines. Back over near Grinnell and Brooklyn, it's mostly just a wind and hail threat there. Maybe another quick spin up. This is our confirmed tornado as of a moment ago. We've had views of this being just a funnel cloud. Nothing really looks completely on the ground at this point, but it could be, so continue to stay in your safe place. If you're just southeast of Cedar Rapids, again, this currently is for Lynn County, Iowa, and then the other tornado warning is in Jones County, Iowa, near the Olin area, which we still have a pretty solid amount of rotation for this particular setup. It's weak rotation. It does not look like it's going to be a huge tornado by any means, but we could at least get something that's on the smaller side of things here over the next few minutes. Back over to the Cedar Rapids funnel. Again, that's where it would be. It still looks like we have a tiny little dangling funnel right there. That's just to the southeast of Cedar Rapids. So again, if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. And yeah, okay, so this is the, I mean, I'm like 99.9% sure what we're looking at is the funnel and the possible tornado that also dropped here, as I'm seeing photos that look pretty identical to that. So I'm pretty sure that's it, even though it looks super tiny. I mean, that's it. And we'll show you photos in a second. This is from, wow. That's crazy. This is from Neschels on Twitter. This is the funnel from a little bit ago. That's the funnel here from Rapid City, or sorry, Cedar Rapids, just southeast of Cedar Rapids. Jeez, that's it right there. So that's a more clear view of it actually being a bit larger in nature. So that one is little bit larger. It's crazy how we just have this very tiny storm doing this. I'm pretty sure it's more of a tropical tornado sort of threat. We also had another one. This is the other one. This is also from Neschels on Twitter. So that's what we've been looking at on that live cam too. Just kind of a little hanging funnel cloud here. Back over southeast of Cedar Rapids. Again, that's what this storm's doing. We don't have much rotation on radar, but this right here would be it. It'd be that right there. That's the rotation. It's very weak, as I mentioned before. This is not like a strong tornado environment by any means, but, or at least this area. But going back to our live cam back over here on the on US 30, I'm not seeing any definitive funnel cloud anymore. It could be back in here somewhere. I just don't see it anymore. We'll see if it reappears, but the funnel cloud, at least for now, does not look like it's there. It might be that. Just again, it looks super tiny. It's just so hard to see now. We've had a view of it for a few minutes. This actually 5 miles northwest of Salone. Is that in this area? Where's Salone, Iowa? Yeah, okay, so this was on the ground as of about 10 minutes ago. It was actually kind of crazy. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. So that funnel that you saw from the Nest Shoals photo, that actually was on the ground. So again, we're just kind of connecting the pieces here. So that was actually on the ground. All right. Crazy stuff. Let me do this real quick. Let's go back to, we'll go to Connor here. We'll put him at the bottom right. Connor's on a storm also in Nebraska. Nebraska's really the one area where legitimate tornadoes will be possible. Like, we could actually get, like, you know, supercellular tornadoes. A lot of what we're seeing, I think, is more just tropical funnel related right now in Iowa. We do have some storms that are firing up here, though. A couple big supercells are forming right now in Nebraska. These will eventually move towards, like, the Omaha area, so just be weather aware, also right along Interstate 80. We'll have that potential for some large hail damaging winds, and even a couple tornadoes will be possible. The storm, as I said before, back over here near Omaha, is mainly going to be a threat for hail and wind. The tornado risk with this storm right now is relatively low. I'm not really expecting a tornado risk with this particular storm. If there is one, it's expected to be pretty low. So, and that's the storm that we're looking at there. All right, let's go back. And we have an update on this tornado warning, I believe. Or the other one. No, it's this one. All right, so the Jones County, Iowa tornado warning has been updated. It is still radar indicated rotation. Again, that right there is where our tornado would be located if it is on the ground. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I think we have another view of this tornado. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to find it. Both tornadoes that are currently warned for, or the two tornado warnings that we have, they are both currently in parts of eastern Iowa. That's where we're looking right now. Eastern Iowa. So southeast of Cedar Rapids, and the other one south of Wyoming is where these are currently at. This is still a dangly funnel from what we know. You can actually see it. We're back on the live cam. You can actually still see it. This is it right here. We still have that dangly funnel. So this is still an ongoing, it might still be on the ground for what it's worth. So this is the funnel that we've been talking about for several minutes now. And this is actually still there. It actually is reformed again. Back over just southeast of Cedar Rapids. So this thing's still going. It's not done. Iowa's getting it bad. Iowa will be the main area to watch for all modes of severe weather today, predominantly wind and hail. But that is it right there. Again, if you can't see it, my line that I just drew, that black line, that's where it is. Your eyes might have to adapt to it because it's just that it blends in with the clouds so much, and it's also really small. It's trying to drop again though right now. That's it right there though. Is the dangly funnel moving? Great question. It's currently moving southeast at not 1, not 2, but 3 miles per hour. We've had this on the same exact traffic cam. We've not changed for at least 15 minutes now, maybe 20 minutes. It started about here and it's moved to there. It's barely moved. It's moving so slowly. These storms are going to be very slow moving. It's pretty crazy. I'm typing it in so you can actually see it. Still there. Still going. Just a little dangly boy up there. It's definitely a tornado. It's definitely not confirmed. I mean, I'm looking at another view which is actually a bit closer up. I don't know if I can show it though, so I'm not going to show it for copyright reasons, but it still looks like it's just up in the air. It doesn't look like it's actually touching down. But again, this right here is what it is. That's the NATO, or the funnel cloud, I mean. That black line that I just drew. You can still see it. Right there. It's very tiny, but it's there. Thank you, Smith, for 199. Every storm chaser is always wanting a tornado. Connor Croft's out there. We got Storm Runner Media. We got PA storm chasers. If they end up seeing anything today, we'll definitely go to them. Still there though. It's not really hanging in there, but it's there. And yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the storm that we are talking about. There's actually been 2 separate reports here of tornadoes. So at 5:38 p.m., about 9 minutes ago, tornado touchdown in an open field. Picture in social media, 3 miles to the northeast of Ely, Iowa. And then also just 2 miles north of Ely, multiple reports of a tornado on the ground kicking up dust, and that was as of 19 minutes ago. So that's again just to the southeast of Cedar Rapids. With that said, they have downgraded this tornado warning. It is back down to radar indicated, so it's no longer confirmed, which is kind of what we've been seeing, at least on this storm, from that live camera. It has looked, I mean, we have a funnel, but we've not really had anything on the ground here in a little while. So that's the latest, at least, out of this storm. Quick little update in Nebraska. They have upgraded the storm back over in northern Nebraska. So this one's going to be south of Bassett to a tornado possible label. We actually have rotation developing on this storm now east of Rose in Nebraska. So just be mindful. It's a very rural area of Nebraska, west of Chambers, east of Rose, but there is rotation beginning to organize on that supercell back over northeast of Brewster. And then Connor Croft is on this one. He's approaching this pretty quickly. And we'll quickly go to him. So this is back over where Connor is. And see how ominous it is right now. That's on the storm north of Tilden. So he's north of Tilden in Nebraska.
Major issues with the corn. Looks like this is good enough for me.
A little bit of scud on the left. Doesn't look organized quite yet, but that'll be your storm right there that we'll be watching for. It is a supercell.
Decent movement. Just broad in general right here. Just hook of the supercell. Still getting some storm mergers, so definitely still in the organizational process.
You explain boundaries. All the boundaries that we have right now are just outflow boundaries. Like almost every single one that's on radar. I'm pretty sure actually all of them are. So, I mean, like we have outflow. Today is outflow boundary madness, literally. We have an outflow boundary here. We have an outflow boundary here. We have probably about a half a dozen outflow boundaries currently in Iowa. Like it's crazy. Every storm that's on radar right now is almost all outflow driven. It's really crazy. It's a video from Cody Bowl on Twitter. This is in downtown Des Moines as of 4 minutes ago. Might just be scud. I don't really see it spinning. Might just be a scary looking cloud. I'd need a longer video to see if it's actually rotating. I mean, if it's rotating, it's really weak rotation. So that's in near downtown Des Moines right now, is where that was. I'm gonna see if we have any other. I'm gonna see if we actually have a live shot of downtown Des Moines. See if we can see anything. That might just be scary looking clouds. Let's see if we have anything there. I mean, like on radar, we've had rotation. We have a new tornado warning. Where's the button?
A new tornado warning.
All right, we'll go that in a second. We have a new tornado warning. This is radar indicated back over south of Mount Vernon. This storm has a history of producing funnel clouds and also a tornado just southeast of Cedar Rapids. It is a new tornado warning for the Stutliff area. This is for Cedar, Lynn, and Johnson counties in Iowa. Radar indicated rotation. This storm currently is moving southeast at about 7 miles per hour, so it's doubled in speed apparently. That's the rotation right there near Highway 1 just south of Mount Vernon. Again, very slowly trickling down to the southeast. If you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. This storm, again, will have the capability of producing perhaps some sort of brief tornado or funnel clouds as it does continue to move here across parts of eastern central Iowa. All right, so that one's new. Still have our tornado warning also near Wyoming. This is back over southwest of Wyoming. That rotation still exists. It's still very weak. Again, I think a lot of the tornadoes that we're going to see today will be weak. I don't think they're going to be strong with what we've been seeing so far on radar. Everything's been very weak so far. With that said, you know, a tornado is a tornado. We can still have flying debris. So treat all warnings seriously. If you're east of Olin or west of Oxford Junction, make sure that you are getting to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So that is a brand new warning there. All right. Wow, that actually, this rotation here near Stutliff is actually coming together. This is the, I would say, debatably, this is the strongest rotation that we've seen on radar so far. And it's not that strong, but that's really the tightest rotation that we've seen on any of these warnings thus far. If you guys do see any photos or videos of any of the tornadoes or funnel clouds, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There's a report of a rotating wall cloud north of Tilden in Nebraska, and I believe that's where Connor is. I could be wrong. That might be the other storm. Where's Tilden? Yeah, that's the one that Connor's on. Let's go to Connor really quickly here. So Connor's on this storm.
I still think this thing still has some storm mergers with it.
That's in Tilden. Apparently there's a rotating wall cloud there.
It depends on how these storm mergers react, guys.
I'm right, your screen is that storm. It is discreet. This is the area where a more legitimate chance for tornadoes will exist if any storms are able to get enough low-level shear.
Look at that, just a bunch of updrafts. Bunch of updrafts with this thing. Honestly, supercell out west may be more discreet for tornado potential.
We'll go back to them in a second. Let's go back to Des Moines. All right, so we were investigating Des Moines. I'm still looking to see if we have any live shot of this storm. I was trying to mention this before, but the rotation that we've been looking at in Des Moines is more than likely going to be located on the southeast side of Des Moines. We don't really see it because there's just some, you know, at least the velocities aren't showing here in this little divide between Des Moines and Pleasant Hill. But I do think there's at least some rotation here near the outflow boundary, so we could have potentially some sort of funnel with that. Again, we had at least a video that was very brief that kind of showed a little, you know, I would say it was more of a scary looking cloud. I don't know if it was really an actual funnel cloud per se, but it was at least something that was lowering. So I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado near Des Moines. Again, there is a tornado possible label here, so just be ready to go to your safe place in case something does drop near Des Moines. And the odds of there being something strong, as I mentioned, is actually very low. And I usually don't say that, but it is. It naturally is with this sort of storm activity. With that said, if there is a tornado, it could still send debris flying. So obviously, again, treat all warnings seriously today. And back over to south of Mount Vernon, we still do have a little couplet of rotation right now that is still going. So if you're just south of Mount Vernon, continue to stay in your safe place, as that rotation's been really our strongest thus far here for the last few minutes. We'll see what the next radar scan holds here. I'm also going to see if we have any other live shot of this storm. See if we can see any more of those baby funnels. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll be live here throughout the majority of this event, more than likely. It does look like it's going to be a pretty active next several hours. Obviously, there are a lot of storms out there right now, but even more of these are to come. This is very, very far from the actual, like, you know, peak probably of the at least wind and hail threat. Those are still going to get going over the next couple hours. I still think we're going to have a lot of severe weather, you know, to come. All these storms are developing, pretty numerous, almost widespread at this point. They're getting close to that. As we go throughout the next couple hours, I do expect this to become more of a numerous to widespread threat for storm activity, at least across most of Iowa, and then back into parts of western Illinois, back over in western Iowa, and as well as back into eastern Nebraska. I think these storms will be a bit more discreet, so a bit more isolated to widely scattered severe weather here. Main concern will be hail and wind. We could see an isolated tornado or two, especially out of these storms that are back up here, like north of Tilden, for example, where Connor is right now. He's kind of sitting on this storm. We'll see if he's able to, you know, intercept a tornado or something like that, which is possible, because that is a relatively discreet cell. Did have a rotating wall cloud on that from reports not too long ago. Still got rotation right now near Mount Vernon. That's the rotation right there, just north of Stutliff. The storm again moving south and southeast at about 7 miles per hour. No, that is not a joke. Even though it sounds like it might be. It's actually the speed the storm's going right now. Alright, let me go back to Twitter and see if we have anything. Hey, by the way, Ryan for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Nathan, for becoming a member. Looks like a rope tornado in Cedar Rapids. I see it now. That was a little while ago, but I do appreciate the report. Yeah, there was one. There definitely was one. This is from Formula Pony. Another view of that. This is again this is the Mount Vernon one, actually. This was as of 2 minutes ago. About 5 minutes ago. Look at that. That actually might be on the ground again. We still have a rope. This is the one that's currently warned. So this could be on the ground again. It might be dropping on the northwest side of the Stutliff area of Iowa. Wow. 1 second. I need to see if I can show you guys this. Here's the latest scan. Still a broad area of circulation, but we could have a tornado on the ground at any time with this. Local Des Moines news is not saying anything about it. About what? This? I don't know if Des Moines covers this area. This is a bit further east of Des Moines. The storms in the Des Moines area right now will be predominantly lightning, wind, and hail. We could still get an isolated tornado, as I've mentioned a few times. I'm just saying, I mean, again, it's not enough for a warning, but it is going to be enough at least for this tornado possible label to stay here. We've had some broad areas of circulation on the outflow, and we've also had some embedded in the actual thunderstorm. So we could still get something that touches down. Now, as a reminder, there really is not much rotation. Like, even with there being a tornado, it's not going to be spinning that hard. So I don't think we're going to be seeing some sort of, like, huge tornado out of this. But we could still see a couple of tornadoes that, you know, are weak. They still send some debris flying, but that kind of seems like what today is probably going to be like, at least from what we've seen so far. Downplaying? I'm not downplaying. I'm literally just telling you what I'm forecasting today. Would you rather me say that we're gonna have 16 large tornadoes today? Like, I mean, seriously. Like, I'm telling you my forecast today. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but that's what we've seen thus far. I mean, so far, the tornadoes that we've had touch down, we've had 3 or 4. They've been very, very slowly spinning, and they've been relatively quick, so. But I do think we could have several tornadoes. I just don't think, again, the strong tornado risk is extremely low today in this environment. At least in eastern Iowa. Western Iowa and Nebraska, a bit different. We could see something that's a bit stronger over there, but still relatively low chance. And if you guys do see any photos or videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. It's from Elijah's Online on Twitter. Look at this thing. This is back over in the Bertram, Iowa area. Wow. That's impressive. I think it's in this area. Isn't it this? Isn't it this storm? Yeah, it's this storm. Crazy. Here's the latest scan. This is the storm that we've been talking about. Still some broad circulation, but that's where we'd be watching for that potential for a tornado. Looks like a funnel cloud. Well, that would be a funnel cloud. It's another view of a funnel. Oh my goodness. I'm retweeting another photo on Twitter. You should definitely check it out. That Max Velocity WX. Somebody caught a funnel cloud in Cedar Rapids, and it was at a pool party swim meet thing. There's like 30 people there, and I don't think any of them noticed there's a funnel cloud behind them. It's actually kind of crazy. You know, I saw a video recently of there being a tornado or a water spout or something like that back over. I think it was along the Gulf Coast, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was maybe Louisiana, I can't remember, but there was like a whole baseball game happening, or baseball warm-ups or something, and all these kids are just playing baseball as if there's nothing happening, and there's just like this large water spout or tornado happening. It's actually kind of crazy. The awareness level is very low for some people. It's the Midwest in a nutshell. I think that was Louisiana. I could be wrong, though. Alright, I'm gonna see if we have any other live shot of this. By the way, we do currently have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is not a overestimate. We also have 1 tornado warning. This is currently our only tornado warning, believe it or not. So this is right now the 1 tornado warning that we have. I won't be surprised if we got more, but this is currently, for now, the only one that we have. I actually have some rotation west of Andover again. A little bit of rotation there, north of Comanche and northwest of Clinton. It's a little bit of rotation there right now. That could do something. It's not warned. It's actually just developed. That would be why. That's like moving west almost. Go to the evolution of this. It's kind of developing near Goose Lake. Could get something with that too. Let's go back to Des Moines again. Let's see if there's anything rotating here. I'm not seeing any rotation near the downtown Des Moines area anymore like we did before. We do have a little bit on the southeast side of town near Hartford. So right down in there. Yeah, it doesn't look really imminent, but just something to watch for. A little bit of rotation there on the south side of that storm. So again, if you are in the Des Moines area, just make sure that you're continuing to stay weather aware. This is a live shot in Des Moines or just south of Des Moines. Again, just very ominous skies right now. Very, cloudy, obviously. So the storm is in that direction. Lots of lightning too, so you can expect the potential for some cloud to ground lightning. It is a good idea to be staying indoors if you are in this area right now, just to the southeast of Des Moines, where there are multiple storms right now that are all kind of clustered together. This is your large storm that is currently producing lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain. Localized flooding could become a possibility. Hail, wind, maybe a brief tornado, all in play right now. It's actually inside. This is inside the storm near Des Moines. This would be close to where we might have some sort of funnel cloud trying to develop, or some sort of rotation. Actually got some rising scud right there that you can see in the middle of your screen. So there's a little bit of rising scud there, just some rising motion. Again, nothing tornadic really with that, but it is a little bit of rising motion with this particular storm. Also, while that's happening, I want to go back to Connor. Connor's on the storm once again back over in... didn't load. Connor's back on the storm back over in Nebraska. Interesting little shape to this right now near Tilden, Nebraska. That one also could go tornadic. Also, they have added a tornado possible label bottom of your screen to the storm north of Clinton in eastern Iowa. That is not surprising. We were talking about that before. Wow. The Omaha storm, by the way, now upgraded. It is up to baseball-sized hail now. So that is a upgrade on this particular warning near the Plattsmouth area, near Interstate 29 in western Iowa. This storm is now upgraded to baseball-sized hail. Make sure that you're staying away from windows if you are in this warning. That is a significant hailstorm right now that is producing destructive hail. Moving down to the south, and that hail core is over the south side of Omaha. It's gonna be that right there. So we now have destructive hail falling near Omaha, Nebraska. This is a live view in Omaha right now, or just off to the east of Omaha. This is right along the Iowa and Nebraska border. Lots of rain falling. Don't really see... I see maybe a little bit of hail down there. That might just be flowers too. Can't really tell. Looks like we might have some hail falling though as well. Saw the dam broke, saw it in CNN. Yeah, there's a dam that broke back over in southern Minnesota. I think Brandon Kopic was chasing that yesterday. But yeah, this storm is going to be producing quite a bit of hail. I mean, all this hail right now is either over Omaha or back down near Bellevue. So tons of hail falling right now near Omaha, Nebraska. The storm that Connor's on right now, let's check the velocities. I'm not seeing as much rotation on this right now, but it is a storm that is going to be in a radar hole until it gets closer to like Columbus and Fremont. So we might have a little bit of trouble seeing that storm on radar. The storm that's back over north of Burwell did have rotation. Looks a little bit weaker on the last few scans, but maybe a little bit of rotation still left there. Not enough for a warning yet. The one near Ewing is also still pretty much just a hail and wind threat, but maybe an isolated tornado risk down the road. There are two more storms that are north of the outflow boundary here. These ones, unless they ride the outflow, they're mostly going to be a hail and wind threat. This one could go tornadic at some point. We'll have to watch that closely going towards Mullen. Right now, not rotating, but something to watch for down the road as that does continue to move down to the south. All right, so that storm will definitely be something to watch for. Still have a tornado warning southeast of Cedar Rapids. This rotation, again, has been apparent for quite a while. It has produced at least one tornado, and it's also produced multiple funnel clouds. So that's what we've seen so far. Central Illinois tonight. Main concern will be wind and hail. The tornado risk really should stay low anywhere east of Des Moines tonight, but obviously we've had all of our tornado warnings so far today east of Des Moines. But it should be a low risk. I think after these storms get more clustered together and become more outflow driven, this should eventually just become predominantly a wind threat. I really think that our period for tornadoes with this activity is really going to be short. I think it's going to go until like 7. So we might have like another hour of this activity being tornadic. Now, for the record, we could still see a tornado after 7. I just think the risk is much lower in nature. And it should be close to 0, but it won't be completely 0. All right, so that's what I'm thinking right now. Back over here to the west, though, I think it's a different story. I think this tornado risk will exist for at least a bit more of a elongated period of time at the bare minimum. They use 0 for the $10 super chat. How's Casey, Iowa, and Greenfield, Iowa storm looking? Let me look at where that is. There's no storm in Casey. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you're talking about this one. This storm southeast of Des Moines, it's moving south right now. So this one will not be impacting those areas. We could start to see, we'll probably eventually start to see storms fire off here, though, along I-80. But when those fire off is still questionable. I would say they'll probably fire off in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Let me look at satellite imagery and see what we got right now. We can check out satellite, and usually satellite will give us an early indication of when storms are firing off over actual radar. So this is satellite imagery right now across Iowa. Obviously, these are the storms that have been blowing up. Those are the ones that have, been producing hail, wind, and even a few tornadoes already. This is the outflow boundary, and I'm not seeing any sort of rising parcels right now that are looking like they're about to blow up into a big thunderstorm. So I'm not seeing anything that's imminent right now, in western Iowa, aside from the one that's back over in Omaha, which that one right now is just kind of on its lonesome. So right now on satellite, at least, the bulk of the activity so far has been eastern Iowa. It will eventually start to form over there, but it might just be, again, a little bit of time until that happens. So let's go back to, we'll go back to this for now. Latest scan on this storm, still broad circulation south of Mount Vernon. Again, just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. It's gotten a little bit more dangerous on this storm since it's probably gonna be rain wrapped if there is a tornado. So just continue to stay in your safe place there. Let's go back over to Connor on this storm in, wow, look at that. There's actually rotation on this now. This is the storm back over near Battle Creek and Norfolk here in northeastern Nebraska. Let's go to Connor real quick.
A little more time to wrap up, I think. Probably gonna drop south one more road here.
A little bit of something there in the middle. Not really
Got some good motion on it.
not a super definitive lowering, but
Definitely has some good motion. Get a little bit further south here.
wind's definitely picking up. Definitely severe. No doubt about that. Thank you also, Alpha, for becoming a 1-month member. Thank you, friend in Florida, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cyclonic Wind. We already have a Discord server. The link's in the description. Apparently, Stormer Media sees a land spout. I don't know where. I can't really see.
A little bit further. A little bit further. Come on.
Apparently, he's seeing a land spout.
No, there's a land spout right there.
I think Connor has a view of it, too. Connor actually has a view of it. That right there, left side of your screen, that looks like a land spout.
We got a land spout. Here it is, guys, on the ground. Wow, that looks like a strong land spout.
Right there, left side of your screen, that's the land spout. It's near Tilden, Nebraska.
Got a land spout there.
Right side of your screen now, that's the land spout.
Close.
Look at that thing.
Wow, look at it go over there. What a land spout.
Just to the southeast of Tilden.
One more road south here.
Going towards Battle Creek right now.
Wow, it's like a hybrid. It's like a hybrid.
I would say tornado on the ground, but I mean, it's not really
Look at that,
confirmed.
chat. Got a
But
land
obviously
spout
it's
in
confirmed here, it's a
progress.
land spout.
More like a hybrid tornado almost.
I mean, it almost is a tornado. It's almost connected to the storm base. It's not far from
right
it.
Up here, that'll get us close. Oh, don't dissipate on
They have
me.
actually just issued a
Don't
tornado warning on
dissipate
this
on
storm,
me.
I think.
Just about to be able to get close
A
to
new
you.
tornado warning has been issued.
Still going.
They just issued a warning for Madison County, Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's this one.
Got a
And that right there is your land spout in the middle.
on this road.
Getting Connor
basically.
Croft on it. This is the one that just got warned. So bottom right of your screen, now a warning for Battle Creek and Meadow Grove, just southeast of Tilden in Nebraska. Got a land spout in progress on this
In front
storm.
of me. It's that dust right there. That's the area of interest.
Obviously, if you are in Meadow Grove or Battle Creek,
is.
make sure that you're going to your safe place. You already know the drill.
Driving right
Get away
towards
from
it.
windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Apparently, Brandon Kopic has lost almost his entire windshield from some hail
Come on, land spout. Stay on the ground. Be a good land spout.
from this storm.
Don't lift. Be a good little land spout. Ah, I think it's almost gone. Almost gone.
That land spout was on the ground there for a couple minutes.
Not a good land spout.
Now we're going to actually watch and see if we can get a legitimate tornado on this, because there is actually rotation. That could go tornadic, bottom right of your screen. That's the rotation that we're looking at, just southeast of Meadow Grove,
Hang
approaching
on until
Battle
it gets
Creek.
you, buddy. Oh, it's still though. It's still going. Still going.
I do want to quickly show you guys this out of, this is from Cody Schultz on Twitter. This is back over, I believe, near Cedar Rapids. I'll have to double check the location. But that right there, another photo of at least a funnel, but probably more than anything, something that's touching down, a tornado from a little earlier. Looks like Connor does have a view now of a funnel cloud.
Drop.
Middle of your screen. That was from Solon, Iowa, so just south of Cedar Rapids. Looks like Connor does now have a view of that. This is now an observed tornado now in Nebraska. This has just been upgraded to observed, which we just saw a moment ago. The land
This is
spout.
an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So yeah, this is now a confirmed tornado. It was just on the ground. It is probably going to drop again. There is a funnel cloud. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's going to be located again just to the west of Battle Creek, where it is. It's not fully rain wrapped by any means. We do have a view of it, so you can get to your safe place if you're in this pink polygon.
Also,
Nice. Our thing broke. Let me try this again. There we go.
See about that.
There was a funnel cloud in the middle a second ago. We'll see if we see it again.
Huh. There it was. We got a big time land spout, guys.
Oh man. What happened to Stormer Intermedia?
Trying to lift.
Stormer Intermedia got hammered with hail too. Look at that thing.
That's not even. This wasn't even intentional. Observe tornado.
I think they're in a rental car too. That's not good. That is right where their camera is too.
We'll see where the dirt was.
So both Stormer Media and Brandon Kopic have both taken a beating to their windshield here over the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think it's gone. The road is rough right here.
And we are currently on the observed tornado warning. It's unknown if it's actually still on the ground. I don't think it is, but it'll be developing on the left side of your screen. Again, here near Meadow Grove and Battle Creek in Nebraska. Moving southeast, eventually going towards Madison, Nebraska. We'll be next in track of this. Connor Croft is right where this tornado would be if it is on the ground, which we don't see it right now. We did have a land spout, though, not too long ago. It was just a few moments ago. It was law enforcement confirmed. We also had it confirmed here as well by weather spotters. Yeah, I do think this storm is probably cycling, so it might take a couple minutes to get going here.
Behind us, we're watching that. That looks pretty interesting behind me. This is just getting crazy quick, guys. Lots of spin. This atmosphere has lots of spin in it. Just tuning in, we just had a land spout
right there in the middle. Just trying to get going again.
Just had a land spout tornado.
Might drop again in a moment. Back to Connor in a second. That is the view of the storm, though. This right here, again, is your area of rotation. It's going to be just to the southwest of Battle Creek. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Back behind those trees is where we would be looking for this tornado, which right now it's just a lowering. We don't have anything on the ground quite yet, even though it was, again, or it is currently an observed tornado, but it was observed like 5 minutes ago. Back to at least lifted for the time being. Oh, let's go back to him again.
Insane looking mezzo.
I did not eat Culver's today. No. At Wawa. All I've had today. I didn't even have Diet Coke today. I've had no soda, which is crazy. I usually do.
Wow. This thing's getting freaky. Major mezzo here.
Time did I go to bed? Around 4. I went to bed when that Wisconsin tornado warning got issued. Or a little bit after it was kind of winding down. I was watching it, but it never really turned into anything. I think there was only one warning in Wisconsin last night that was tornado warned. It was like at 2:30 Central Time.
South one more. Gotta do a little zigzag method here. God do a little zigzaggy.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in the Meadow Grove and Battle Creek area of Nebraska, southeast of Tilden. Goes all the way until 7 o'clock Central Time. Rotation right now is going to be located just to the west and southwest of Battle Creek. From a moment ago, it was on the ground. It's back to being lifted, but we could see another one drop. So if you're in this warning, and make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building.
I'm trying to escape a tornado-warned supercell, and there's a
I just kind of thought of it, but I feel like I should change that top left wording to tornado observed instead of tornado on the ground. I feel like that would make more sense. We might have to change that in the future. I just kind of thought of that. It might sound better. All right, we'll go back to Connor once he comes back. Once again, this is the area of interest southeast of Tilden. Have a few other supercells that have developed back over in parts of northern Nebraska. These are mostly hail and wind. We could see an isolated tornado with that activity as well, but probably a lower chance. And back over here near the Plattsmouth and Bellevue and Omaha area, this is mostly hail and wind. Again, these are all outflow-driven storms, so we have all these outflow boundaries that are kind of shooting off, producing mostly just wind and, again, hail. That'll be the main concern in those areas. And then further back over near Des Moines, the threat for tornadoes is, at least for the time being, a bit lower. They have canceled the tornado warning that was ongoing south of Cedar Rapids, but we do still have a threat for some large hail, damaging winds, and then perhaps an isolated tornado. So continue to stay weather aware if you're southeast of Des Moines, especially on that storm there. And then back over north of Davenport, we have mostly wind and hail across this entire area. Maybe an isolated tornado, but mostly a wind and hail threat.
An option where we can stop
I keep clicking the site. I keep clicking too many buttons. There we go. All right, back over to Nebraska.
Got a couple different roads. Like there's a road now.
Rotation has intensified on the latest scan just to the west of Battle Creek, so it is possible that we have a tornado that is dropping again, or might be close to dropping. Still have a lowering there.
A lot of broad rotation on this thing. Can have a road right up here.
Still have a bull lowering out there. Middle left.
Unreal mezzo. For real. Insane mezzo on this. This thing ramped up quick. It's like 2 mezzos on it. Strangest thing. Two mezzos on this, guys. Making it difficult on us.
Yeah, if we go back to radar real quick, there's actually 2 areas of rotation on radar, which is pretty interesting. We got 1 and we got 2. So 2 different ones here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have just issued a new tornado warning for Madison County, Nebraska, which I think will go now for Madison. So if you're in this new pink polygon, here it is. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is going to be for those in Madison. So Madison, Nebraska, you need to get to your safe place now. We have 2 areas of rotation. We have 2 different mesoscales here that are currently ongoing. And you can see the one on the left, you see the one on the right. Those circular bases, that's what we're talking about. We have the potential actually for potentially, you know, 2 tornadoes possibly. We might have that happen. We'll see. That one on the right looks way more impressive. But Connor has a view right now of both of these.
Nothing on the ground right now, I don't think. Yeah, we need 1 meso, not 2. 1 mesocyclone, please. It's hard enough with 1.
I'll run to your screen again. Those are the 2 areas of rotation.
Top of it, they're moving due southerly.
By the way, if Connor's too loud, too quiet, or just right, let me know in the chat.
Literally
I just need to make sure the volume's right for this.
In the path of
We have a new setup. Thank you, Alpha, for the $5 super chat. You should do a tornado on the ground overlay and a land spout observed overlay. It's not, I mean, they're both kind of the same thing, though. I mean, land spout's usually weaker, but, you know, a land spout is a tornado,
Just
so.
wild stuff. Oh, we got a tornado.
Okay, I've increased him a little bit. That should be better.
Ooh, might just be rising scud.
Just a little bit. Just a hair.
Looked like for a second we were trying to get a tour.
It looks like that southern mezzo is going away again, and the northern mezzo is kind of more impressive, at least visually on radar.
We might have been trying for a second, but...
We could have a tornado dropping here in a moment. Back to radar. This right here. Pretty strong rotation right now, just south of Meadow Grove and Battle Creek, now heading towards Madison, Nebraska. Down the road, Humphrey, Lay, Clarkson will be in the track of the storm. Again, it is moving southeast approximately at 10 miles per hour. It is a very slow moving storm, so it's not, you know, a quick moving little storm. These are going to be very slow tonight, so there's plenty of, you know, lead time for this, but very long term, maybe Columbus or Schuler. We have crazy. I mean, this outflow boundary right now near Omaha is literally a circle, like a circular outflow boundary near Omaha from this destructive hailstorm that is producing up to baseball-sized hail right now in Bellevue, which is actually crazy. They have a flash flood warning in effect for those in Bellevue. They have actually issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be downgraded now to golf ball-sized hail, so a little bit weaker there. Crazy stuff.
Rotating quick.
Yeah, circular outflow just means the boundaries are going different directions. Think of an outflow boundary as an initiator. All right, so for those that are wondering, what is an outflow boundary? Just think of it as if it was like a cold front or a dry line. But it's not the same thing, but it will initiate thunderstorms if there's instability in the right environment. So...
really does.
It's just another initiator. When we have outflow boundaries, especially in like Texas, for example, during the spring, there's always outflow boundaries there. Those will initiate thunderstorms, and you know, they'll initiate supercells and such.
Just can't organize.
Just creates a lot of rising motion, and eventually will produce storms or make storms form in the right environment. Again, you need instability and all that sort of stuff.
There's so much rotation.
So food for a storm, sure. We're not doing a cookie analogy though today.
This is insane.
You're just tuning in, this is a storm that has produced a tornado. For at least right now, it is still an observed tornado warning, so we'll keep the tornado on the ground graphic up. For those in Battle Creek and Meadow Grove, just continue to stay in your safe place in case there's a tornado that we don't see, but I still think it would be somewhere in the middle here. This does not look like something that would be fully rain-wrapped. Rotations, again, bottom right of your screen there, just southwest of Battle Creek, Nebraska, moving eventually towards Madison, Nebraska.
It's tried to produce a couple tornadoes already. We'll see. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's get south.
What that guy said.
Second. Good news is you guys will be able to see everything that's going on.
Right before the new warnings cancel and all that, we're up to 31 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is not an over-exaggeration. We legitimately have 31 warnings right now.
A little bit. Another road or two.
That number, as we hit 6:30, as a lot of them do expire at this time, it has just now dropped to 18. Wow, that was a lot more than I thought there were right now. We're back down to 18.
Certified chonker.
Multiple reports of a brief tornado in Bloomington, Indiana earlier. Lots of damage and injuries. I saw the radar presentation. I actually looked back at that earlier. I do think there was at least a chance that a tornado dropped. It was probably not on the ground for very long. It was one of those storms that I was surprised we didn't actually have a tornado warning on, to be honest, because that storm was attached to an outflow boundary and it kind of rode along it for a little while and it weakened. But that tornado that was on the ground, if it is confirmed, which I think it may have been, you know, that was only on the ground probably for a minute or two. It wasn't very long, but it did attach to an outflow boundary very briefly. Later in the stream, remind me to show you guys that, like after we don't have any warnings, because I do want to show you the radar presentation of that. It's pretty crazy. It's gnarly. Back over in Bloomington, Indiana. All right, quick update on the other storms. We do still have some severe storms anywhere from eastern Iowa back into Nebraska. We actually have a storm now ramping up north of Chicago. This right now, not severe, but I wouldn't be surprised if soon it becomes a hail or wind event. Right now, though, it's not severe. Maybe some small hail and gusty winds moving down to the southeast. So if you're near the Schaumburg area, Algonquin, just stay vigilant, stay weather aware, as this does continue to move down to the southeast over the next several minutes. Also, that tornado warning has now just been downgraded. It is back to radar indicated. Further back to the west, we do have storms north of Clinton. These are mostly, again, just wind and hail at this point. Tornado risk is definitely lowering quite a bit on these storms in eastern Iowa. Got one near Iowa City, producing lots of lightning, some gusty winds, small hail. Look at that storm, by the way, explode. Or actually, never mind. That's already been ongoing. Never mind. Back to Des Moines. We still have storms south of Des Moines. We got some storms exploding. And somebody was asking, what do outflow boundaries do? Well, this is what they do. Outflow boundary moving to the west here. Look at that storm just explode over the last few minutes. That thing blew up. Again, that's something that's going to create lots of rising motion and in a very unstable atmosphere. And that is what we're seeing right now near Norwalk. So storms like this, they are going to be more favorable for producing the potential for, hail and wind, especially with these storms that come off the outflow boundaries. Back over near Omaha, main concern now is some hail and wind, golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I pointed this out before, but we got a circular outflow boundary. We got this outflow boundary moving in all different directions right now, which is actually quite fascinating. You do not see that very often, but that is over near Omaha. Basically got a big circle right around Omaha right now. And then this is your tornado warning, which is, again, back to radar indicated. We do still have a good amount of rotation southwest of Battle Creek. It is at least still on the moderate side of things. We could see a tornado drop with this at any time. Connor Croft, again, is right on the storm. We're going to continue to keep a very close eye on that as this continues to move down to the southeast.
So I get a good road. It should be right up here. I can pull off on the east-west roads.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Madison County, Nebraska again. Where is this one going to be is my question. We already got two. We're about to have a third one. Just waiting for the radar to update here. This is observed again. This is a confirmed tornado again in Nebraska. I don't know where the warning's going to be, but we have a new confirmed tornado again in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the
storm.
ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Oh, my bad. This is Des Moines. Oh, this is Iowa. What am I thinking? This is back over southwest of Des Moines. Wow, that was a brain fart. We have a confirmed tornado now in Iowa, southwest of Des Moines. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I literally said it in my head and I didn't even think about what I was saying. That is southwest of Des Moines. We have now a confirmed tornado. Yet again. Another storm along the outflow boundaries. That is confirmed. It's going to be right in there, west of Norwalk. These storms have been exploding for the last several minutes. And this is now another confirmed tornado. It said Madison County, and I was thinking we were talking about Madison County, Nebraska. That's why I was thinking that, because that's the storm that was just producing a tornado. Well, nonetheless, this has been confirmed. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This has been another confirmed tornado here in the same exact area. We've had multiple confirmed tornadoes at this point in just this area of Iowa. This is crazy. We'll see if we see a debris signature or anything like that. This is law enforcement confirmed. It's right near Interstate 35. I'm guessing this tornado is probably going to be right over the southwest side of Cumming. And just to the northwest of Churchville. That's where I'm guessing this tornado is right now. Just by radar imagery. I just saw a funnel on one of the live cams, but unfortunately the camera's not facing it anymore. Trying to see if we have any other view of this. And this is in Iowa right now, just to the south of Des Moines. This is a confirmed tornado southwest of Cumming, going towards Patterson, Iowa. So again, if you're in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This has again been confirmed, yet again, by law enforcement in the area. If we do give you this, I will keep posted. I'm still looking to see if we have anything, but I don't think we do. Well, this might be it right here. This is looking in the direction of where this tornado would be. It would be in here somewhere. It might be rain wrapped. That looks like a rain shaft. I don't think that's the actual tornado. Is that right there, maybe? Is that it? Doesn't... Oh, that right there, I think, actually. I think that's it. That, I think, is it right there. It looks like a little another... It's another tiny funnel coming out of the sky. That's it right there, I think. It's out... I think it's another... Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. So that's the confirmed tornado by law enforcement. Which, it looks like it's a funnel again. Or it might be touching the ground, we just can't tell. But that's it right there. Barely NATO is what I would call this. PA is on it, are they? Let me check.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, they are. Look at that, right there. They're on it. This is PA Storm Trackers. They're on that little nub. We have a view of it bottom right, too. This is the one southwest of Des Moines. That would be it.
Alright. Try to find me a road that gets me towards that a little bit. There you go, guys. You're seeing it now. North of Martinsdale, Iowa.
The one that we came off of, remember that one that we came off of down there?
Okay, does that go that way?
Yeah, that goes back west, so if you want to get over that way.
We have another confirmed tornado in
Go
Iowa.
that way.
This
That's
is an
it, by the way,
urgent
here,
alert.
too.
A tornado is on
We
the
have two
ground.
different tornadoes
Seek
on the
shelter
ground.
immediately.
So we have now 2 tornadoes on the ground. We got one near Norwalk. We got another one back over near Patterson, or it could be the same storm. Seek shelter if you're in either of these warnings. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado right over Cumming. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible.
Quick enough and it dissipated, so we're going to try to get... I think we're going to try to get a little bit towards it.
And that's it right there. I mean, it looks like a funnel right now, but it might be touching ground. They said there was ground circulation on this.
We got tornado sirens going off.
So again, the new tornado warning that we have is for those in Madison and Warren counties, Iowa.
All right, I think we're going to
They
be
are really zooming into that
here.
thing. Wow, I thought they were closer to that. Look how far back they are from that tornado.
There is debris below it. There was debris below it just a little bit ago. We're going to try to get near it because I think we're going to start losing it to rain.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get on the other side of it. Yeah, we're going to start getting some rain here anyway. We got to get with it.
All right, let's go back to the live cam that we have here. I mean, that's the nub that we've been talking about. There might be something back in here too. That is it right there that we've been talking about. And this is just south of Des Moines right now. With something like this, I highly doubt we're going to have a CC drop, but we will double check in a second. Oh, it's coming down again. Right in the middle of your screen, it's coming down again. So north of I-35. By the way, these 2 tornado warnings do include a population of 12,000 people. So if you know any friends or family in Patterson, Bevington, or Martinsdale, Spring Hill, Norwalk, or Cumming in Iowa, just south of Des Moines, make sure to let them know. We got a tornado that's likely still producing ground circulation in the very middle of your screen. It looks like a little, tiny funnel, but that's it right there. Going back to radar, this is what the storms look like. So we've had 2 tornadoes confirmed, one likely here, and then the other one's probably right here. So these are the 2 that we're looking at. This is the one this one right here is gonna be the one that we've been looking at. The other one might be more rain wrapped on the right side of that imagery that we're looking at on the traffic cam. It's all out along the south flow boundary though. And seek shelter if you are in this warning, as we still have another tornado that has dropped. This is at least the 5th tornado, I think, that we've had today so far. That's it right there. And then anything, there might be something there. We do have a little bit of a lowering there. Just can't tell. It might be rain wrapped. And PA Storm Tracker said they do still have eyes on it, so. It said it's confirmed. I have the wrong name at the bottom right. I just noticed that. Apparently this tornado is getting bigger on their perspective, and it looks like it is too here. That right there, you can see it's coming down again. Still have eyes on it. I think we're gonna have a view of it from PA Storm Trackers in a second. Not yet. I'll keep you posted. Looks like it's coming back down again. It looks a bit more organized. More defined here. This is still on the ground from what they're saying as well. So this is still a confirmed tornado. As I mentioned before, just going to be to the south of Des Moines. This is going to be the storm again near going towards Winterset, just to the south and southwest of Cumming. If you're in any of these locations, again, seek shelter. These are both observed tornado warnings. And we still do have a tornado that is in progress with ground circulation. This is it right there. That is your tornado. This is from an I-35 camera looking northbound, just southwest of Des Moines. And it doesn't look like much, but that's... from what I'm hearing from PA Storm Trackers, this is still a tornado that is creating ground circulation, so there is still debris. Looks scuddy. The right side looks more scuddy. That right there is the actual tornado that's having ground circulation. That might be developing into something too. We could even have another one developing. That one looks more that looks more scuddy, but that could develop into something. This right here, that is the funnel. And again, we have a pretty pixelated camera. These are not high quality cameras, but that right there is what it is. I'm waiting for PA Storm Trackers, and we'll see if they actually get a view of this again. They're currently driving through a lot of trees, which there's actually apparently a lot of trees in this area of Des Moines. Still got the funnel there. That thing's been going for well over 5-10 minutes now. We may have twins, but that's the main one in the middle. I don't see much on the right now. Thing's still going. It's crazy. I have to say, it's crazy how slow these are moving. Like, this thing's moving barely at any speed. You might think that we're looking in slow motion at a tornado, but this storm, it's moving currently south at 5 miles per hour. You could outrun this tornado on feet, probably. If you run faster than 5 miles per hour, you could probably outrun this. I don't recommend it. I'm just saying, it's very possible. These storms are extremely slow. They said they're going to turn in a second, by the way. So we'll have a view in a second. Thank you, by the way, Heather, for the $30 Venmo. Appreciate that. This is a slow NATO in progress right now in central Iowa, southwest of Des Moines. I mean, seriously, this thing it's looked the same this entire time. It almost looks like a photo. I mean, it has barely been moving. The cars are moving, you can see that, but thing's just not moving at all. It's crazy. And this is the storm that's producing this tornado. It's near Cumming and Norwalk right now. Just to the south of West Des Moines. And seek shelter if you're in this warning. We are getting a report of a funnel cloud on this storm as well near Madison. So again, make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in this warning. Bottom right of your screen, Connor Croft, he is looking at this particular storm. From the back side of it, it looks absolutely insane. This is what it looks like right now. Go to him real quick. That is what it looks like. Looks absolutely crazy.
definitely down. I'm almost positive that's on the ground.
Let's go back to here. And again, we have 2 tornado warnings on this storm. One's going to expire relatively soon. And then we have the 2 tornado warnings south of Des Moines. Those are the various warnings that we currently have across the board. Again, these are the 2 that have been confirmed here in the last few minutes. For the time being, that lowering that we had, the likely tornado that's been ongoing, that has now, at least for now, kind of occluded out. We might have something redeveloping in here, so that'll be the area to watch for now. Near Des Moines. Confirm Max advises foot racing tornadoes. I don't recommend it, no. Theoretically speaking, though, you probably could. Looks like Connor has a view of a lowering right now. Let's go to him real quick.
Tornado situation here.
That's the lowering right there on the one in Nebraska.
It's moving at us, it looks like.
Lots of things happening at the same time. We have this storm that is currently trying to produce a tornado in the Meadow Grove, Nebraska area. And then this is the one again here in Iowa, just to the south of Des Moines, that was on the ground. It's unknown if it still has ground circulation. But if it does, it's going to be that right there, more than likely. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate the $10 Venmo. Yeah, I don't think St. Louis will be too bad. It should be mostly wind. Oh, looks like there's I think Storm Media has a view now. We're going to keep going back and forth. Let's go back to here. Storm Runner Media is on the same storm as Connor. It looks like there is a lower or a funnel coming down. You can see it there in the middle. Middle left, that's the one in Nebraska. We got a view there right now. And it looks like a little nub. Very, very faint now. It was a bit more defined a moment ago. A quick little funnel. Nice little CG there, too. It's from Storm Runner Media. Going back to Connor. Connor, right side of your screen has that shot of the lowering, too. That right side is the wall cloud. And then going back to the south side of Des Moines, once again, very scuddy looking now. It does not look as defined as a tornado, but there's at least a lowering there. Just off to the south of Des Moines, where there has been at least 2 different confirmed tornadoes here. We still have a live shot of this. Let me go back to Storm Runner Media again. This is their view. Again, they're like right underneath that storm in Nebraska. Bottom right of your screen. The rotation is going to be right in the black circle. It's near Highway 121. I'm approaching Madison, Nebraska over the next few minutes. Whoa. Let's go back to Connor. Connor has a crazy view of this. Right there in the middle.
It's going nuts right there, that bull. That bull's going nuts.
That thing's spinning crazy. This could drop a tornado at any time right now. Just to the northwest of Madison, Nebraska.
Just trying. A big RFD right here. Wow, I think it initially dropped and we just missed it. Personally. I think it dropped once. This is insane. This can just condense. This will be one of the best tornadoes I've ever seen. This could just condense.
Thing's spinning like crazy right now.
It's trying so hard to drop. It just can't do it. I mean, it's trying ridiculously hard to drop right there. That is insane. That thing is going insane. Just condense. Come on. Just condense.
That thing spin, that left to right motion, it's just spinning like crazy. And we could have a tornado drop here.
Oh, it's
Looks like it's starting to lower.
Oh, it's trying again.
It's really trying to lower right now.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Coming down.
It's northwest of Madison, Nebraska.
It's coming down.
Look at that thing spinning. That thing's really spinning hard too.
Come on, just do it. You're so freaking close. Trying to drop. So close.
That thing is spinning hard right now in Nebraska. Wow.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
It's be one of the
funnel.
craziest non-tornadoes
Look
if
at
it
that
doesn't
funnel.
drop. And this is live with Connor Croft in near Meadow Grove, Nebraska. It's really not near Meadow Grove anymore. It's closer to Madison now. Madison, Nebraska. Again, get to your safe place. We could have a tornado dropping.
Condense. It's trying again. It's trying again. It's probably on the ground. Just needs to condense. Big wind here. Here it goes. Here it goes.
Look at the surge of wind right now going to his face, and that's a tornado dropping now.
There it is.
That's on the. I think that's on the ground now. Might not be. It might have just touched down for half a second. Is that it? If that's it, that was like the quickest tornado we've ever witnessed on stream. If that was it, that might have just been it. It might be dropping again. We'll see. Looks like it's spinning out.
Got a big touchdown.
That was possibly the quickest tornado that we've ever
There
seen.
it goes. It's gone. Oh, dude.
Is that a
If
Temu
would've just
tornado? I mean,
condensed a
wow,
little
that
bit
was so
earlier,
quick.
That would have been the most insane tornado of all time. If that could have just
That was the
condensed,
quickest
oh my
tornado
gosh,
that
a
I
little
have
bit
ever
longer,
witnessed on
condensed
live
for a
stream.
half
Wow.
second, guys. That was insane.
That thing was spinning so
actually
hard, and
one
that
of
was
the
on the
most
ground for
insane
literally
things I've ever seen.
half a second. It was very shy. It was a shy NATO.
That was probably a
Oh, I'm
tornado
glad it
the
wasn't
whole
on the ground
time.
for very long. I mean,
It's
mostly
probably
just
a tornado
farmlands
the
out here
whole
up until
time. I got
Madison.
freaking stuff in my eyes now.
Wow. Well, that was something.
Wow.
Be real, that was probably the quickest tornado that we've ever seen.
Unreal. When I condensed.
That was a Temu tornado. That's what we just witnessed, just to the west of Madison. So again, this is the storm that just produced a extraordinarily brief tornado. That was crazy, though. That was crazy. South of Des Moines, we still do have confirmed tornado warnings here. I'm not sure if these are still on the ground. We haven't had any recent reports. This is the live shot here out of the just south of Des Moines, so on Interstate 35 looking northbound. If we do have a tornado, it's going to be in here somewhere. We don't really see anything clearly here. But that... I don't see anything on the ground anymore, but these two warnings are still observed for the time being. Continue to stay in your safe place, so if you're in these warnings for the next few minutes, just in case something tries to drop here. Well, obviously, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. That was a very crazy moment. Again, we do live coverage across the entire country. A Peekaboo NATO. Oh my goodness. These names are getting out of hand. That was a really fast, though, rope out on that tornado. That thing roped out extraordinarily fast. That was wild. And that could have gone, like, if it didn't rope out that fast, that could have been a big tornado. Like, low-key, that could have been big. Oh, I do want to point this out, by the way. We have an arrow tornado warning here in Oklahoma. I was going to point this out, but we had that thing dropping. So take a left-hand turn if you're in this tornado warning, because it looks like an arrow. near Marland, Red Rock for 70-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. It's actually a little bit more of a considerable threat there. Got lots of storms in Oklahoma also firing up, mostly just going to be wind and hail down that direction. So not nearly as concerned for severe weather in those areas. All right, as of right now, these two storms, again, south of Des Moines, still observed, but I don't think they're on the ground anymore. But stay in your safe place. The warnings to expire in 4 minutes. Still got some big hail near Bellevue in Nebraska. These storms are continuing to pose threats for wind and hail all around Omaha and Bellevue. And if you do have any hail photos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter, as hail will continue to be a threat there. Still watching this cell back up here near Madison for the potential for a tornado. Still got some relatively strong rotation heading towards Madison. So if you are in Madison, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this area. Thank you, Cyrotech, for the $5 super chat. Perfectly average amount of time, if you ask me. Okay, that's very cool. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Yeah, that could have been very easily taken out of context.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning in Iowa. That is going to be south here of Des Moines, southwest of Des Moines. It's going to be right along the south flow boundary, which is where that first tornado happened, heading towards Winterset. So if you're in Winterset, Iowa, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. And just to the south and west of Des Moines. This is moving west, by the way. And we have an update on the Madison County, Nebraska tornado warning. That has just been upgraded to 2-inch hail. But again, this Winterset in Patterson in Iowa with this new tornado warning. If we do have a tornado, it's going to develop in the south flow boundary or in the hook of this storm. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. This storm has had a history of already producing a tornado, and it may produce another one here near Winterset, Iowa. And moving west at 15 miles per hour. The storm right now is moving southwest at 15 miles per hour. So that's your speed and direction right now on this storm. Moving a bit faster than before. It was only moving like 5 miles per hour a moment ago. We are up to 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are at 5 tornado warnings. We're going to have 2 of these tornado warnings expire in a moment. Actually, 3 will. So we'll be back down to 2 tornado warnings in about 30 seconds. And then we'll have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings still. See if we have any other live shot of this, if there is any. I don't know if there is any in this area. Yeah, we don't really have a view on this one. We've already had, I think, 5, 6, maybe 7 confirmed tornadoes today. So, for those that are wondering, we've had at least 4 in Iowa, maybe 5. And then back over in Nebraska, we just had a half-a-second tornado, I'm pretty sure. Which might be the shortest tornado that we've ever witnessed on stream, which I think it is. I think it was on the ground for the shortest time alive. Alright, there we go. So a lot of warnings just expired. We're back down to 2 tornado warnings. We're back down to 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's the update on the warning counter. Back over near Madison, we still do have rotation embedded in the cell that's going to be moving right into the town of Madison, Nebraska. So if you're in Madison, continue to stay in your safe place in case this does try to produce another tornado. And again, this is on track to go eventually towards Lay, Creston, and Clarkson, which are no strangers to land spouts and tornadoes. We've covered this area a ton recently. So it's very possible that we get something else in this area as well. And also, PA Storm Trackers, will keep a close eye on them. They are currently southwest of Des Moines. They are the only chaser that we have right now in Iowa, and they've been pretty close to the other storm that is, or has been producing at least brief tornadoes. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Oh, by the way, we're back down to no confirmed tornadoes for the time being. Let me update that. That could change at any time with how today's going. We've already had several confirmed. Anything supposed to happen in Ohio? Just isolated damaging winds. Thank you, Jetta, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Blast, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Let's see. For the time being, we're gonna go back to Connor here for the time being.
Happens during a supercell flight time, and it's just a matter of
I took the cap off my water bottle. Just threw it on the ground.
Gust out. And in that case, it'll turn into more of a structure chase. If you guys are just tuning in and you like that intercept, make sure to like the stream, everybody. Let's get to 2,500 likes.
Yeah, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe and like the stream, as Connor's also saying. We're actually really close to 300,000 subscribers. If everybody here subscribes that is not already subscribed to the channel, we'd probably hit that goal. So make sure to subscribe if you're new here.
New TikTok.
It is very possible
Who knows? Maybe this little intercept will go on TikTok tonight.
that we hit 300,000 subscribers in the next few days. We're currently 160 away from 295. Alright. How do you become a member? It's a join button down below, or it's the link pinned in the chat, or it's the join button. Is that debris making it so dark? No. Debris has nothing to do with how dark it is. It's just the sun angle, it's how tall the cloud tops are. And if we go to this storm here, we can go to echo tops. And these echo tops right now, this is a huge thunderstorm, 60,000 feet tall. This is actually a huge supercell in Nebraska. So it's a huge storm. And when the sun is coming from this way and reflecting or coming out, going basically into the clouds, you're going to get that darkness near the surface. Like it's going to be much darker, you know, cloud base and such, because of the sun angle more than anything. But this storm is huge. So the one near Des Moines right now, that's only about 48,000 feet. The tallest one is 52,000 feet south of Des Moines. That's just that's just more of a rogue storm that developed recently. So I think Davenport, Iowa will get severe weather tonight. You might get some, we'll see. I mean, the outflow boundary is moving down to your south, so there's a chance, but I would say it's kind of 50-50, really, for Davenport right now. Appreciate the $5 super chat. We do have a few live cams also near Fort Madison and Davenport. So if we do see anything, I will keep you posted. We have another tornado warning now in Nebraska.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for those in Platte County, Stanton County, and Madison County, Nebraska. That is on the storm we've been tracking for a long time now. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This rotation's pretty broad, but it's also pretty strong, and it is becoming more rain-wrapped. Again, we got Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media on this storm. This is moving east-southeast towards Lay and Creston. Again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. This will be going eventually towards Creston, Lay, and Clarkson will be next in track for this. The tornado in Winterset, I mean, this isn't confirmed, but if we do get a tornado, it would be on track for Greenfield. Even then, this storm could weaken, you know, by the time it gets there. This is not like a discrete supercell that is producing long-tracked tornadoes like what we had a month ago. Right, this is more of just outflow-driven storm activity, tornadoes attempting to develop on the outflow. You know, we could see something near Greenfield, but it's very hard to tell right now. It's too early to tell. We have a storm near Amarillo, Texas. Not really where we're covering, but this is up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Look at that explosion of wind here. It's approaching the radar site northeast of Amarillo. Velocities upwards of 70 miles per hour just northeast of Amarillo. So that's a pretty big storm there. Hey, Tiger, for the $10 super chat. Do you think the storms in Oklahoma will continue to reach the Tulsa area? They might, but again, main concern is going to be wind and hail. It's going to be relatively an isolated risk. Get some hail damage. I don't know where, but we have some hail damage. Out of Bellevue, Nebraska. It's from Adam B on Twitter. some hail damage, unfortunately, to a sunroof. Bellevue had hail upwards of tennis ball sized, so, or even baseball sized at times. So it's not really too shocking. Unfortunately, that's why I always, you know, I try to stress it as much as possible, but make sure you're protecting vehicles, especially on days where hail is a possibility. If you're able to, make sure to try to do that.
Instant.
And if you're curious how big a baseball is, this is what it looks like. That is baseball-sized hail. I don't have an egg to show you egg-sized hail, but, you know, that's also something that exists. I don't have eggs on me, apparently. I need WD for the 499.
Knocked out the heart racing now. Wow.
Doesn't drive through a tornado.
It's just
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly when he drove through the tornado the other day.
Whew. It'll take a minute for that one to adrenaline to come down on that one.
Connor right now, by the way, is repositioning. He's trying to get out in front of the storm. That rotation has become fairly rain-wrapped at this point. So it's a much more rain-wrapped area of circulation near Madison. Then you tags to the 499. Can you talk about the storm near Martin, South Dakota? Tennis ball-sized hail. We had a huge storm up here that was producing. I think it's been this one. Yeah, this one's moving towards Martin. I mean, it's going to be producing hail and wind, moving southeast, eventually going towards Cody and Merriman in northern Nebraska. Lightning, possible. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I mean, Martin right now is the main location in the track of it, then Merriman and Cody. And then after that, it's very questionable. It could continue. For what it's worth, the sun sets in about an hour and a half. So daylight heating should weaken some of this activity, not all of it, but some of it. So the severe weather will become a little bit more sparse, I think, in some areas after sunset. But I do think eventually this will, like this activity here, I think will start to organize into a mesoscale convective system as we go past like 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. And what that means is that we'll be dealing with more of a line of storms that produces more of a wind threat. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Still got a tornado warning southwest of Des Moines. This is again moving west-southwest. Near Winterset. If you're in Winterset, again, continue to stay in your safe place. If there is a tornado, it's probably going to be located near Highway 169. Moving westbound. Everything else that we have on radar is hail and wind. So there's a lot of severe storms right now. We currently are up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is what it looks like right now across the country. We got like 4 warnings back over in Texas. We got 1 in New Mexico. We got a couple in Oklahoma. We got 1 in Kansas. We got like a dozen over right now in Iowa. We got some in Nebraska. We got some in South Dakota. We just got 1 over here in Kentucky. There's a warning over there in Kentucky now. There are warnings everywhere. They are absolutely everywhere right now. We got a funnel now over on that tornado warning southwest of Des Moines. Right there again. We got another funnel. PA storm trackers. Little funnel there in the middle.
Right now, just a funnel. Just a funnel.
Just southwest of Des Moines.
So dark in there right now because of the darkness behind it, but it's definitely a funnel. It's right there, right in the middle of the screen. Got a funnel cloud. Real nice.
The tornado warning in Platte, Madison, and Stan counties, Nebraska just got upgraded to tennis ball sized hail, by the way.
Right now.
A little funnel there. Just a little one.
We're gonna have to stay east.
Little spinny boy there. Not really doing anything.
How about that?
Kind of spinning.
Zoom you guys out here. Look at the mess coming behind it with this storm.
That's the storm there.
There's some big hail in there too.
Across the board.
We're gonna get you all back in. I think we're gonna try to.
I did not have Culvers. Once again, we did not have Culvers
today.
today.
We're gonna go a little bit west to stay
We
with
did
it.
not jinx it.
Beautiful cone coming down.
I was considering having Culvers tomorrow, actually, but
right there, guys. Yeah, right.
You can see right there in the middle, a little bit funnel trying to come down still.
Stay with it.
Let's go a little bit west.
If we see something, grab this. Grab the live. All right, guys, we're gonna get you back. We're gonna keep west with it here. It's a little bit west of us right now still.
This is again the storm that we're talking about. It's near Winterset. Also near Patterson. Moving down to the west-southwest at about 15 miles per hour. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Back over near Madison, this is the one that just got upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. Still got broad circulation right now, just to on the east side of Madison in Nebraska, moving towards Creston and eventually Lay and Clarkson. So again, if you're in this pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, as this could still produce a potential for a tornado. We're still watching Connor to see if anything does happen there. All right, our highest warning count of the day, we're up to 31 severe thunderstorm warnings. And it's 7:12, so we got 3 minutes until some of these will be expiring. So some warnings will expire here pretty soon. That funnel cloud, by the way, is probably going to be right there. So it's on the west side of 169, just north of Winterset. That's where that funnel cloud would be. While we wait for another scan, again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're right now 5 subscribers from 295,000. Like the stream also, it does help get this out to more people. Anything for Chicago? I don't think right now. I think there was like one storm nearby, but I don't think it's done anything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that storm near Chicago fizzled. I think this area in Illinois is going to struggle a bit, mainly because we've already had so much storm activity there from earlier today. I think it's just kind of stabilizing the atmosphere. We have a new tornado warning for Cedar County, Johnson County, and the Kane County areas in Nebraska. This is the storm that we're talking about. Right along Highway 6, southeast of Iowa City, going towards West Liberty and at Talisea. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, near Iowa City, where we do have a new tornado warning in Iowa. Trying to see if we have any view of this. This could be another situation where we have another tornado that's trying to drop. That's another, like, you know, one of those little baby funnels. Velocities on radar did look a little bit more impressive, though. We at least have a pretty big surge of damaging winds. Can't tell what that is right there. That's rain wrapped. What? Let's go back to. Is that rotation? That might be it right there. I can't tell. It looks. It's a bit contaminated. Let me look. Checking to see on my phone. Just to the west of Downey in Iowa. It just kind of looks contaminated. I can't really tell. I don't think it is, but there's no debris signature on that. I think this is really where we will be looking for that potential for a tornado. Should have a new radar scan in a second. That might be it right there. The latest scan kind of shows it there. We don't have a debris signature. But that rotation right there west of Downey does look pretty strong and tight. We might have a tornado on the ground. It's just not clear. I think that could be a tornado on the ground right now west of Downey. We don't have a debris signature. We don't always get one when tornadoes are on the ground. But there is a possibility that that is on the ground. We've seen similar radar presentations like it, where something like this would be on the ground. It is going to be relatively rain-wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. This would be the other area of rotation, which is pretty broad right now. We got more of a wind threat there going towards West Liberty and at Tallahassee. In eastern Iowa. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Back to Des Moines. Still got broad circulation near Winterset and Patterson. This is on track again for Greenfield. We might get a tornado warning going towards Greenfield here soon. We'll see. Obviously, for those that don't know, Greenfield had one of the strongest tornadoes of all time go through that area. At least according to the Doppler on wheels, it was over 300 miles per hour. So this storm in particular is going in that direction. Again, not the same situation, but it's an area that's obviously been hit by tornadoes in the past. We now have a destructive storm in eastern Iowa near the Muscatine area. This is in Johnson, Louisiana, Muscatine, and Washington counties, Iowa. This is now for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this is now a destructive storm that is currently moving through parts of eastern Iowa. This will eventually track towards Davenport. Davenport possibly in the track of at least some of the storm activity. More than likely, this will move more in this direction with how things have been tracking so far. So east-southeast is the direction at about 30 miles per hour. It is producing destructive winds now up to 80 miles per hour. So treat this as if it is a tornado warning, even if you're not in the warning that's tornadic, and get to your safe place, as winds those high can definitely be damaging, and they could send debris flying. They have added a new severe thunderstorm warning for Greenfield, Iowa. In addition to that, just south of Stewart, this is going to be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds, ping pong ball sized hail. There is a tornado possible label on this, so we'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. They might. The rotation's still in the warning, so I'm not sure yet if they will or won't. But in this case, it's moving west-southwest, and it is on track again for Greenfield, Iowa. Got lots of storms also firing up right now in the Omaha area. These are all the storms right now that are getting going. Got a big explosion of storms now across areas near Omaha. So if you're in Omaha, you're not done with severe weather. You're probably going to get some more storms here over the next hour or two. The storms are firing up around this circular outflow boundary. Bada bing, bada boom. It's a big circle. Size of a cheese curd. Cheese curd outflow boundary is what we can call that one. And this storm near Madison and Lay, near Clarkson, in parts of eastern Nebraska, this one is still looking more like a wind threat. Could have some broad rotation on the leading edge. It's uncertain as of right now, but it is still tornado warned. So if you're in the pink polygon in Nebraska, continue to stay in your safe place, as this will continue to move east-southeast over the next several minutes. Let's go back to this storm here. All right, so right now I'm not seeing as much rotation on this tornado warned cell. If we have a tornado, it would probably be on the south side of West Liberty, Iowa. But here's the wind. So again, it's on the south side of West Liberty. Destructive winds being upwards of 80 miles per hour. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Maybe a little bit on the leading edge there, just south and southeast of West Liberty. Right now, we do have winds estimated upwards of 70 miles per hour on the velocities radar. So again, if you are in this area, continue to stay in your safe place, because it is a destructive storm. At the bare minimum, it's going to be producing significant damaging winds. Again, I do know, by the way, my display capture's off. Just give me 1 second. All right, we're good. I had to pull up my memory usage real quick. All right, we're good. My radar is loading slowly. I think it might just be programmed, though. I could be wrong. It's always a chance my computer is just slow. We're overloading it already. We've had it for like a month. Still got some rotation right now northwest of Winterset. Let's go back to PA storm trackers again. They're on the tornado warning that's back over
I don't want to get too far out ahead
Just
of it.
to
I know,
the
yeah.
southwest of
let's
Des
find the
Moines.
next option that we can pull over.
Looks like we still got a lowering on that.
I mean, also, if we do have an option to pull over, this road is
Still
kind
got a
of
lowering
has
there.
wide
berm.
embank. Yeah. you
Well,
could-
there's this is a field access right here.
Yep.
That's
Looks like it.
that's what I want. That's what I want.
Yeah. That's. Don't worry, we're trying to. We got to find a place to pull.
There we
over.
go.
All right.
Oh, we're gonna pull him outside. We're gonna.
There's
bring
right
it
there.
Outside. Here, we'll grab the. Bring it out with you.
All right.
Bring it out with you.
I got a lot of stuff to grab though, so just.
So again, this is just southwest of Des Moines right now.
All right, sounds good.
PA storm trackers. Storm has had a history of producing tornadoes, so we'll see if this one tries. It's gonna be eventually going towards Greenfield. It's near Winterset right now.
Alright, there we go.
Connor is off-roading, is he? He's on a road right now. What do you mean?
Coming out of one part of this warm air.
Whoever just said that is
My glass
a liar.
fogging up too quick.
I'm watching a stream right now. I think he's on a road. This is PA storm trackers. I mean, you might be talking about them. They're on a dirt road, but I think they just pulled off.
All right, we're gonna hold on, guys. We're gonna adjust you.
Connor is on-roading.
We down a little
Absolutely.
bit here.
That's what we call it.
There we go. We're gonna keep an eye open for any funnel clouds. Things been producing them like crazy today. That's gonna clean up the car.
Don't see any sort of lowerings or funnels at this point, or at least anything really clear. We had more clear, footage earlier up there being funnels. Not seeing anything clear here right now.
Watching there, watching that dark area, because that's starting to look like it might be turning into a little bit of a hook as this boundary comes over us. We're just west of Winterset right now.
Let's go back to live radar here. So this is a storm that we've been talking about. Just some broad rotation right now. West of Winterset does not look as concerning as before, but it is still along the outflow boundary. And as long as there is a thunderstorm that is hanging onto the outflow like this one is right now, it could eventually produce a tornado as it moves westbound. So again, if you're in that warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. It is on track for Greenfield. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on that unless something changes drastically on that rotation, because it did not look very impressive there. At least via, what we were seeing there. It's an impressive storm, no doubt. I just didn't see anything that looked like it was, imminent there. Back over north of Columbus in Nebraska, this storm does still have rotation. Let's go over to Connor, because Connor is on this storm. And he's looking at a boatload of rain right now. I think he's going to probably try to avoid that storm from the hail threat. Whoa. This is in Oklahoma. Is that rotation or is that... We have a little bit of rotation that was hanging on to the outflow right here. Look at that. We may have just had a brief tornado, or we might have one developing. Look at the hook here. This is south of Red Rock in Oklahoma. This is latching onto the outflow. When that happens, we do sometimes get tornadoes. This is back in Oklahoma, out of all places. I don't think Oklahoma has had a tornado yet this month, and they've only had, I don't know the exact number, but I think it was like 7 times ever that they've never had a tornado in June. That could change with this storm. There's some rotation, and it's right along the outflow. It's currently warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Atlanta Falcons fans, don't look at our warning count, because we are currently at 28-3. Oh no. The comeback is on. Imagine if sometime when we say that, the actual warning counter does make a comeback. That'd be insane. What a story that'd be. go back to here. We'll go back to PA storm trackers again. That's the wind's picking up there on that outflow boundary. That's back over just to the southwest of Des Moines, Iowa.
This storm, guys, has been...
Not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but pretty impressive shelf rolling in. Pretty strong winds, too.
Scratch your phone. No, this storm's been dropping numerous funnels.
That storm, by the way, near West Liberty, that's tornado warned in Iowa. That is predominantly just a wind threat at this point.
Back to the east of here, near Interstate 35.
I don't really see a whole lot of rotation. Bottom right of your screen.
Ground circulation being picked up, dirt being picked up. Turn you guys just a little bit here. Apologize, just a little too fast, but
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Iowa. That's for Madison County and Adair County, going towards Greenfield. So this is the storm that we were just looking at with PA storm trackers. This is going to be another storm to watch for that is currently trying to produce a tornado. So if you're in this warning northeast of Greenfield, Iowa, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm does still have the potential to produce a tornado as it does continue to move westbound. And again, if we get one, it's going to be along this outflow somewhere in here. Yes, if you're wondering, Greenfield again is the area that had the large, really strong and intense tornado last month. So for those that are wondering, yes, that is the area that we are talking about right now. Oh, oops. All right, bottom right of your screen, that is PA storm trackers. They are on this storm that's tornado warned. Still have a pretty impressive view of it. We'll go back to them if they have something clear. Doesn't look like anything's imminent yet, but we could get something developing along that outflow. There's actually been funnel reports. Let's go back to them. They apparently have had funnel reports just to the west of them.
Cable cruising at 28 miles southwest of Earlham, 9 miles west of Winterset, moving west at 20 miles an hour. Hail and ping pong ball size hail until 8 p.m. Central Time for the next 20.
That Oklahoma storm still has some broad circulation. We're watching it closely. Again, this is the tornado warning that is currently southwest of Des Moines, just northeast of Greenfield, Iowa, south of Earlham. Moving west, the storm is currently moving west at 20 miles per hour. It is slowly but surely speeding up.
You guys are getting to see it live on PA storm trackers. We're just west of Winterset, Iowa. This just went tornado warned again. They had another funnel cloud report just to our northwest. We're looking at this, watching the sky right now to see if we see any more funnels. We might have to go west again because it's catching us. Yeah. Starting to get rain wrapped back in there again. Yeah, look at that blue tint. There's definitely hail in there. We got to stay out of that.
Back to them if we see anything there. And this is the storm that we're talking about. The tornado warning for Winterset has expired. So, yeah, it has expired.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Nebraska. It's going to be on this one near Lay, Clarkson. This is for Platte, Stanton, and Colfax counties in eastern parts of Nebraska. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is the area of rotation that we're talking about. It's going to be near Lay, just east of where Connor Croft is, which he's at the bottom right of your screen there. He's absolutely getting wrapped. He's actually in the he's in the RFD surge right now. So on right of your screen, he's there right now. But this storm right now moving east southeast, going to be going towards Highway 15. Maple Creek will eventually be in the track of this. So if you are in the pink polygon, again, get to your safe place, as this storm could produce a tornado at any time. So again, we got 4 tornado warnings now. We got 2 on that storm in Nebraska. We got 1 southwest of Des Moines. We got 1 west of Davenport. We now have storms beginning to initiate in parts of north central Illinois. Mostly a wind and hail threat there. We got storms blowing up also near Burlington, which we actually do have a live shot of the Burlington one, I believe. We actually got a couple. Ooh. Let's check this out. So this is on the virtual rail fan in Burlington, and this is the storm near Burlington, Iowa, right? Or yeah, Burlington, Iowa. I was about to say Illinois. That's the storm there. And now we are spinning in circles. Wow. Okay. Nice. I think the operator might be on, but he just changed the angle. It's back to the. This is Fort Madison. I like spinning in circles. It's very exciting. Oh, no, never mind. We're looking at the train. We'll go back to it if it comes back. Apparently, let's go back. So, PA storm trackers on the storm back over southwest of Des Moines. That's the shot of it right now. The city hasn't really seen any funnels
Sucked up by a tornado.
quite yet. Yeah, it's a train intercept on that camera. For what it's worth, that storm's only producing a little bit of hail and wind. It's not that substantial. The tornado warning near West Liberty is kind of done. It's mostly just a wind threat, damaging winds up to 80 being
sure
possible.
It wasn't with this stuff and it was just delayed? Because sometimes that does get delayed.
Sit and spin? I mean, that was basically a sit and spin, what we were just looking at there a moment ago.
Because your tornado warning right now is for this. This is your tornado warning stuff right here. That's the wall cloud, yeah. So if a tornado is going to drop, it's going to drop right in front of us. We will have no better view than anybody else. We're going to pick y'all up so we can watch the field.
Yeah, so again, PA storm trackers, they're looking at the storm here back over southwest of Des Moines. Again, has had a history of producing a tornado. So we'll see if something drops, so we'll keep a close eye on them. Let's actually go back here. We'll go to Connor. He's on this storm that's near Lay and Clarkson that's tornado warned. This is what it looks like in the RFD surge. Very strong winds right now in his area. So he's currently trying to get out in front of the storm, but being in the RFD, it does not really help.
We're gonna have to find a south road, probably in Clarkson.
Radar indicated means that it is a tornado warning that was warned for radar indicated rotation. That's not officially confirmed.
We'll have to punch all the way through this, get to Clarkson and drop south. Probably what I have to do here, guys. Maybe we get to Clarkson and drop south, chat. What do you guys think about that plan, chat? I like it.
All this rain is making me sleepy. That is a move.
See how big this hail is, guys. Put your hail glasses on, chat. Put your window hail glasses on, just in case we got big hail in here. I don't need anybody getting glass in their eye. Not need anybody getting glass in their eye right now.
All right, while Connor drives through the rain, I'll be back in 60 seconds. Taking a quick 60-second break.
Got our hail glasses on here. Be ready. For 2-inch hail. I don't think it's that big, but you just never know. I don't think there's going to be big hail, but better safe than sorry. For your eye's sake. There's a big one right back on the window. Couple quarters in here so far.
All right.
Wow, big wind. Wow, big
Back
wind
to
here.
PA storm trackers. This is the storm southwest of Des Moines. We're just talking about how there's a lot of scud right now. I don't see any definitive areas of circulation on that storm on radar or in person. So I don't know if that one's going to produce, but again, bottom right of your screen, that's the one just east of Greenfield and west of Winterset in Iowa. It is moving west. It will be going towards Greenfield. So that's what the storm looks like right now near Winterset and Greenfield. It is moving westbound. The problem with this storm is that initially it was kind of latched to the outflow boundary. Right now it's not. So I don't know if this is going to really produce. Usually when we get tornadoes like this, they are latching onto that outflow boundary. It's not really anymore. So that might not continue as something that's too concerning when it comes to a tornado risk. Still have destructive damaging winds heading towards Davenport. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here with a large swath of damaging winds ranging from 60 to 80 miles per hour near West Liberty and Wilton. That is moving eastbound. It will be going towards Davenport, Iowa, and as well as Edgington in Illinois. So if you're in Edgington, make sure that you're staying vigilant, stay away from windows, as this storm will pose a threat for significant damaging winds going west to east right now at approximately 45 miles per hour. So this is a very quick moving area of thunderstorm activity. The tornado risk here is quite low, but it's definitely not zero. We also have storms developing near Janesville, Wisconsin right now. So the storms just keep going. We got an outflow boundary that was moving south to north, and so we have now storms initiating off of that between the Galena area of Illinois back into Janesville. These will be mostly wind and hail producers. The tornado risk is very low. It's not zero. And back over to Oklahoma. Again, Oklahoma, out of all places we've barely talked about in the last month. There has been some rotation on this storm, but it looks like that's weakening. It's becoming outflow driven again, so I think the risk here for a tornado was very brief, but it is looking close to zero again, at least for the time being. And the Amarillo storm is also destructive, up to 80 mile per hour damaging winds right now in the Amarillo area. That's right over the radar site in Amarillo, Texas. So stay away from windows if you are in this warning, as that is now producing destructive winds as well. Near Lay and Clarkson in Nebraska, this is still a tornado warning. It is still outflow. It doesn't, I don't know if it's outflow driven, but it doesn't look as impressive. The wind, like we have a big RFD surge right now, but we don't have a whole lot of rotation. It's a very broad area of circulation right now near Lay and Clarkson in Nebraska. Doesn't look as imminent as earlier, but we'll continue to watch this closely as it does move to the southeast. Down the road, it is going to be approaching interstate, or not interstate, but Highway 30, US 30, back over near Schuler, North Bend, and Fremont. And then eventually it'll be going towards Omaha long term, which again, by the time it gets to Omaha, who knows what's going to happen. We do have this outflow boundary that is pushing east to west. It'll be going towards this storm. It'll be interesting to see how these two interact with each other. Lots of crazy things can happen when that stuff, you know, collides. So we'll see what happens there. So that's the latest update on all the storms right now across the country. Let's go back to Connor Croft for the time being. Oh, never mind. Let's go there. There we go. Connor's driving through the tornado warned cell back over near Lay and Clarkson. Do you have a t-shirt you can buy? We do. We have shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's in the description. We also have our Drunk NATO collection out. Putting the link in the chat as well.
The county road.
They're all very comfortable, by the way. Very comfortable shirts.
Man, still whipping here. Good news is there's not much hail, I don't think, now.
Free car wash for Connor today? I feel like it's a free car wash any day of the week for him whenever he's chasing.
Wind is picking up again, though.
Just got golfing in Muscatine, Iowa. I'm guessing you weren't able to finish the 18 holes because of lightning. Just taking a guess, but I'm guessing that might be something that happened.
Alright, no it does not.
Keep getting unsubscribed? I don't know how that happens.
Not taking any gravel roads here.
Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll keep posted with the latest with severe weather coverage tonight. We might be live again tomorrow. And again, the Midwest is going to be under the gun for more severe weather as we go into the late half of this week. If you want more information on that, you can check out our video from earlier today. right, back to radar for now. This is the storm that we're looking at. Connor's right now driving through a bunch of rain. This is what the storm looks like. It actually is probably outflow driven right now. Yeah, this storm that Connor's just punching through right now, it is pretty outflow driven. So the tornado risk, I think, is going to be a little bit lower, at least for the time being. Unless it latches right on to the supercell itself. Then we still have our tornado warning southwest of Des Moines, again going towards Greenfield. This storm doesn't appear as if it has much rotation right now. Bottom right of your screen, you'll see PA storm trackers. They have a view of it. Not really seeing a whole lot right now. It does not look imminent to me, but if you are in that pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case that does anything funky. Back over near the West Liberty area, we do still have a tornado warning that probably can be canceled at this point, but it will be let to expire in 3 minutes. We do have a little bit of circulation on the leading edge. We could get a brief tornado north of the Muscatine area. Main concern again with this is destructive damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and that is on track for Davenport and eventually going towards Edgington in Illinois. We have storms firing up in Wisconsin. Storms just firing up everywhere right now. We're back up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings, so there's plenty of storms out there. And then the Oklahoma storm, as I mentioned before, there is some broad circulation still on this, but I don't think it's imminent for a tornado unless it latches to the outflow. So that's the latest on those storms. We also got the storm back up here in northern Nebraska. It was originally in South Dakota. Main concern here will be golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour damaging winds. That's been downgraded at this point. So that storm's not nearly as significant. Thank you, Todd, for becoming a VIP Velocity member for 1 month. I appreciate the generosity. Cloud formation is very beautiful around Des Moines. If you have any photos, at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Definitely like to see them. If you have any photos or videos in general from today, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Might be shown on stream. It also could just be retweeted. Man, Connor's punching through this tornado warning cell right now. Just stay with him for the time being. This is still radar indicated rotation in Colfax County, Nebraska. Near Clarkson and Lay, they just updated the warning. So nothing confirmed. Connor's punching right through it. He's in the middle of the rain right now. Obviously, he's like literally in the middle of the storm. I haven't seen any hail so far, which is actually kind of surprising for him punching literally through the middle of this storm. It was at one point producing destructive hail because both Brandon Kopic's and Storm Intermedia's windshields got busted by hail. Not like, you know, completely busted, but, you know, they got damaged at least. Is Ohio fine? If I'm not talking about your area, I mean, at this point, I can't talk about everybody's area, but if I'm not really talking about your state at least, I wouldn't be too concerned. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Rock Island County, Illinois, Scott County, Iowa, Muscatine County in Iowa as well. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is the storm that we're just talking about, and that's not good. This is not good. If you are in Davenport, Iowa, you got to get to your safe place. We were talking about this a few minutes ago. It was trying to come together, and it looks like it's now trying to do that. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place immediately. That rotation has been organizing, and we could have a tornado drop at any time as this moves eastbound. This is not the storm that you want to be messing with if you're in Davenport right now. We're going to have a radar scan update in a second. If this does organize, we could get something that's a bit on the stronger side of things. The latest radar scan still showing at least a strong area of winds going towards the radar. It's going to depend on if this inflow can organize into the storm here, south of Durant. But again, Davenport, Bluegrass, Walcott, south of Durant, north of Buffalo. You got to get to your safe place. On track for the north side of Milan in parts of northwestern Illinois. And this storm in particular is definitely trying to organize, and it could produce a tornado at any time as it moves eastbound. So Davenport, be ready, get to your safe place in case this does drop a tornado. Again, this is in Rock Island County, Illinois. It is in Scott County, Iowa, and Muscatine County in Iowa. This storm in particular has probably the most concerning rotation that we've seen today, just from a pure standpoint of rotation on radar. One in Nebraska is definitely a close second. This is a very populated area, which makes it that much more concerning. I feel like Davenport's been under about 5 or 6 tornado warnings this year. They've been under a ton. We've covered Davenport several times now. Wait for another radar scan again. This rotation probably gonna be rain wrapped right now, heading towards Bluegrass and Davenport in Iowa. We will have a couple live views once this gets closer to Davenport. Just letting you know. I don't see anything right now yet, but we'll keep you posted if we see anything. This is the latest radar scan on the Davenport, Iowa tornado warning. And it's still, I mean, we got very strong velocities that are going towards the radar over Pleasant Prairie. Going away from the radar, they're not as strong, but if this can tighten a bit more, if it can become more organized, we could eventually get a tornado out of this. So again, if you are in Pleasant Prairie, make sure that you are in your safe place right now. If you're in Petersburg, Bluegrass, the Little Groves area, Davenport, Blackhawk, Rock Island, any of those areas, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. No debris signature quite yet, but it actually has an inflow, which is impressive with this cluster right over Pleasant Prairie. It's trying to wrap. If it does, this could be a dangerous tornado for Davenport. We also have a little bit of rotation, maybe trying to develop south of Milan in Illinois. So that'll be something else to watch for. And that right there is where we're watching for the potential of a tornado. If it does organize, this could become concerning. So again, if you're in Davenport, if you know any friends or family in Davenport, definitely make sure that they are aware of this. And make sure that they are getting to their safe place. It's not a storm to be messing around with. It's not the same type of... This rotation is not the same kind of rotation from earlier in Iowa. The rotation that we had earlier in Iowa was a lot more of just tiny little, you know... It just wasn't... It wasn't anything strong. I mean, anything that we had earlier were more than likely just weak tornadoes in Iowa. This storm has the potential to be a bit stronger with how strong the velocities are going away from the radar. We got a big RFD surge right now in this storm. That's going to help to produce a more significant threat for wind. And also the potential for a tornado, if it's able to organize. All right, the latest velocity scan hasn't updated fully. It's kind of bugged because the radar scan started on this spot, so we'll see what it looks like once it comes all the way around. Actually, I'll just refresh it, and then I'll let it do its thing. Here's the latest scan. Still got rotation right over the east side now of Pleasant Prairie, approaching Bluegrass. If you are in Bluegrass, you need to be in your safe place now. It's just to the west of Davenport. It's a live shot south side of Davenport. This is a bridge. You can tell. It is a bridge. Actually, the water on the water here is moving pretty fast. I don't know if that's normal here. It's moving pretty quickly. Obviously, rain is starting to fall here in Davenport. Very ominous skies. It is getting close. It's not sunset yet, but we're not too far from it. So obviously, the skies will naturally become a bit, darker as we go throughout the next hour or so. But we are still watching this pocket of rotation right now near Pleasant Prairie for the potential for a tornado. Velocities right now going towards the radar are upwards of 70 miles per hour. So definitely a possibility that this tornado would be a bit stronger than what we saw earlier in the rest of Iowa. As a person who lives nowhere near Davenport, I can confirm that that is a bridge. Thank you. Appreciate it. We sometimes need confirmation out here of there being a bridge. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, if there is a tornado on the ground, it would be approaching bluegrass right now. Or it could even be in bluegrass. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll see what this looks like. How long before it gets to Davenport? I'll put a tracker on this in a second, but probably like 5 minutes. Here's the latest scan. If there is a tornado, it's on the east side of Pleasant Prairie. No debris signature as of right now, which is good news, but we still have a little tight couplet right there. I mean, it's getting tighter. Just to the east of Pleasant Prairie, approaching bluegrass. Let me time this out. Let's see what the speed is on this. It's moving east right now at about 38 miles per hour, so just round up to 40. So we'll do a quick track on this. So here's the track of what if a tornado does drop. This is the track. I mean, it would go right into Davenport if we do get a tornado. So Davenport in about 15 minutes. Rock Island in about 20 minutes. Fruitland in about 25 minutes. Moline in about 25 minutes. We got Riverdale in about half an hour. Hampton in a little over half an hour. Carbon Cliff in just over half an hour as well. Furthest location that I tracked on here was both Kelowna and Cleveland in about 40 minutes. So that's the ETA right now. If we do get a tornado, that is the ETA. And Fruitland would be in about 25 minutes. So radar's updating every 2 minutes or so, so we'll probably have another scan in just a moment. Actually got a view. I don't know if this is the same storm. I don't think it is. Well, this is a storm. I think it's the northern one, though. This is on I-80, which this would be the northern storm producing the wind threat. Actually see the cloud base right here pretty clearly, pretty close to the ground. But this is the one north of the tornado warning. It's actually a different segment. Large rain shaft, lots of rainfall, and damaging winds up to 60 will be possible with that storm up to the north. And with that said, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour winds, which does cover more of northwestern Illinois now, just to the south of Davenport. Getting a little bit interesting now because we actually have 2 pockets of rotation by the looks of it now west of bluegrass. So we got one that's trying to circle here now, and we got another one right here. This has been the main area, has been this one right here, just to the west of bluegrass. Got another one maybe trying to form back up near Walcott. No debris signature at this point, but if there is a tornado, it's on the northwest side of bluegrass. And we also have some rotation near Blackhawk, just west of Davenport, so maybe another possibility for some sort of smaller tornado there. That's going to be just on the west side of Davenport. Nothing right now in northwestern Illinois for tornadic activity. Yeah, we got 2 different notches now. We got 1, we got 2. I'm just going to go here. Let me circle these again. 1, 2, possibly 3 in the Davenport area. You can see the shelf cloud, though, rolling in on I-80. Just north of Davenport. I'll have another radar scan on this in a second. Going back to radar. I'm going to see if we have any other live shots of this. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll see if anything increases here in terms of rotation. This is still radar indicated. They just updated the warning. We'll see what this velocity scan shows. Okay, broader circulation in the Davenport area. That storm had like a little brief spin up. Still got rotation near Bluegrass. Let's see. The one that's further north looks like it's organizing more now. This one near Petersburg, that one looks like it's organizing a bit more. We kind of got 2, maybe 3 areas, though, of rotation. No debris signature at all. I would kind of remove the one near Bluegrass. These 2 look like the main ones. We got one rain-wrapped west of Petersburg, and then we got another one right now north of Bluegrass. So that's where we're looking at right now for the main area of circulation. And seek shelter if you're in this warning. Still has the potential to produce a tornado. We got a couple different areas of circulation that could produce something when it comes to a tornado. And this is for Davenport, Iowa. It is also in northwestern parts of Illinois. This is in Rock Island County, Illinois, Scott County, Iowa, and Muscatine County, Iowa. Those are the 3 counties that are included right now in this tornado warning. So if you know any friends or family here, make sure to let them know. We do have a potential for a tornado. See what this next velocity scan shows. It'll come in here in just about 10 seconds, probably. Hey, by the way, Rainstorm for the $10 donation. Appreciate it. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Nothing confirmed as of right now. Again, if it was confirmed by us or just by, the National Weather Service or a storm spotter, it would say tornado on the ground at the top left. In most cases. As long as I can remember that. This is the latest scan. So it looks like our main area of circulation now is near Petersburg, which is now rain-wrapped. Nothing fully confirmed on this, but that is our area of rotation, which has at least become a little bit more organized. So we might get a tornado here in the next few moments. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. Could still drop a tornado at any time. Here's the storm off to the north. This is the same area, but north of the tornado warning. Still got a large shelf cloud rolling in right now. Here's your rain shaft over here on the left. Damaging wind potential existing across this entire line. Damaging winds up to 60. Moving right west to east across Interstate 80. There's a lot of truck drivers out here. If you're a truck driver on Interstate 80 north of Davenport, I would at least be vigilant on this wind concern. That is right now upwards of 60 miles per hour there. But I don't see anything that looks tornadic up on that northern side. Quickly going to zoom out and see if we have anything else. We actually have warnings now popping up in northern Illinois. We got one over here near Janesville. Tornado possible label in northwestern Illinois. Still got a tornado warning on this storm back over east of Greenfield. That does expire in 1 minute. So that warning will probably end up just being let to expire. I don't think we'll get a new warning on that. Still got a little bit of rotation west of Webster, north of Schuler. But this storm as of right now is not tornado warned. That's again just to the northwest of Omaha right now. So that tornado warning in central Iowa has now been let to expire. So we're back down to 1 tornado warning, and that is the one right now near Davenport. Which as of right now, if we do have a tornado, it would be to the south of Walcott. Does not look like it's on the ground, at least visually on radar. But I would continue to stay in your safe place just in case it does drop. What's that notification noise? It is whenever we get a weather alert. I could probably turn it down. I probably should. Try to turn it down here. Problem is, I don't see a way to turn it down on here. That's a problem. We have a a custom coded notification system where we have alerts pop up immediately whenever they get warned right through the National Weather Service wire. And so we are able to get weather alerts immediately whenever they come out. Sometimes they pop up earlier than what it actually shows on radar. So, you know, they can be very helpful for broadcasts like this where we're trying to get information out ASAP. Usually it's not a big difference, but sometimes warnings can get issued on that thing like 30 seconds ahead of time. We've had it happen a couple times on stream. All right, we'll see what the next radar scan shows. Coming in right now. We're doing a gritty. We need like 30 members to do a gritty today. 30 members is the goal. All right, I'm not seeing much rotation near Walcott anymore. It looks like we have redevelopment though northeast of Bluegrass again. So still rotation. It's now further south. This thing's been kind of bouncing back and forth here. So this rotation now northeast of Bluegrass. Still rotating. We're approaching Little Groves, Interstate 280, and then eventually moving into the downtown area of Davenport. It's not on the ground, but that's the circulation that is in question right now. Thank you, Cassie, for the $9.99. It did go great. Vacation was fantastic. I think the threat for Chicago here soon will be this cluster of storms that's developed near Janesville that's moving south and southeast. That'll be the main concern for those in the Chicago suburbs. Should be mostly a wind and hail threat. Tornado risk should stay low. Could actually get a land spout on the storm south of Maple Creek. It is possible. North of Rogers in Nebraska. Could get something on that. Just seeing if we have anything else out there that looks concerning. We have a baseball-sized hailstorm in northern Nebraska near Cody. It's now in the middle of nowhere. It'll eventually go towards Mullen and Thedford, Nebraska. Back over in Oklahoma, we still do have this storm near Stillwater that has been absolutely crazy. This storm is still producing large hail and damaging winds. That is on track for Oklahoma City right now. So Oklahoma City, stay weather aware. I doubt anybody right now is watching from Oklahoma City, but if you know any friends or family in that area, definitely let them know that that storm is currently on track to go in that direction. Large hail, damaging winds will be the main concern. Back to Davenport. This is the latest scan. Still got some rotation near Little Groves. Again, nothing tight and confined, nothing that's on the ground from what we're seeing. But I would continue to stay in your safe place just in case something does drop in the next few minutes. And this is moving eastbound as we speak. This is the live cam further north on that segment of damaging winds that is happening back over north of Davenport. At the leading edge of storm activity here. A little bit of scuddy action here at the very lower side of your screen. Or upper side of your screen, sorry. But nothing tornadic up there right now. That's north of Davenport. Back up near like Eldridge and those areas. Looks like all wind. But that's where we're looking at for the potential for a tornado, just west of Davenport, Iowa. You have a new SPC outlook for tonight. So the Storm Prediction Center just came out with a new outlook for tonight. I will show you the details once it updates on their website, which should be momentarily. Thank you, Michael, for the $4.99. Appreciate the generosity. Also, thank you, Jacob, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We actually have a few people watching from Oklahoma City. That's actually kind of crazy. That's not really an area that we've had any weather in recently. It's been very quiet. It's just been hot. Like, the heat indices have been upwards of like 110 there recently. It's been absurd. Is it still a 2% tornado risk? I don't know yet. I haven't seen it update. Here's the latest scan. Still looks like broad circulation right now heading towards Davenport. Does not look too crazy to me right now. I would continue to stay in your safe place just in case. The tornado risk is actually expanded, but it is still a 2%. So the latest from the Storm Prediction Center tonight on the actual risk. This is interesting for a couple reasons. All right, so this is their latest outlook. We actually have severe storms right now in southern Wisconsin and northwestern Illinois, and there's no risk there. So still stay weather aware in these areas, even if you're not in the risk, because we actually have severe weather happening there right now. So that's kind of interesting. But this is their latest outlook. We have a slight risk, pretty much the same area from western Illinois back into southern South Dakota. Marginal threat across Oklahoma. Main concern will be damaging winds and hail. But this one's, again, that's a bit questionable because we do actually have severe weather up there. And then the tornado risk for tonight has expanded anywhere from now western Illinois, so near Davenport, back into Nebraska. It's a pretty narrow corridor. This tornado risk will probably last for maybe another hour or two, and then it should kind of die down. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. Nothing else is updated on this. Let me check their actual website. Yeah, so here's the outlook on their website here. The wind threat stays the same. They have removed the hatched risk for hail, so huge hail is less of a concern at this point, even though we still have baseball-sized hail happening in, northern Nebraska right now. That they've removed the hatched area. Wind risk remains the same. We are expecting a mesoscale convective system to track across Nebraska, eventually moving into Kansas and Missouri later tonight with mostly a wind threat. So that is the latest there from the Storm Prediction Center. But yeah, what I was mentioning is that we actually do have severe storms up here. So it's a little bit surprising that they're not at least under a marginal threat. But these weren't really forecasted to happen, so I don't really blame them. Because sometimes these outlooks are made before they actually get issued by quite a bit. So that might have been why this area is not under a risk. But whether you're under risk or not, you should always at least have ways to receive alerts. Especially with how active it's going to be in terms of weather across these areas for the next several months. I do expect this area to be very, very active, at least for the next couple weeks, but possibly even longer than that. All right, all the storms right now across Iowa, kind of all over the place, all outflow driven, mostly hail and wind. Not seeing much of a tornado risk with any of these other storms, at least for the time being. The one near Leon may produce a tornado. It's hard to tell via radar, but it is on an it's attached to an outflow boundary, so we could still get a tornado risk with that storm. Let's go back to Davenport. Which again, we could have a tornado at any time near Davenport. The risk does appear lower than before. It is still radar indicated as of right now, but if you're in this tornado warning near Davenport, Iowa, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is moving eastbound right now. Looks more like a wind threat to me, but we'll see what this next radar scan shows. Should be in here in just a moment. Hey, by the way, touchdown with Andrew with the $10 super chat. It should be mostly just wind and hail in those areas tomorrow in Oklahoma. Thank you, Teed Rimmer, for the $10 super chat. Destructive warning on that Oklahoma cell. Oh, is it destructive now? I'll go back to it in a second. I will go back to that in a moment. Swifty, I will. Just remind me when we have no warnings and nothing significant's happening. I will show you guys that storm from earlier today, whenever that happens. Thank you, Randy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation here. I mean, there's still a little bit of circulation, but it's very broad and weak. It's right next to the radar site, so we have a pretty good view of it. We do have a pocket of damaging winds to around 60 to 70 west of Davenport, but does not look super organized right now. But I would continue to stay in your safe place. We're going to keep a close eye on that storm. We'll go back to that in a second. I do want to go back to Oklahoma here, That one's not loading, but I want to go back to Oklahoma. We do have some storms in southern Kansas. These are mostly wind and hail events. The one that is near Stillwater right now has been upgraded to a destructive storm in Oklahoma with damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this storm's been upgraded. It's traveling right along Interstate 35. It is on track to go towards Oklahoma City. So if you're in Oklahoma City, make sure that you're staying vigilant, as this storm could produce severe weather as it gets much closer to you. It's not far. It's right now 50 miles away, and it is currently moving south at... I'm trying to find the warning here. It's moving south at 20 miles per hour. I kind of think it's moving faster than that. It says 20 miles per hour. I don't buy that. I think it's going to be there within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. All right. Another radar scan for this Davenport, Iowa tornado warning should be in a moment. Thank you, Jordan, for the $19.99. Appreciate the generosity. And thank you, Adams, for the $4.99. Appreciate you tuning in. Stay safe. Stay in your safe place. If you're in Davenport. Doesn't look too concerning right now, but you never know. These storms can quickly tighten at any time. I'm still not seeing a whole lot. The only rotation that I can even see right now would be, it would be right back up here near Interstate 80. And even then, it does not appear super concerning to me. And this is a live shot from Interstate 80 for what it's worth. We're not probably looking at where the rotation is, but it's pretty close to where that area of rotation would be. Not seeing anything really there. Okay. But I do think this is becoming more of a wind threat right now for Davenport. We got a slew of warnings here. We're up to 31 severe thunderstorm warnings again. That is unbelievable. We've had so many warnings this entire time. We've yet to have a time where we haven't had a tornado warning in this live stream. It's been that active. We've been live for 3 hours straight, and there's been tornado warnings at any given time of the stream so far. Pretty crazy. Thank you, Dave, for becoming a Velocity member. Welcome to the Velocities. And friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And we're right now looking at the Davenport, Iowa tornado warning. We'll stay on this for probably another scan or two. If it doesn't look as concerning, then we'll try to go to other places, because this one doesn't look as concerning as it once did. It looked way more organized a while ago, but that's kind of gone out the door at this point. If there is any sort of funnel or any sort of lowering, it'd probably be up here south of Interstate 80. But nothing at least confirmed at this point. Where's Connor at? Connor's back over... He's on the storm in Nebraska right now. Clouds are racing there. I've been watching his feed on my other monitor.
RFD's right in front of us. I can
One of my
punch into it
7
right
monitors
now.
that we have.
Freaking load radar! Give me that new scan.
I don't know what he just said. Thank you, Smith, for the $4.99. Do I plan to be live tomorrow or Thursday? I don't know yet. I think we'll be live. I don't know about tomorrow yet, and I don't know about Thursday yet either. I'd say tomorrow is probably a 30% chance, and then Thursday is more like a 50 or 60% chance. Funnel cloud in Davenport. Do we have any official reports? I've seen like 4 people say that. And if you don't have any official report, don't leave it in chat. Do not put rumors there, but if you have any actual report, I prefer something via Twitter. Not seeing anything reported on that though right now. Just news reporters. I don't know where we would have a funnel cloud on this. I mean, like, the only area might be like northwest of Davenport. Like, I don't see really any rotation via radar right now. Now, there is a chance that what we're looking at on radar is what we were looking at earlier, where there was like nothing on radar at all, and we end up having a funnel cloud, which was, you know, not looking like on radar. You cannot see any rotation. Like we had a lot of that earlier. We had a few confirmed tornadoes in that way, but the only thing that I see any sort of rotation right now near would, I mean, it looks like all wind right now in Davenport, maybe up near Maysville, but even then, I just don't think it's really much of anything. Obviously, stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Regardless of there being a funnel or not, you should be there anyways. But I've not officially seen anything. Thank you, Don, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Stormrunner Media's in something right now. Yeah, they are sure in a storm. Hopefully their windshield doesn't get busted out again. KWQC Skycam, let me look. I don't see a funnel on their thing. Yeah, I like see a little scuddy lowering, but it doesn't look like a funnel. Regardless, though, stay in your safe place. I cannot confirm anything. I don't see anything confirmed on their thing either. In the Davenport area. Oh, the rain just took the view? Oh. So if there is a funnel or a tornado, it's gonna be rain wrapped. Again, visually on radar, we don't have any view of anything that looks super strong. So this could be anywhere in the pink polygon at this point. Let's go back to base velocities. I'm not seeing anything really too strong there right now. Also, the storm that's going to be on track for Omaha in a little bit, this has been discreet. It is still outflow driven. It's probably going to remain as mostly a wind and hail threat as this moves to the southeast towards Fremont and Wahoo. So if you're in those areas, continue to stay ready for the hail and wind threat. Back over in Oklahoma, we do have a destructive storm producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour and up to 2-inch sized hail west of Stillwater, north of Langston. It's going to be moving towards Guthrie, right along Interstate 35. We will have some live views of this probably eventually, so we are going to continue to keep a close eye on this storm, especially since this could be going towards a very populated area if it does stay alive this entire time. Oklahoma City is not an area that has experienced much severe weather recently, so there's a possibility that we get some pretty nasty storms in the Oklahoma City area perhaps tonight. This is actually a shot of that storm right now. It is a monster. Can't really see it very well because it's just not in the camera shot, but this is a huge supercell. It's a massive storm. So this storm in particular very well could be producing some significant winds as it gets closer to Oklahoma City in just a little bit. The radar, if you want to download the radar I'm using, it's the bottom link in the description. Very bottom link. Where the perks are becoming a member. You have to click the join button. They have a whole list of perks on there. Why is the sky green? Because the Grinch is around. The Christmas Grinch. He's here. Connor's stream. Connor's just looking at a little baby updraft. It's not really anything crazy. That's all it is.
Towards Columbus and make our decision
nice
there.
Little cloud. Nice little storm base there. Very bottom of the screen.
So any storm to the north probably would have
You're
low
a mean one,
tornado potential.
Mr. Grinch. It's yellow sky here. I don't really have one for that. Maybe that big yellow bird from Elmo is there.
Maybe I gotta go to the bathroom.
Tornado warning does go for another 10 minutes. As of right now, again, there have been reports of a funnel cloud. I've not been able to verify anything, but at this point, it might be a rain-wrapped funnel. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Still not seeing anything confirmed. Big yellow bird from Elmo? You mean Big Bird? I don't know what his name is. I haven't watched Elmo in, like, a dog's age. Like, I mean, it's been forever. I'm still really not seeing anything on radar on this. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation on this right now. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Peoria, Canton, Perkin. This is all for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds here in parts of central northern Illinois. So if you are in this warning, get away from windows. It's quite the storm right now, moving down to the south. We do have 9 live views on virtual railfan. These are all the ones. These are all across the Midwest right now. Just gonna go full screen to show you guys all of them. So we got a ton of live cams right now. We got Galesburg in Illinois. We got Quincy in Illinois. We got a bunch of areas. We even got Fort Madison, which looks like there's some lightning there right now. We got the spinny one in Burlington, which keeps spinning around. Got beautiful sunset back over in Wapaka, Wisconsin. This is the Fort Madison one right now. This is Fort Madison, Iowa, where there is a severe storm. Pretty good amount of light. There was some lightning back here. We'll see if we see anything. Not seeing much right now, but it is a storm. It has some lightning. Galesburg is in the path of this storm. Yeah, Galesburg is in the path of the non-severe activity there. Also, they have canceled that tornado warning, so that is now officially canceled. And guess what, guys? For the first time in 3 hours and 5 minutes, we do not have a tornado warning. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? We don't have a single tornado warning. We have a bazillion severe thunderstorm warnings, but we have no tornado warnings. So that's some claps in the chat for that. Crazy times. All right, let me make sure I caught up on notifications here. Thank you also, Matthew, for the $1.99. Appreciate the generosity. Sounds like Connor is going to be done for the day. See what PA Storm Trackers is up to. If they load. Big loading symbol at the bottom right. Yeah, we'll do a gritty if we get to 30 members today. We only have, well, we have 12 so far, so we need 18 more. But that'll be later in the stream, because this stream could go for a little bit longer than, you know, the next hour or two. We still have a lot of warnings out there. We still have storms that are tornadic. I mean, you know, this one in Oklahoma, I don't think it'll be tornadic, but I think it's going to continue to produce significant wind and hail as it moves towards Oklahoma City. This is still a concerning storm, just purely due to the fact I don't think very many people have been, you know, at least, I don't think a lot of people have heard about this threat up until probably now, or they might not even know this exists. Because, you know, Oklahoma's in a place where we haven't seen severe weather in a while. It has been about a month, so they're not as aware as people in the Midwest, for example. So if you know anybody in the Oklahoma City area, just let them know there is a storm trickling down that direction, and it might be able to produce some severe weather, potentially some hail and wind, and maybe even a brief spin up, even though I think that threat is pretty low. Back over south of Amarillo, the main concern does continue to be damaging winds. Have another storm moving towards Amarillo. That'll probably just be gusty winds in that area. What is going on with the stream? I just noticed it's still spinning. Try this again. There we go. That's moving down to the south, mostly just going to be a wind threat there as that continues to track down to the south over the next several minutes. We got storms across northern Nebraska. These will eventually organize into a MCS, mesoscale convective system. Mostly going to be a wind threat. Could get an isolated tornado with this activity over the next few hours. We got tons of thunderstorms, tons of supercells right now across eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. It is literally printing supercells out here. Again, the main concern here will be the threat for wind, hail, and then maybe even an isolated tornado or two. I think the tornado risk will be going down a bit over the next few hours and not up. With that said, today's tornado risk is already 2%, so it's already a very low risk to begin with. But, you know, I think the risk overall is going to kind of dwindle a little bit. I think it's going to stay up there for at least another 30 minutes, and then after that I think it starts to die down. So at the bare minimum we should be live at least for the next hour, I think, just depending on trends and how things go. Thank you Matthew for the $4.99 super chat, appreciate the generosity. Thank you Theon for the $1.99. Omaha and anywhere near Bellevue still mainly a wind and hail threat. We're still waiting for another round of storms to arrive. Could get an isolated tornado out of this storm. It's just going to depend on if that storm attaches to the outflow boundary. So far, it's remained outflow driven ever since producing that Timu tornado earlier in the stream. The Harlan storm? Where's Harlan? Hey, Wild Child for the $19.99. Appreciate the generosity. Talking about Harlan, Iowa. Alright, talking about this. This is just heavy contamination. This thing's been contaminated for a while. I saw that earlier. This is just a contaminated area of rotation. I think. Actually, the other radar site shows it too. It was pretty contaminated before. It actually might be organizing though. It still kind of feels contaminated to me in a way. I think it's still pretty contaminated. But if you're in the Abdomadon area here in western Iowa, stay weather aware. There's a lot of hail here, so I think it's still pretty solid chance that a lot of that's contaminated. Check the bats. Are the bats taking off right now? Do we have bat ascent? We do. We have bats taking off right now in Texas. Those are the bats. You can see them on radar southeast of Camp Wood. By the way, Connor is intercepting right now this storm right here near Platte Center. It's kind of crazy looking. Look at this thing.
It was actually a pretty
Look at that thing right there.
Start. If you skip about 30 minutes in, it gets pretty interesting.
It's a PDS updraft right there.
One that was more of a land spout, and then one that was like, I don't know, one of the weirdest tornadoes ever. Had a crazy mesocyclone cranking, and then it produced a little bird fart.
Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. And also, if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the join button down below. Or click the top link in the description. The link will also be in the chat. Help support the page a lot. You get a lot of benefits as well, including a chat badge, lots of exclusive members-only live streams, and a lot more. Check that out. Top link in the description. It's also linked in the chat if you want to become a member of the channel. And thank you, Pam, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It looks like a fist. It kind of does, actually. Looks like the severe weather in the like southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois areas is fizzling again. As I mentioned before, these storms were kind of outside of the marginal threat for tonight, and probably for a good reason now, because these are just fizzling now again. Very stable atmosphere across the Chicago area, purely from all the storms that we saw earlier today. So those storms probably not going to really do much if they get to Chicago. Maybe just some wind. Maybe a little bit of isolated hail if they do go severe again, which I kind of doubt. Thank you, Dan Marie, for becoming a member. Or, sorry, thank you for the $4.99. You look at the Quad Cities area. What, are you talking about Davenport? It's all wind and hail right now in Davenport. And a lot of this is now moving out. It's moving down to the southeast. All of this will be basically Illinois activity from here on out. Davenport is clearing out, though. It's all going to the southeast. Wind up to 70 miles per hour, and also some isolated quarter-sized hail being a possibility. Very low tornado risk with this at this point. I think it's going to be very low to zero, because we're going to have a lot of storm mergers over the next little while. Just to the south and east of Davenport. Thank you, Lowly, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities, and thank you, Carrie, for the $4.99. Thank you, Alexis, for the 5 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for Alexis, and also if you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Alexis in the chat. Good chat summary. The chat summaries go crazy. As a reminder, by the way, the chat rules, no politics, no spamming, no being inappropriate. Just reminding you guys, there's a few of you spamming random things. Can somebody explain to me what a bat-nado is? It's just a meme. The bat-nado emoji, or thing that you see in the chat, that's a members-only emoji. And people use it whenever we look at the bats back down in Texas. Thank you, Bob, for becoming a 1-year member. It's crazy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Here's the outlook for the rest of tonight. So here's your risk. Again, slight risk. Predominantly across Missouri and Nebraska, but parts of Iowa and Kansas included in this, and as well as western Illinois. Main concern, again, will be wind, hail, and then maybe an isolated tornado or two, but the risk, again, much lower than what we had this afternoon. Once we go into tomorrow, the risk for severe weather will be shifting to the East Coast, where there's a large slight risk. I wouldn't be surprised with an enhanced risk for wind back over in parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and New Jersey. If that happens, we may activate a live stream. We'll have to wait and see. Main concern across the board there, though, will be wind, hail, and then maybe an isolated tornado or two. I'm not sure if we're going live tomorrow, even if there is an enhanced risk. It's going to kind of just depend on what I look at on the computer models tomorrow morning, which I don't wake up in the morning, so I don't know why I'm saying tomorrow morning, but tomorrow afternoon, I'll at least look and see if there's anything that's concerning there. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Tommy, for the 1 month. Thank you to Terry for becoming a moderate Velocity member. Thank you, Fred, for the $9.99. I don't know who that is. But yeah, Stillwater is looking at some wind and hail right now. This storm is still on track to go towards Oklahoma City. It's currently moving southbound at about 30 miles per hour, so they have upgraded the how fast this is going. So if this continues to move at the same speed, which I think it'll move faster, it's gonna probably reach Oklahoma City in about an hour. So this one in Oklahoma right now, probably about an hour out if you're in Oklahoma City. Hey, Purple, for becoming an 8-month member. Wow. We were looking at Connor a moment ago on that little updraft, that little fist cloud or whatever you want to call it. That thing's gone. Middle of your screen there, that was what it was, and now it's gone. That storm died out so fast.
Gosh, can't get to this Freddy's quick enough. I'm so hungry, chat. I haven't eaten since,
Connor was just saying how he's so hungry. I don't recommend Culver's, otherwise tornadoes are going to happen tomorrow. I'm actually hungry too. I haven't eaten in a while. I had Wawa for lunch, but that was like 4 hours ago. And I didn't really have much. Should I donate to you? I don't really care. You can if you want. I mean, it's not required. I'm just here doing weather coverage like I always do. The amount of people that say Connor is right by my house is like an astronomical number. I've seen it like 5 times today. And I've also seen it like multiple times in the past week. It's a astronomical number. Oh, that sunset here in Kansas. Beautiful sunset here. What I had the pulled pork dinner with mac and cheese and mashed potatoes. Wasn't too shabby. Hey, Doug, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It's another sunset view. It's very blurry, though. I don't think that this camera's not focused on Radar Omega back north of Kansas City. We have warnings literally everywhere. We have 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. And none of these look tornadic. They're all wind for the most part. They're all moving southeast for the most part in Nebraska right now. Connor and Max chasing when? I have no clue. It's probably going to happen at some point, though. Me and Connor will be doing a golfing members-only stream probably sometime this summer. Not a guarantee, but probably going to happen. Got a storm near Greenfield still. The storm has basically become stationary. Look at this. This is our warning control center with all of our warnings that we have issued. 1 mile per hour right now in Adair County, Iowa. That's the one here near Greenfield. It is moving 1 mile per hour. It's moving at the pace of a snail. Near Greenfield. They're being generous and said 5 miles per hour. Oh, or nearly stationary. There you go. The storm's moving now 1 mile per hour to the east. It was originally moving west at like 20 miles per hour too. Now it's going back to the east. Let's get a quick little loop on this storm, just so we can look at this in real time. This is the storm. This is when it was going west. It's moving west. Look at that thing trickle back to the west. Oh, maybe that storm got disattached. Maybe it's actually a new storm. Oh, it is a new storm. Oh, never mind. Thought we had a drunk storm, but that's actually a new storm that fired up. So that storm right now is moving 1 mile per hour. Wow. What a story. Looks like mostly wind as well back over in Illinois right now. Thank you, Coopster, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Coopster. That is our highest tiered membership on the channel. Do appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Patty, for becoming a member as well. Thank you, Philip, for the 20 months. Come to Pinehurst here for the golfing. We just had the US Open. Isn't Pinehurst like a boatload of money? Rotation near Pender, Nebraska. Ask Gabriel with the $2 super chat. I'll check it out. It's back over here. Oh, this storm? Not really. It's mostly just a wind threat, lightning, some small hail. It's not even severe. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. It doesn't even look that organized. Looks like we have it looks like it's actually weakening a little bit. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Yes, the outflow boundary caused that storm to fire, the one near Greenfield. Northeast of Peoria looking more concerning. It's all wind. I didn't see any rotation when we were looking. I'm still not really seeing much. I mean, we have a very weak area of circulation, but I don't think it's going to be imminent for a tornado risk in Illinois. Is this a real channel? No, we're fake. We're what kind of question even is that? Is this a real channel? Need cloud for the 199. You're from Greenfield, Iowa? Really? Wow. Hopefully you weren't impacted by that tornado. By the way, we're currently 200 subscribers from 296,000, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. Keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And we're live a lot during the summer, and obviously a lot during all times of the year, so keep you posted with severe weather coverage. Am I real? Channel making some big moves this year. We've done a lot this year. There's no doubt about that. Our alarm is sounded. We have a new tornado warning in Henry County in Illinois. If you're in that warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Henry County, Illinois. It's that one right up here. Okay, so south of Davenport. I actually have a pretty strong couplet right there right now. Be that right there near the Woodhull area, or Woodhull. You're in Woodhull, seek shelter in Illinois, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That could be on the ground at any time. That's actually pretty tight rotation. Just north of Altona, going towards Galva. How often do I go live? We've been live like every day this summer. Like low-key. Like, almost every day. Over the last like 2 months we've been live. Here's the latest scan. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a small tornado on the ground right now near Woodhull. Not clear on radar, we don't have a debris signature, but that rotation is pretty tight. So we very well may have a tornado in progress near Woodhull in Illinois. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning for Altona in a moment. I'm sorry to hear that, Cloud. Sorry to hear that. Any mark for the 199? Any snow in the forecast? No. We actually had snow in Montana the other week, though, which was shocking. Both Montana and, I think, Oregon in the higher elevations. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning near Woodhull in Illinois. You can seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's been pretty strong rotation over the last couple scans, so there is a possibility that we do have a tornado on the ground or one is dropping. Nothing officially confirmed here, but this could be on the ground at any time. We're up to 33 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is the highest number of warnings we've had yet today when it comes to just pure severe thunderstorm warnings. That's kind of crazy. It's actually wild how many warnings we have. Here's the latest radar scan. And it's broader. It was strong for a moment. We may have just had a tornado, but it looks like it's broadening. We got a storm merger now happening. So that probably is already done. That was not very long. That rotation's already dying. Very quick because of the storm merger. Otherwise, that could have actually been on the ground for a few minutes. You know, the one thing about the Greenfield tornado that I will say, that tornado did some like serious damage. Like where it hit. Where it didn't hit, it was like almost like it was barely even touched. Like that tornado was one of the strongest that we've ever had recorded, just purely from a, you know, velocity standpoint, or like velocity standpoint by the Doppler on wheels, but it's pretty crazy. This is the storm north of Oklahoma City. Still producing mostly a wind and hail threat. Not seeing a tornado risk with this, really. But if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in Oklahoma City or Edmond, stay vigilant. We also have a storm near Independence in Kansas that is just producing some hail and wind. Wouldn't really anticipate much of a tornado risk with that. Wow. Wow. Look at this storm. This isn't even tornado warned. This is northeast of Hyannis in Nebraska. Look at this thing. We could have a tornado on the ground at any second with that. I cannot believe there's no warning on that. Look how strong that rotation is. It's in a very rural area, but north of Highway 2, we could have a photogenic tornado about to drop here in Nebraska. That thing is crazy. This is a scan from 3 minutes ago, and we don't have a tornado warning. Wow. That is actually shocking. I mean, this thing is... Again, for what it's worth, there's like one road here. Okay, so it's not like there are very many people here, but if you're in Whitman or Wire or along Highway 2, make sure you get to your safe place, and if you're tuning in and know anybody along this area, definitely let them know. I mean, this thing could drop a tornado legitimately at any time. There might be one on the ground right now, for all what we know. And man, this supercell is a it's a textbook looking supercell here. I mean, look at that thing wrap. This has to be on the ground or about to be on the ground. Let's see what the velocities look like. No debris signature, but we're in a very rural area. Could even have a water spout. There was a lake there. This thing's curling now, though, and it's... I would have to say it's probably on the ground, though. I mean, this thing is... crazy strong. Just waiting for the velocities to update. I mean, to me, this looks like a tornado, even though we don't have anything clear there. Velocities are very strong. Wow. I'm gonna check my phone and see, because that's kind of glitching out a little bit. It's not as strong as it might look. It's still strong rotation. Oh, actually, wait, it didn't update. Give me a second. It actually might be strong, but very tight velocities. Yeah, this is very tight rotation. So very tight rotation, possibly a tornado heading towards Highway 2 in Nebraska. This is a classic looking supercell. Classic looking. What town? There aren't really many towns here, but it's going to be going towards Highway 2. That's really the main location. There's like no major population centers in this area. Just east of Hyannis and west of Mullen. It's the closest locations to this. We don't have a debris signature yet, where that rotation is. I don't know how this isn't tornado warned. Like, that's my thing. With how strong and tight that rotation is, I just don't know how this isn't a tornado warning. Even if it's not on the ground. Like, they've issued another severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know. This feels like it should be a tornado warning. It's a crazy looking storm. Here's the latest radar scan. Got a crazy inflow. I mean, it's a classic looking supercell. There it is. Let's see what the velocities and all that show. Still no debris signature. See what the velocities show. The Oklahoma severe thunderstorm warning was just downgraded to 60-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. Wow. I mean, man, how is this not tornado warned? That rotation is tight as can be. Right along it's near Whitman. It's on North Whitman Road right now. Like, this could be either it could be possibly a strong and or large tornado. It's possible. I can't say that for sure because we don't really know. But it very well might be. It's hard to tell because we don't have a debris signature. The velocities though are just very strong on this. They're tight as it can't really get much stronger than that unless there's something I'm missing here. But I don't think I'm missing anything. We're pretty close to the radar site. We could have a tornado on the ground north of the highway too. We don't have a debris signature, as I mentioned. That doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. It just means that, you know, there might not be anything there. It might just be like an open field or something. We don't always get debris signatures with tornadoes, depending on where it is. But, I mean, that rotation, it can't get any stronger than this, really. I mean, it's tight as can be. I mean, look at my phone here. Look at that. It's another view of it. I don't know. If you're near Highway 2, avoid this area between Hyannis and Mullen in Nebraska. The only tornado warning that we have is the one in Illinois, which this one's done. That one's probably going to get canceled. I don't know how that isn't warned. Got another one out here, too. With broad rotation north of Taylor in Nebraska. Again, we might have an unwarned tornado going towards Whitman. You're in Whitman, Nebraska. Get underground if you can. Get to your safe place. If you know any friends or family in this area, let them know. I mean, again, there's really very minimal roads here. I mean, it's probably people on Highway 2, and that's about it. I don't think there's really actually anybody that, like, lives here. There might be, like, a very low population in this area. So there aren't very many people, but if you know anybody that might be in this area, just make sure that they're aware of this, because there is possibly a tornado on the ground here going towards Highway 2. Let's see if we have any traffic cams in this area. I don't know if we do, but I'm going to look real quick. There's a tornado possible tag on it, but, like, I don't know if it's really possible at this point. I think it's likely or it is on the ground. I mean, this looks like a tornado. I mean, we don't have a debris signature, but that's a tornado. That's a huge debris signature. Unless this is not matched up, which I think this is possibly a big tornado right now north of Whitman. You're in this warning, again, get to your safe place. Or just in the severe thunderstorm warning, get to your safe place. The CC doesn't match up clearly with where the strongest couplet is. But there's still a pretty high chance that this is a tornado. It's not matched up entirely, but I still think we have a pretty solid chance that there's a tornado here near Highway 2. Between Hyannis and Mullen in Nebraska. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is like a textbook supercell, and this looks like a tornado to me. And unfortunately, we only can do so much. I mean, we can say, get to your safe place, but there's probably people driving along Highway 2 that don't have any clue about this. We're gonna wait for another CC drop. update just to verify, because I can't verify it just based off that, but I do think that this is a tornado. This is unwarned right now. Not warned, at least tornadic wise. I mean, this is a tornado all day. That's a tornado. The debris signature's there. We have very strong velocities. It's right where it would be. This isn't warned. Wow, this could be a large and strong tornado. I don't know if I'm missing something, but this is like clear as day right now on Highway 2. Unless I am missing something entirely, I don't know. Again, unless I'm missing something, I think that this is a tornado in Nebraska. Every time we've seen something like this on radar this year, it has been a tornado. Unless there's some sort of crazy contamination, which there's no hailstorms nearby that are blocking our view of this. I don't think there's any other radar site we can even verify with. We're just in such a radar hole here. If you are in this area, I would, again, at least seek shelter. I am like 99.9% sure from everything that I have done for years now that this is a tornado that's actually probably large too and or strong. And there's nothing warned for this for some reason. I don't know if there's just maybe a communication issue, something like that maybe happening, or they just, I don't know. I mean, they issued a warning on this not long ago for like a severe warning. That could be a big debris ball, for all what we know. Let me see what the CC shows. The latest reflectivity update has, if this is a tornado, this has to be a tornado. If you're in Whitman, get to your safe place near the Weir area. This thing is probably a large and strong tornado right now near Whitman. This debris signature is huge. This is a, I mean, this is a huge tornado. There's no other way to say this. There's no warning on this. If you're in Whitman, the Wire area, Duluth, and Nebraska, you got to get to your safe place. I don't know why there's no warning on this. I've never had this happen on a live stream where we have no warning on something that looks this intense. I mean, the debris signature is huge near Highway 2. I've never been this frustrated. It's going into like the middle of nowhere, but there are people probably in here somewhere. Highway 2 is the main area. This debris signature is huge. I really don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know. I mean, like, there's no tornado warnings anymore, but this is on the ground. Tweet it? I don't know what tweeting's really gonna do here. Just gonna take an image of this. This is a classic looking tornado. They have now just issued a confirmed tornado warning on this. That took way too long.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is a confirmed tornado near Whitman, Nebraska. We've been talking about this for the longest time now, and it just now got warned. That's just way too long. This is a probably large and strong tornado too. It's observed, but I think that this is large and strong. If you're near Whitman or near Wire, again, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We've been talking about this for like 15 minutes. There's a huge debris signature on this. This could be a potentially intense tornado too, with how large that debris signature is. These velocities are off the charts. So moving south right now. So again, in Grant and Hooker counties, Nebraska. Should it be PDS? I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys anymore. It really should be, but I'm not the National Weather Service. I'm telling you what we know here. And the entire time, well, this has looked like a huge tornado, and it still is. I mean, this debris signature is huge for whatever's in this area. I don't think there's really much here. But we have a massive debris signature. This on radar is just all debris on the reflectivity. This is it's getting close to a rain-wrapped tornado now. That's probably very large and strong right now, just out the highway too. Let's see what it looks like in this area. The Whitman Cemetery probably just took a hit from this. There are people that live in Whitman, I'm pretty sure. There's a post office and there are actual homes there. I hope everybody in Whitman knew about this to some extent. This is Whitman. It's not a big town, but there are people that live here. And this tornado went right through Whitman, I'm pretty sure. This is this is a very strong tornado right now on the south side of Whitman. Get underground if you can, if you're in the south side of Whitman. Again, in Nebraska. This is a big tornado producing probably some big-time damage to the areas near Whitman, Nebraska. This is, I mean, the debris signature is going through the values that you can even have on radar. This is potentially a catastrophic tornado with how significant that is. We have not had something like this since like the Oklahoma tornado, which was back over a month ago. Even Connor's posting about it now. It's just inexcusable in my opinion. I'm not usually one to say anything about that, but like, this is unwarned for way too long, and we had a very clear view of this for several scans in a row. This is probably a monster tornado right now, ripping through a pretty rural field, but there are some homes along here on these roadways that are just south of Whitman, Nebraska. Huge debris signature and everything. But I personally only can do so much. We can only do so much here on this live stream. I mean, the gate-to-gate shear on this looks absurd. It's at least 120 miles per hour, but I think some of the values are bugging out here. Here's the latest scan. Still moving south. Still probably have a large and strong tornado south of Highway 2. Wow. I mean, this debris signature is huge. This is a 1.5 miles in diameter wide right now for this debris signature. It's about 3 miles wide west to east. This is a big tornado right now. Near Highway 2. Got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. It's a large and strong tornado south of Whitman, Nebraska. It's not PDS, but we know that this is on the ground. It's becoming very rain wrapped too. This is a fully rain wrapped tornado right now. This is a huge tornado, by the way. This is a huge tornado. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. On Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is a huge tornado right now, south of Highway 2, south of Whitman. And you got to get to your safe place here in this warning. Down the road, this will eventually go towards Tryon, which is really far away from this storm. But we still have a massive debris signature. It's currently, there's some roadways in here. I don't see any names on it, but just south of Whitman, south of Highway 2 in Nebraska, where this huge tornado is currently on the ground. Still got a big-time tornado heading southbound. Hasn't really weakened at all. See what the reflectivity shows here. This is right along the outflow boundary. Pretty primed environment. Still got a big debris signature. So this right here, all that blue right there. Still a big debris signature right now south of Highway 2. This could be either an intense or even potentially violent tornado that's on track for Tryon, Nebraska, though. I don't know if it'll last that long, but if it can stay along this outflow boundary, it's very possible. It is becoming very rain-wrapped at this point, so this tornado is, again, going to be much more difficult to see for any storm chasers that might be in the area, or, you know, anybody just driving in general. But, again, this is moving south-southeast right now. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, that picture's crazy on Twitter. Yeah, if you want to see a photo of the Twitter, it's on our Twitter, or picture of the tornado, it's on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. This is a big tornado, and it probably has been for over 20 minutes now. Moving south Highway 2. It's going to be eventually going towards Highway 92 and Tryon in Nebraska. We have another radar scan coming in, so we'll see what this looks like. This isn't even PDS. I don't know if it's just, I don't know if these are like automated alerts or something. Like, I don't know if somebody's actually monitoring the weather there at the National Weather Service. I have no clue what this, I don't know what office this is, but it's just very strange that this did not get issued until like 10 minutes after the tornado dropped. And it's still a big tornado. I mean, we still have a large tornado on the ground, and probably at least strong. Huge debris signature still. This debris signature is huge for being in like the middle of nowhere. There's only a few. Wow, we even have a reflectivity hole where this tornado is. This is no doubt a very strong tornado right now heading south. Yeah, this warning does include Grant and Hooker counties in Nebraska. And this is an evolution of this storm. The tornado warning didn't get issued until it got crossed Highway 2, which was already on the ground before that. We first noticed this when it was up here north of Whitman, and it didn't get warned until probably just south of Whitman here, once the debris signature was massive. And right now it's producing significant damage to whatever's along this roadway south of Whitman, Nebraska. Let me see what is actually, I don't know if there's anything down here. I'm going to look at the map. This... see. I mean, again, this is your huge tornado right now. Looks like a lot of lakes and a lot of fields. There's apparently a Grant County Commissioner's office that's probably about to be hit by this tornado, or already has. So that would be what's in the track of this. That's like the next place in track of this tornado. I've never been that frustrated, by the way. I really haven't. It's extraordinarily frustrating when something like that happens. This has been downgraded to radar indicated. Unless something majorly changes on this next radar scan, I don't know how that happens. I can't show the picture on the live stream, but it is on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Let's see what this velocity scan shows me. If we still have that tornado, it's gonna be in here. It just got downgraded to radar indicated. Unless we're gonna see what it looks like. This is not radar indicated. This is still a large tornado that is on the ground moving southeast. I'm gonna keep tornado on the ground. We know this is on the ground. Just looking at radar, it's undoubtedly still on the ground moving down to the southeast. I don't know if there's some sort of issue happening at this National Weather Service office. I don't know what it is, but this is still a tornado that is on the ground. I've never been this bamboozled in my life. More photos of the tornado on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. This is still a big tornado with a big debris signature. Just wow. This is still a huge tornado that apparently is now radar indicated. You are in the warning. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. And next in line will be the Tryon area east of Arthur in Nebraska. Still a tornado on the ground. Latest scan. Again, this was downgraded to radar indicated. I just don't think it's radar indicated at all, just by looking at radar. There's still a huge debris signature on this. Just south of Highway 2. It's right along the county line of Grant and Hooker counties. Where's it heading to again? It's heading towards the Tryon area in Arthur and Highway 92 and Bucktail. It's a very rural area. With that said, this tornado was on the ground and went probably right through Whitman. If we go back in time, it went right through the town of Whitman. It's not a big town, but there are homes here. You can see all the homes on the map here. All of these people were probably just hit by that tornado and it was unwarned. Like, that's the concerning thing with this. You know, I don't really care if it's radar indicated now. It's still on the ground from what we know, but you know, the biggest thing was there was never a warning on this for being a tornado warning. So unless you were looking outside, looking for this tornado, you would have probably had no clue that this was happening. We still got a big debris signature on this. It's still a large and strong tornado right now heading down to the southeast in Nebraska. I'm using the closest radar site. We're not far away from the radar site, so this has been on the ground for 25 plus minutes probably. But again, the problem with this entire time has been that Whitman, which is a very, or not very populated town, but really the only town out here, probably just got hit by this tornado and had no warning for it, which is just scary to have that happen. I don't know how many people live there, but there are homes there. I was looking at the map. There are homes. There are buildings. And it's still producing a tornado. Guys, respect to the National Weather Service, by the way. Like, they do a great job. There are errors here and there, okay? I'm just very frustrated because we have seen this the entire time, and unfortunately, there are probably lives that were just changed back up there in Whitman, Nebraska. And some people may have not even knew this was happening. And it's still going. I mean, this is still on the ground, even if it says radar indicated. It is still radar confirmed from what I'm seeing here. It has been for well over half an hour now. There's no reason to beat down the National Weather Service. This could have been some sort of technical glitch. It could have been an error. It could have been something that we just don't know, okay? But, that kind of stuff is very, very scary to have happen on radar like that. Now, there was a National Weather Service outage with the API last night. We had that issue on our end, too. We weren't able to see warnings and stuff on our software. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with this, but there have been technical issues in the last 24 hours. That's possible that's what's happening now, but, who knows? All right. Tornado is, wow. I mean, the debris signature is still huge. All that blue that you're seeing there, it is still a big tornado right now. Right along the county line of Hooker and Grant counties. I mean, I don't know if they're going to issue a new warning on this because the last one never got issued, but this would be the area to watch for. It's back just northwest of Tryon. It's the next area in the track of this. North of Bucktail, Nebraska, northwest of Tryon. With a large and extremely dangerous tornado that does continue moving to the southeast. This debris signature right now is like 2.5 miles north to south wide. It's gonna move into the southeast right now. Is that debris fallout? I'm like 99% sure that this is still a tornado. I mean, this is a classic looking tornado on radar. We still have a tornado, a very strong tight couplet. We still have a big debris signature. We still have a hook where this all is happening. This is still a tornado. It's moving down to the southeast in Nebraska. And this is as of 8:56 p.m. Emergency manager relayed a sheriff a tornado on the ground half mile north of Whitman, and the tornado warning wasn't even issued until I don't know when, but it wasn't that long ago. I don't even know when this got issued. I don't know where you see that. It's in Mountain Time, so. But I mean, I don't know if people live in this area. Okay, I don't really know. They have issued a new tornado warning. It's still radar indicated, apparently.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this is a new tornado warning northwest of Tryon, which again is probably still a tornado that's on the ground moving southeast. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It does look like we have an outflow actually on this, so this might get outflow driven and actually weaken as it moves south. But we do still have a tornado on the ground. There's no doubt about that. So we actually got a new tornado warning on this. Luckily, for anybody that might be in this area, which I'm not sure how many people are actually in this warning. I'll see what it says online here. The debris signature is starting to shrink a bit, so there's a possibility, again, that this might occlude as it moves south, with it becoming a bit more outflow driven by the appearance on radar. With that said, we are still talking about a tornado that's moving south, at least for the time being. I've looked at traffic cams. All of them are, like, facing into the grass, so I haven't seen anything. I'll double check again. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it though. Unfortunately, like all of them in this area look at the grass. Look at the video. What, on Twitter? I've already seen some crazy stuff on Twitter with this tornado. Here's the latest scan. Somebody just mentioned me on Twitter and said, "You are lying." I just don't think so. From everything that we have covered over the last year, there is just no way that this was not a large tornado for the last, like, 20 minutes or so, or even 30 minutes. Because, again, we have photos of it, too. This is not, like, something that was just radar confirmed, too. Like, we end up getting photos of it a couple minutes later. Which photos, again, people take it, and then it gets uploaded a few minutes later. It doesn't just instantly come out. So... But as I mentioned before, I do think this tornado is beginning to weaken. It is still on the ground, though, so continue to stay in your safe place. It hasn't lifted entirely, but it's not as intense and strong as before. There are photos on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. There are surprisingly storm chasers out here, in this area, which I wouldn't have thought this area would have been a place to go today. Yeah, it was a big tornado. I mean, as we've been talking about for a while, but this was a big tornado the entire time. Any chance that this recycles? It's very possible. I would lean towards the chances of that happening, though, being a bit lower, but if it can just ride the outflow boundary like it has been, it is possible. It is still a very impressive supercell. The one out here north of Burwell, which looked like it might do something similar, that one's starting to kind of fizzle. So it's not as impressive. Making sure we are not missing anything else that might be tornadic, just in case. Not seeing anything. Okay. So this is really the main storm right now. Still got a big debris signature on this. This is the latest CC. See what the velocity show. It's still on the ground. It hasn't lifted. It's not as large of a debris signature as before, or as strong of a tornado, but it's definitely still going. Just waiting for the velocities to update. Wow, this is still going. It's actually strengthened, which is surprising over the latest scan here. So this is still a large and probably at least a strong tornado, but it could still be large moving down to the south. That is a clear as day tornado still. It actually strengthened again, which is kind of surprising. I thought it might kind of fizzle, but it's still going. Gives you an idea of how discrete supercells do go in this sort of environment. Especially in the Central Plains. It's still going, though. Still a tornado that's probably strong and large. The new report of a tornado that's on the ground? What do you mean? On Twitter? I haven't seen anything new yet. Let me look. This has just been upgraded again to observed. I don't know, guys. I really don't know what's going on.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
It's just got upgraded again to observed. I just don't know. I don't know if there's some sort of technical issue. I don't really know, guys. It's crazy to me that this has been happening. I mean, we still got a huge debris signature kind of in the middle of just some fields by the looks of it here in Nebraska. Luckily, it's not... again, luckily there are tornado warnings. Okay, at least we have that, because, you know, otherwise this would just be a really difficult to communicate with there not being any sort of warning. But the northern warning is the one that got upgraded to observed. So this one got upgraded now. This one is still radar indicated. We just got another report of there being a tornado at 9 o'clock, which was 26 minutes ago with this storm. I mean, I don't know what's going on, guys. This has never happened when we've been live. And I don't know if this has ever happened in general, where we've had something like this happen. It's very strange. I don't know if it's automated or something, but we still have a huge debris signature on this tornado warning. This does include McPherson, Arthur, Grant, and Hooker counties in Nebraska, by the way. Those are the areas included in this. Again, there could be some sort of technical issue, so I don't know. But we're just doing our best to communicate the message that there is still a large, or at least a strong, but possibly even large tornado that is heading down to the south-southeast. Or at least that's what we think is happening. Still a big debris signature moving down to the south. Again, the Tryon area and east of Arthur will be in the track of this. I'm not going to display it as a PDS. I mean, I don't want to communicate that type of message, even if I think it is. I think it has been this entire time, for what it's worth. This could have probably easily, if this was in any other state, I think this would have easily been PDS, even in Nebraska. I don't know what's happening, though. I don't know if it's a technical issue, because I feel like this is something technical. There's no way that this has been going for this long without it being... And this warning is still radar indicated. We still have a big debris signature on radar. Still a large and strong tornado, more than likely. It's going to be moving into some roadways here, just to the north of Bucktail, Nebraska, near Calora and Lena. So if you know anybody in this area, please make sure that they are in their safe place. Give them a call or text. This has been on the ground for probably almost an... I don't know how long it's been. I think it's almost been 45 minutes at least now. When did this start? This started all the way back... Maybe not 45 minutes. It might have been actually less than that. Let's see. This started back in 8:44 or so. Well, it's been about 45 minutes. It's been on the ground for about 45 minutes or so. At least from what we know. This is a long track tornado, though. It's been moving across parts of western central Nebraska. The storm in northern Oklahoma, back over near Marshall, Lowell, Crescent, Mulhall, and Orlando in north central Oklahoma, just got upgraded to baseball-sized hail. That's a destructive threat. Just an FYI. And we're still talking about a strong and more than likely large tornado northeast of Arthur, northwest of Tryon in Nebraska. If you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As this moves down to the south-southeast. It's actually on track to go towards North Platte. We'll see if it makes it that far. I don't know. I really don't feel like it will, but so far this storm has been a beast. This thing's been going for 45 plus minutes now on the ground. This is the latest scan. Tornado is still on the ground, but it does look like it is again trying to weaken. We'll see if it weakens this time. Last time it looked like it was going to weaken, and it didn't fully. So this, again, still at least for now, is on the ground. This is not a record, no. 45 minutes is not a record. We've had tornadoes on the ground for 1+ hours before. We had that Kentucky tornado emergency last month. That was on the ground for actually that might have been this month. I can't remember anymore, but that was on the ground for at least an hour. We've had tornadoes that have been over an hour a lot, or not a lot, but like they do happen. They're not rare. Well, they are rare, but they're not like unheard of. That's what I'm trying to say. And this is still on the ground right now, moving southeast. Again, going towards Tryon and Highway 92 next. Quick update on other stuff. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning near Omaha. Main concern here is damaging winds. Not really much else happening there. Back over to the east, we still have severe weather across Iowa. A lot of this is just going to be wind and hail from here on out. Not expecting much of a tornado risk. Back over south of Peoria, we also have wind here, hail, low risk of overall of any sort of significant severe weather. Got a few storms even back over in parts of Missouri right now that are also producing at least some level of severe weather. It's a live shot there, some lightning there in southeastern Missouri near Cape Girardeau. And then also we have some other storms, one over in Kansas. We got some in Oklahoma too that are still going. This one up here in Oklahoma producing upwards of baseball-sized hail. This thing actually just blew up. It's a different storm that blew up north of Oklahoma City. That is on track to go towards Oklahoma City, so we'll be watching that storm very closely. So Oklahoma City, be weather aware. That storm could be or it could at least be very hail-driven as it continues to move southbound. Tornado risk should stay low, but it's not zero. Here's the latest scan. Still looks like, we still have a tornado here in Nebraska. Moving southbound, south-southeast over the next several minutes. And still got a big debris signature. It's not as big as before, but we still have a debris signature here. Oops. And a friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, again, this has been a large tornado and a strong tornado that's been on the ground, at least from what we know, for over 45 minutes now. It started all the way back up north of Whitman by a little bit, and it's now tracking towards Tryon and Highway 92. As I mentioned before, in this particular storm, it is a very rural area, but it already did probably some damage, at least, to areas, near Whitman. And they were not under a tornado warning when that happened. So, if you know anybody in Whitman, but yeah, it's a very, I don't know how many people live there, but I don't think it's, it's not like a huge city or anything like that. But if you know anybody in Whitman, Nebraska, make sure that they're doing all right. And hopefully, they were able to get to their safe place, but hopefully they heard a big roar from that tornado or something. Hopefully that saved them. But it's hard to tell. I mean, we still got a debris signature on this. Been going for a while. I mean, right now it's in the middle of nowhere, but once it gets to Highway 92, it's going to be a little bit more people here. We still have a tornado. It's just, again, it's not as large, but it's still pretty strong by the looks of it. We still got a pretty big debris still pretty big debris signature here. Population of Whitman is 175, so hopefully those people heard something and just knew to get to their safe place. Wow. This storm in Oklahoma is up to 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail right now, moving south, going towards Oklahoma City. Wow. That is unbelievable. This storm has been... This is a new storm. If you're in Oklahoma City, get ready for this. Protect trampolines. It is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Make sure hatch down trampolines, protect loose line items, do all that sort of jazz right now, as we do have the potential here for a significant damaging wind event and possibly some huge hail going right in the direction of Oklahoma City. Not what you want to see if you're in Oklahoma City. Hopefully it weakens before it gets there, but no guarantee. This storm activity has been going for quite some time. We are going to really pay attention more to that after this storm hopefully weakens, but it hasn't yet. It's still going. We do have a live shot out of Oklahoma City. I am going to go over to this, and we're going to go over to Oklahoma City live cam on the right side of your screen, because this is going to be a pretty good, this is going to be our best live shot in this area. Give me 1 second to load here. Right side of your screen, that's going to be right there in Oklahoma City. Lots of lightning, you'd see it out in the distance. That'll be a perfect shot, though, in Oklahoma City of that storm. We actually have a couple of them. We're going to pull both of them up on the virtual rail fans. Alright. Well, this tornado's still going. It's much smaller than before, but it's still going. Still got a debris signature. It's approaching Highway 92. You need to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. How is it not considered PDS? I don't know. I do not know. At this point, I don't know if it really has to. Like, it's already too late. This thing already went and did its damage. I don't really know, though. I don't know how this has not been that high of a warning. I don't know why this wasn't warned to begin with. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I just don't know. I was very frustrated. I still kind of am, but I mean, I was really frustrated. And again, huge props to the National Weather Service. They do a great job. This might have just been a technical issue. There might have been some sort of mistake. I don't really know, though. I keep saying I don't know. I don't know. It's really bad, though, because, like, I mean, you know, it was, again, not a huge city, but 175 people live in Whitman. And this tornado went right through the town of Whitman. From what at least we know, it went right through the town of Whitman. So it's just, you know, very disheartening. I mean, even this has been radar indicated the entire time. So I think there's some sort of technical issue happening. They have a hard job, though. I mean, they do. It's not an easy job to be issuing warnings and stuff like that. I think there may have been some sort of technical issue. If not, I don't know what it would have been. We have a new radar scan coming in a second. It's the latest scan. Still got a tornado going towards Highway 92 and northeast of Bucktail. So this is still, as of right now, on the ground, at least for what we know. It's still, again, not as big as before, but this has been on the ground almost for an hour now. This tornado's been on the ground for 50 minutes. Possibly a bit longer. Might be as high as 55 minutes. Moving down to the south-southeast. There is a warning right now. There was not a warning when this was on the ground, initially. It was on the ground for about 10 minutes until it got actually warned. We will be paying attention to Oklahoma, don't worry. For those that are in Oklahoma, we're paying attention. We'll go back there in a moment, after the next radar scan. As long as this tornado lifts, we are going to, which I don't know if it's going to. I mean, it's still on the ground. There's still a big debris signature north of Flats and Bucktail. Let's see what the velocity show here. I will check, guys, I'll check Oklahoma. Trust me, I will check it in a second. I've had like 96 people say that in the last 20 seconds. Well, the tornado looks a lot smaller on radar. It looks a lot weaker, but there is still a pretty sizable debris signature here. North of Flats and northeast of Bucktail. Just continue to stay in your safe place. Hopefully they issue a new warning out in front of that too. Back over in Oklahoma, again, we have some big storms here right now. We got a destructive storm just north of Oklahoma City near Guthrie and Crescent. This is currently producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Got a huge surge of wind right now crashing down west and southwest of Crescent. Right side of your screen, we have 2 different live cams out of Oklahoma City, so we'll be keeping a close eye on those. And if you get any sort of live view, we'll obviously full screen it. Right now, there's a lot of lightning, as you can see on the right side of your screen. And whoa, that was a big lightning strike at the bottom right. But there's a lot of lightning right now, so these storms are highly electrified, and they are producing huge winds, and also the potential for some huge hail near Crescent, and going to be eventually going towards Guthrie and Cedar Valley. So if you're in these areas, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning, as those winds can be as high as, you know, EF1 type of winds in that type of environment. We got about 4 more minutes on this tornado warning. We'll see if it keeps going, but that's your tornado, which is still, at least for now, on the ground in Nebraska. We'll keep going back and forth between the two. If this fizzles out, we'll focus more on Oklahoma and possibly other action elsewhere. This warning does still include flats and bucktail. I think this may have occluded. Can't tell yet. Still a small debris signature on the north side here of Highway 92. It's getting much smaller, which is promising. But it does look like we at least still have a small tornado. It might be roping out. Moving to the south-southeast. Those live cams should be dark. No. I don't think so. When's Oklahoma City sunset? It's 8:49. We're about an hour, a little under an hour past sunset. That looks right. I mean, it's looking west, that cam on the right. That looks about right. The sun's already set fully there, so. Now here's a history, again, if you guys are just tuning in, this is what the storm has looked like for the last 30 frames here. Again, discrete for a long time, produced a tornado. This is how it kind of went. It was a big tornado, possibly a violent tornado or an intense tornado that ripped through this area of Nebraska. Here are the velocities. Really intensified very quickly. Let me just go frame by frame here so you can see it better here. And it was a very intense and possibly even violent tornado that ripped through Whitman. It did not get tornado warned up until about here or here is one of the 2 frames here. It did not get warned until about south of Whitman. And again, Whitman was really the main location in this entire tornado warning, or this tornadic track. So Whitman was a population of 175. Again, not a huge city by any means, but there are people that live there, and they did not get a warning that was related to a tornado warning until after it went through. Then it went further down to the south, and it continued to stay large and probably strong at the bare minimum, and then it eventually went towards Bucktail. Last several scans have shrunk this tornado. It looks like it's occluding, but it is still on the ground, at least for the time being. We'll see if it occludes fully, and yeah, this is the debris signature as well the entire time. So just starting from north to south here. Again, debris signature started on the north side of Whitman. Unfortunately, it got huge after it went through Whitman, so I think Whitman did take a direct hit. If not, it may have just narrowly missed the town to the east. But we don't really know yet. I have not heard any reports yet out of Whitman. Continue to grow in size. That's your debris signature. Again, this right here is the debris signature there. So just kind of follow along as this moves south. It continues to stay very large and strong. Keeps on going. Keeps on going. It didn't really fizzle until really the latest scan, where it doesn't show much blue at all anymore. But the latest radar scan still showing probably still a tornado on the ground. I just don't think it's as large as before. So that's the latest. The lightning's going crazy in Oklahoma City though right now. We got tons of lightning. Well, this tornado warning is going to expire, but I still think we may have a tornado on the ground near Highway 92. We're on the wrong screen. There we go. This could still be on the ground. I'm pretty sure it is. It's not warned again. It's near flats. Well, let's just hope it occludes out in this next scan, and then we won't really need a warning if it just occludes entirely. But it's still discreet, so... We'll go back to Oklahoma in a second. I just want to see what this velocity scan shows. It's not really as convincing as before, but it could still be on the ground. If it is on the ground, it's much smaller than before, that's for sure. So, but this tornado has been on the ground, or was on the ground, probably for about 1 hour. So this was on the ground for approximately an hour. In total length, it could drop again for what it's worth. So if you're near North Platte, stay weather aware. But yeah, that's pretty bonkers. Severe thunderstorm warnings again in Oklahoma. Really the most concerning storms that we have on radar, aside from the ones in, Nebraska, for example. This warning in particular this particular storm, excuse me, is still producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this is a significant storm that is still in progress, with the potential as well for hail upwards of the size of baseballs. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you're continuing to stay away from windows. If you're in Oklahoma City, be ready, because this storm will be tracking in your direction here pretty soon, and it could produce some significant hail and wind by the time it gets there. If you know friends and family in Oklahoma City, also make sure that they are aware of this. Let them know, because this storm is right on track for them right now. In the Oklahoma City area. Hopefully it weakens before it gets there, but it does not look like it's going to anytime soon. From what we've been seeing here for a while, it does not appear as if this is going to fully fizzle out or weaken out or anything like that. This looks like it's going to be going here for quite a while. So, we have a live cam out on the Oklahoma City right now. You can actually see all the lightning up here. So we got tons of lightning right now in the Oklahoma City area. And we're probably going to full screen the virtual railfan too, because that's probably going to be our best view of this. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It's free to do. We are currently about 3,800 subscribers from 300,000. So if you're new to the channel, hit the red button down below and subscribe. It is completely free to do. Alright, this is the live shot here out of Oklahoma City right now. It's on the virtual railfan. I'm gonna go that way. See all the lightning there? That's the supercell. Pretty crazy. This is the one that's producing destructive winds up to 80 miles per hour. Alright, real quickly. Thank you, DW, for becoming a member. Thank you, Gabe, for the $10 super chat. Just kind of explained it. Go back in the stream if you want me to explain it again. I don't feel like explaining that tornado again. It was extremely frustrating that entire time. For me. I was frustrated. Thank you, Nathan, for the $5 super chat. Mainly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Omaha. Thank you, Dave and Watson, for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. This storm just got upgraded to baseball-sized hail for Canadian, Oklahoma, Logan, and Kingfisher counties. So that is an upgrade. Thank you, Russell, for the $19.99. My wife said to give you money. Okay, well, I appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Thank you, Christo, for the $5 super chat. I couldn't even tell you. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $9.99. Thank you, Connor, for the 1 month. Thank you, Wally, for becoming a member. Thank you, Smith, for the $4.99. Thank you, Paul, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. Thank you, Account, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, America, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Alt, for becoming a member. Thank you, Matthew and Padre, for the super chats. Thank you, Mike, for the $4.99. Holy cow. Appreciate all the generosity. Thank you, Matt, for the 5 gifted members. Thank you, William, for the $10 super chat. Get a burrito. That's like the most random comment ever, but I appreciate that. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Matt in the chat. I do appreciate the generosity. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. That's promising. We might still have a tornado on the ground. Again, I mean, there might still be one here. It's still not warned. It's probably tiny at this point. It's probably roped out, but I think we still have at least something on the ground here. looks like it's occluding entirely now, but it was still probably on the ground up until Highway 92. Probably just, you know, fizzling out there. Looks like Des Moines is going to get hit by some nasty windstorms here pretty soon. Omaha, same kind of thing. 90-mile-per-hour winds east of Omaha. Wow. What is happening east of Omaha right now? I didn't even notice this. We have 90-mile-per-hour winds east of Omaha. When in the world did this get upgraded? Is this new? This is added 5 minutes ago. We got destructive winds up to 90 miles per hour right now east of Omaha. Wow, that is high. You're in this warning. Treat this as if it's a tornado warning. That's EF1 type tornado winds that are ripping right now across much of western Iowa. Actually, this is Brandon Kopic. He's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Just want to show you real quick. This is the storm. Huge shelf cloud. It's nighttime, so you can barely see it, but you can kind of make the outline here. That's the large shelf cloud with this storm. This is a 90-mile-per-hour windstorm. That is insane. That is actually crazy. This might be higher than that. We might have 100-mile-per-hour winds now in Iowa. This could be up to 100 miles per hour, possibly even higher. In Iowa right now. It's on track for Avoca, Oakland, Griswold, Atlantic will all be on the track of this. By the way, thank you Marissa for the $10 Venmo, and thank you Elsley for the $5 Venmo as well. Appreciate the generosity, and thank you Linda for the 5 gifted members. Thank you also Gerald for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Yeah, this storm right now producing possibly 100-mile-per-hour winds right now, ripping across areas just east of Omaha. This is a monster storm. I am going to see if we have any sort of live shot of this in the area. This is a EF1 type tornado winds that are ripping across Iowa right now, which is pretty absurd. There are a lot of trucks pulled over. I was looking at a truck stop, so that's good news. At least there's people that are a lot of people taking action out here, which is always good to see. I mean, we got a massive windstorm right now moving right across Iowa. We got this massive outflow boundary, damaging winds. I mean, this is a destructive storm. There's no doubt about it. We got 2 destructive storms, as I mentioned. We got the one in Oklahoma, which right now it's mostly a wind threat going towards Edmond and Oklahoma City. Baseball-sized hail, though, also a possibility. Got the one in Iowa. It's crazy. Currently in East Omaha in a truck, definitely too dangerous to drive back east. I do not blame you. Not blame you whatsoever. Yeah, it's too dangerous. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation on this. It could go tornadic, but I don't see a whole lot of rotation right now on this. North of Oklahoma City. All right. You know, we got another storm here in Nebraska right now that also has no warning at all. I would debatably say that this is also producing significant damaging winds near Thedford. Upwards of possibly 100 miles per hour. Unwarned. Again, I don't know if there's a technical issue, but if you're in Thedford, I would get away from windows. Could have damaging winds up to 100 miles per hour here too. This is a storm that looks very similar to the one over in western Iowa too. So the one in western Iowa right now has destructive winds up to 90 miles per hour. Has to be a technical issue. I mean, there's no other way. There's just no way that there's, nobody at the office or something like that. Like this storm here, this one in Iowa, it's up to 105 miles per hour for a peak velocity estimate near Oakland. We have basically three destructive storms right now in the United States. We got the one in Oklahoma, we got the one in Iowa, and we probably have the one over in Nebraska, which that one looks pretty clear as day that that's another significant one. But this storm right now moving towards Oklahoma City, again, it's gonna be nasty. 80+ mile per hour winds, baseball-sized hail, all a possibility. It's moving towards Oklahoma City, Choctaw, Edmond, and Newella. If you're in any of those areas, make sure that you are prepared for this. Prepare for the wind threat, as it will be significant, more than likely, as long as this storm does stay alive as it moves down to the south. It is currently a life-threatening situation for this area. Apparently, as of 4 minutes ago, this tornado in Nebraska is still on the ground. I don't see anything on the velocities radar, but... Okay, never mind. This is 4 minutes ago. Apparently, it was on the ground and then it was roping out. Okay, never mind. Alright, so that was probably a few minutes ago. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I don't think this is on the ground anymore. I was about to say, velocities do not look like they're on the ground anymore. Like, maybe back near Highway 92, it was still on the ground, which I think it was, but after that, I think it occluded. This storm near Thedford, I mean, again, we're getting velocities upwards of 110 miles per hour. I don't know if it's really that high, but we probably at least have some destructive winds right now moving through Thedford, Nebraska as well. So if you're in this particular area, definitely stay away from windows. And if you know any friends or family in this special weather statement, which, I think this is probably worse than a special weather statement. I think there's at least 70-mile-per-hour winds moving through Thedford. I would make sure that you are at least getting to your safe place. If you know any friends or family here, give them a call or text, because they probably don't know the magnitude of that situation either. And it's about 10 o'clock at night, which makes it more dangerous. Yeah, it's right over the radar site too, which is crazy. And we got the storm in Iowa, which is warned for destructive winds up to 90 miles per hour. For what it's worth, the winds right now that have been estimated by weather spotters are peaking at 62. If we go back in time to when it was in that area, the velocities we're estimating right around 80. So possibility that these winds are overestimated by quite a bit, because we are still looking a little bit off the ground, but we do have destructive winds right now moving towards Griswold, Atlantic, eventually going in the direction of Anita and Greenfield in Iowa. So be ready if you're in those areas. The Des Moines Metro is closed to severe weather. Really? It closed because of severe weather? What do they close? Is Culver's closed? It's a disaster if that's closed. Still got a big storm right now heading towards Oklahoma City. Again, the main concern right now is going to be the threat for damaging winds, large hail that could be as high as baseballs, wind as high as 70 miles per hour. And right side of your screen, we got two different live shots right now in Oklahoma City. They're both showing how much lightning there is, really, more than anything right now. But once this storm gets closer to Oklahoma City, we should have a pretty prime view of this. Actually got a CC drop for the hail near the Navina area, which is going to be just to the east of Cassion, or Cassion, north of Oklahoma City. And now that's gone on the latest scan. And this warning just expired. They're going to have to issue a new one, I'm guessing. There you go. Oh, wow, that timing is crazy. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in Oklahoma City and Edmond. That is going to be going towards Choctaw, Newella. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter. This is still pretty significant wind and hail. Oklahoma City, be ready for this. Big storm coming your way. Golf ball sized hail. 70 mile per hour winds are the new threats on this storm. Thank you, by the way, Padre, for the $5 super chat. I don't know. I don't know what it was. It's still going to. I don't really know. By the way, thank you to Manny for the 10 gifted members. I really do appreciate it. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Manny in the chat. Thank you also April for the super, or Annie for the super chat, and thank you Pete for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Also, thank you Linda for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Yeah, today, I didn't really think today, thus far it's been crazy. I didn't really think today would be as big as it has been. In just every facet, it's been crazy. It has been a crazy day, to say the least. Thank you, boy, for the $5 super chat. Whataburger. Whataburger's not even good. Anybody that says Whataburger is good is just, go to Culver's. You'll find a better taste. We do have a live cam in Hancock, by the way, in Iowa. I'm going to keep a close eye on that live cam because right here is where that live cam is. The outflow boundary is coming through now. I'm going to see how high the winds get. We'll pull it up full cam if we see anything. But we do have a live cam right in this area where the highest winds are. I'm going to probably be going through at least. And again, we're still watching Oklahoma City right now. How dare you? Excuse me? There's no way that many people like Whataburger. Not even good. Do merchandise that water bottle with the Max Velocity logo on it. We have the Max Hydration water bottle. But definitely we'll consider that. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. McDonald's is better? I honestly have to agree. And even then, McDonald's has become very mid recently, so I can't really guarantee that. Just tuning in east to Omaha, Nebraska. Again, 90 mile per hour winds right now, moving west to east towards Oakland and Griswold. At least that's what this storm is warned for. So if you are in this area, again, continue to stay in your safe place. This is still a relatively significant storm right now. That could be very dangerous to people that are outdoors or even in general just staying near windows. It's definitely a very dangerous storm right now moving eastbound. Very significant damaging winds. I'm going to go ahead and put on the Oklahoma City live cam here. This is, again, the live shot out of Oklahoma City. Take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. And again, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not already. All right. Back to Iowa. Actually, we're going back to Oklahoma first. Okay, we're back up to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. 80 mile per hour damaging winds right now heading towards Oklahoma City. That's not good. So if you're in Edmond or Oklahoma City or Spencer, get away from windows. We have 80 plus mile per hour winds right now. Embedded in this right here, that bright blue that you can kind of see there, that is where the highest wind speeds are right now. Those are winds upwards of 80 miles per hour, estimated by radar around 75, but it very easily could be higher than that. Could have very strong downburst winds right now moving down to the south. So if you're in this warning, gotta get away from windows. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning if you are in Oklahoma City. This is still a destructive storm moving southbound. Update on Denver. What in the world's happening in Denver? Begun. The burger wars have... What? Seriously, are we all that hungry? I'm actually pretty hungry. I was gonna DoorDash food, but I just don't feel like it. It's too expensive. I should really have a snack. I ate lunch, not even dinner, lunch, like, I don't know. Probably been 7 hours now. It's been quite a while. The storm going towards Des Moines, by the way, is warned for winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. This is not the main concern right now in Iowa. It's really this storm, which for the time being, the warning has been downgraded to damaging winds up to 60. So they have downgraded this warning in Iowa. At least the more... I don't know if they really downgraded it. I mean, there's two warnings here. There's one for 90 and one for 60. I don't know what's going on there. But regardless, I don't think the wind is as high as 90. I think that's overestimated. Velocities show it really high, but I mean, the highest wind gusts that we are getting confirmed are around 65. Regardless, you should still be away from windows because it is still a significant storm moving west-east towards Griswold and Atlantic, but more than anything, it is not really looking that significant when it comes to the wind threat, at least as significant as advertised. So, just letting you know there. The storm that's over here near Thedford, as I mentioned before, an unwarned, probably 80-plus mile per hour wind event hitting the radar site near Thedford in Nebraska. There's a special weather statement on this. Again, I don't know what's going on in Nebraska tonight, but if you know any friends or family in this warning, make sure that they're aware that there's probably upwards of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds heading southeast, going towards Hasley, Dunning, and eventually just traveling right along Highway 2. That's essentially where that'll be going. The storm that produced that long track tornado west of Tryon, that is fizzling pretty quickly. Should be weakening as it approaches North Platte. All right, back to Oklahoma City. And Oklahoma City right now is where we have the significant wind threat rolling in. We'll have a primed live cam in Oklahoma City here pretty soon. We should be able to see a shelf cloud on the virtual rail fan on the right side of your screen. So we're going to be keeping a close... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I think we can see it. Holy crap, this might be insane. This might literally be insane. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Tammy, by the way, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wow. This is a crazy storm structure in Oklahoma. Look at that thing. Wow. This is the storm that's producing 80-plus mile per hour winds. We might see a gnarly shelf cloud in a second, but you can see the layers of clouds here. This is crazy. Look at that. Lightning flashing through it is insane. This storm structure is absolutely bonkers in Oklahoma. Look at that lightning. This is possibly the coolest structure that we've seen in Oklahoma in at least a few months. This structure is crazy. Absolute bananas. It's a storm going towards Oklahoma City, producing damaging winds up to 80, and there's a reason why. This structure is absolutely absurd. Almost looks like a haircut up here. Kind of looks like, I mean, it got like weird lines up in the clouds. Kind of divides all the layers here. Various cloud decks, basically, that we have up and down this structure. Absolutely gorgeous. We're gonna have a better view of this as it gets closer. Like, this is not even the best view that we'll probably get of this. I think we'll have a better view once this actually gets to Oklahoma City, because this is still probably a good 10 to 15 miles south of where this is. And just unbelievable. Out of curiosity, who's in Oklahoma right now? Just curious. Actually got a lot of people in Oklahoma right now. Sheesh. Look at that lightning. It's just an unbelievable storm structure. Absolutely incredible. Now, what's not going to be incredible is when Oklahoma City gets hit by 80-mile-per-hour winds, or at least that's what's expected. This camera, I'm not sure what the difference is between this camera and the other cameras around, but this camera, for some reason, has better lighting than, like, any other camera in Oklahoma City. I'm not sure why. I'm not, like, this virtual rail fan has extraordinary quality. Like, I'm looking at another live cam, like one of the traffic cams. You do not see this. Like, this camera is the best one that you'll probably find in Oklahoma City. At least for a live cam like this. This is unbelievable. Northern Illinois shouldn't be too bad tonight. I don't expect much more severe weather there. Maybe just an isolated storm or two. What interstate is this? Doesn't actually say on here. It's whatever interstate. I don't actually know the exact location of this. There are a couple of different virtual rail fans. We're going to go back to this in a second. This is a storm that we're talking about. It is producing a destructive wind threat right now, up to 80 miles per hour, going through Edmond, and it's going to be approaching the Village and Oklahoma City. And people are saying I-235. So this is I-235. Guessing we are going to be somewhere... Where in the world is 235? I don't know where it is. But, oh, it's in the middle. All right, so it's probably going to be right near downtown Oklahoma City. That's my guess. But there are a couple of live shots. This is the other one. So we have two different ones. This is the other one from the virtual rail fan. It's going to be a little bit blurry, but it should focus. I'm not sure exactly what this one's looking at, but we've got two different ones. Go back to the other one for now. This one's going to look much crazier once it comes in. Look at kind of roll. Look at that kind of like spin. Do you see that spin? You can kind of see it. Got some like horizontal vortices here. Moving right in Oklahoma City here in a moment. Here we go in Oklahoma City. Got still some pretty crazy lightning with this too. There's a lot of lightning. 80+ mile per hour winds possible in Oklahoma City here in a moment with this storm. Thank you, Tom, for the $5 super chat. The camera is a mile north of downtown Oklahoma City facing northwest. Thank you. Okay, so this is actually a bit closer to the storm than I thought. So this is really close to it. Possible new rotation on the Nebraska storm? Let me check. Got a crazy wind threat right now going towards Oklahoma City. It's not that one, obviously. Might be a little bit of rotation near Thedford, but not much. The one near North Platte, it has a hook, but it does not look like it's really rotating. So I'm not seeing a whole lot right now. I wouldn't be too concerned. The 90+ mile per hour wind warning here for western Iowa has been downgraded to 70, so it's not as concerning. Really, the most concerning storm right now is the one in Oklahoma, which is kind of crazy to say. We haven't really been talking about Oklahoma much recently. Hail core on this storm is pretty solid too. Yeah, this storm is producing up to golf ball sized hail, so it is definitely still significant. A touchdown for the $5 super chat. How's McAllister, Oklahoma looking later tonight? I'd have to know where McAllister even is. Where's McAllister relevant to Oklahoma City? Because I don't feel like tapping out here. McAllister is good. McAllister isn't. Oh my goodness. Wow, throwing shade at McAllister's. I've never even been there. I just know it's a place. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the storm in Oklahoma City. We go back a little bit to the left. You can actually see the higher cloud layers. They kind of bow out there. You can kind of see that very faintly there at the top of your screen. It's a really impressive storm right now moving into Oklahoma City. So again, producing winds up to 80 miles per hour. Should make an app to warn people. It's kind of hard to do that. Making an app and doing that and being live at the same time, there's just a lot of work there. It'd probably be too much work. We'd have to actually have somebody do that, which even then, like, I don't like issuing, like, that's like a rare case where a warning doesn't get issued. Like, that was really, that doesn't really happen that often. By the way, if you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are currently getting very close to 297,000 subscribers. We're only about 500 away, so make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Like the stream also if you've been enjoying the stream so far, finding it informative. If you do want to support the page above and beyond, there are links to support the page in the description below. ShopMaxVelocity.net. Becoming a member of the channel, all that sort of stuff does help out the page a lot. This is not a derecho, no. This is not a derecho. A derecho is like a very elongated line of storms that produces winds that are significant for a long period of time. This is not a derecho. Now, it is a significant damaging wind event. And if you look at velocities, we still got a pretty numerous to widespread area here of damaging winds upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. This live cam, from what I was told, is about a mile north of Oklahoma City. So we will probably end up seeing those winds on this live cam. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I think we might be able to see that on this live cam here in a second. So we are going to keep a very close eye on that. We should have a crystal clear view of those winds once they arrive. We actually have a view in kind of like north side of Oklahoma City right now. This is where this is happening. Right here. I actually see the wind picking up right now. See it on the ground there? Look at that wind picking up now. That's actually a live shot where the action's happening. Hey, 495 for the $5 super chat, and thank you also, Jack, for the $4.99. Maybe in a few minutes. I didn't see anything that looked concerning there. You can see the wind though right there. It's picking up. The wind threat is coming into Oklahoma City. Wow, it's actually really picking up now. A lot of lightning, too. Got strong downburst winds right now, heading right through the north side of Oklahoma City. Actually changing directions a little bit. It was going that way, now it's kind of going more this way. It's a long time to be sitting at a red light with no cross traffic. Can't believe you were looking at that. That's actually funny. Alright, let's see what the virtual railfan looks like. I think the storm's rolling in as we speak. It is. Alright. So again, this is Oklahoma City. Again, the core of the wind right now is moving right through the north side of town. All that blue right there, that's the high winds moving towards Midwest City, Choctaw, and Oklahoma City. So those areas, again, you gotta be underground if you can, at least just be away from windows. Flying trampolines possible. It is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Could have some trees fall down, all that sort of stuff. Power lines could go down with how high the winds are right now. 80+ mile/hour winds possible here in Oklahoma City. Thank you, William, for the $5 super chat. Wind threat gritty. What? I think we only need like 2 more members for a gritty at the end of the stream. Thank you, Ashton, for the $4.99. Storm is moving in really fast right now. See the clouds and how fast they're moving. This is a much faster moving storm than before. I think the wind is about to pick up a ton in the next minute. I'll go there. Thank you, Reagan, for becoming a 6-month VIP Velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Reagan. You're just tuning in. This is the live shot on the virtual railfan in Oklahoma City, where significant damaging winds are going to be coming through here. Probably in a moment. We should be able to see the wind picking up here in a second. Thank you, Flower, for the 1 gifted member. Appreciate it. I saw a wee-woo police car go by a second ago on one of the other live cams. I think power just got knocked out, by the way, on the northeast side of the town, back over near Northwood, if you know where that is in Oklahoma City. Pretty sure power just got knocked out up there. Because we lost a live cam up there that we had before. So power outages are definitely beginning to be a problem here in the Oklahoma City area. Thank you, Jane, for becoming a member. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Well, we are starting to see the wind pick up a little bit, not quite the intensity yet. Actually, you can see it on the Oklahoma City traffic cam here. You can see when the cars go by, you can see the wind pushing right against these cars. They're on the road. I'm not sure if we're going to see it again, because no cars are driving all of a sudden, but we had a pretty good view of the wind, at least on the ground level. You'll see it right there. See that right there? That's the possibly hurricane-force winds moving through Oklahoma City. Okay, I don't know why my screen just went black. Hello? Try this again. Try to refresh this. Oh, there we go. Give it a second. Still stuck? Waiting? I am waiting. Alright, I'll refresh it up here. This is the threat again. Main core of wind right now, moving right through Oklahoma City. Huge surge of wind. And it looks like the velocities right now, estimated by radar, peaking at now about 81 miles per hour. So the worst of it right now on the east side of the village, it's near Interstate 235. It's going to be crossing right over Interstate 35 over the next several minutes. This is, again, the live shot on Virtual Railfan that we've been looking at for several minutes now. Wind should pick up here in a second. We've been waiting for it for a while, but nothing's really hit this area yet. Shouldn't be too far from here, though. Thank you, Ashton, for the $4.99. Oh, you're good. I didn't see any rotation in Des Moines, but I'll double check here in a second. Actually, I'll just look at my phone. I'll look. I don't see any rotation in Des Moines. There's like a brief little spin up, but I don't even think that was really rotation. Okay. I'm really interested to see when this wind hits. I don't know if it's going to directly hit the virtual rail fin or not. We're going to wait and see. I kind of thought it might. Hasn't yet. I mean, this is right on I-235, which is where the wind is going to be picking up here in a second. At least this particular spot. And at the bare minimum, there's a lot of lightning. I mean, there's a flash of lightning every half a second. Which the Timu tornado earlier today lasted a half a second. So, what's for dinner? I have no clue, but I am hungry. I don't really want a DoorDash, but I might have to. I don't know if there's really any good options to DoorDash. I'm kind of in a dilemma right now. We are in a serious dilemma. There's nothing happening on this camera yet. Let's go back to radar real quick. Let's make sure this is the latest velocity scan coming in right now. Let's see where this is at. I think this camera's right about here, so with my, according to my calculations, this should hit that spot in a moment. The main core is probably going to be going closer to Spencer and Midwest City, though, which, let me see if we have a camera there. We have a few other cameras sporadic around here, kind of in different spots. Because the worst of the wind might just stay to the north of that camera. Thank you, Addy, for the $4.99. Appreciate the generosity. Still warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds, by the way, so this is still destructive. Alright, we'll go back to here. It looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit more now, even though it's frozen. Eat, bro? It's not that easy, bro. What's up, brother? Power's out in Oklahoma City, Bear Nichols Hills. Yeah, I saw a camera go out on the north side of town, so I'm pretty sure there are going to be power outages throughout probably a large chunk of the Oklahoma City metro. Gotta see how hazy it is back here. Well, not hazy, but how low visibility there is from all the rain that's falling. So at the bare minimum, we are starting to see, rain. There's confirmed rain here in Oklahoma City. Thank you, Anthony, for the $4.99. Thank you, Critical, for the $1.99. Cape Girardeau. I will check Cape Girardeau probably after we get past this live camera. We've been urgently waiting here for this. You're still doing the members only golf stream? I don't know when that's going to happen. I mean, we're planning on it, but I'm just not sure when. Oh, here comes the wind. Here we go. There comes the wind. You can see it on the road. Wind is picking up now. The trees are not moving at all, which is really weird. The wind's definitely picking up. You can see it on the road now. In Oklahoma City. We might just be on the outskirts of where the main core was. Lincoln camera? Check. Oh yeah, the Lincoln camera's crazy. Yeah, wind's really picking up now. The Lincoln camera in Nebraska, or not Nebraska, Lincoln camera in Oklahoma City is pretty crazy too. This is the other one. This is in Oklahoma City, and on the Lincoln, I think I-44. See how strong the wind is there too. I think the worst of the wind probably just missed this particular spot in Oklahoma City. The weeds are moving. Yeah, I mean, there's that might have been the most anticlimactic thing that's happened on this live stream. The wind is barely picked up in this particular spot. I got no sound. There isn't any sound to this live camera. Oklahoma City here, and Oklahoma and the wind is here. Yes, it is definitely here. It is definitely in Oklahoma City. On this live camera, not so much. I mean, we have wind. It's just not as strong as some of the other areas. So I think the worst of the wind is like the eastern half. Oh, maybe not. Oh, here goes the wind. Okay, maybe. The weeds are moving. It's definitely picking up now. It was really strong on the road, the interstate here. It's starting to pick up near the tree line now. That camera may have just gone out. Nope, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, people are barely driving right now. You can see it right there in the middle. It's a pretty solid shot of what happens when you cannot drive in rain like this. It's just so strong. It's really picking up now. All right, we're definitely getting to probably the climax here. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $10 super chat. Num nums for Max. Appreciate that. Num num. Also, thank you, Phoenix, for the 149. Wow. Okay. Now the wind's picking up. This is the strong downburst winds. That camera actually, the camera moved unintentionally right there. Wow. Wow. Look at the other camera. The wind. It's actually kind of crazy. The truck is pulling over, too. That truck driver has to be careful. I mean, this is actually kind of dangerous. With how strong the winds are, I mean, I wouldn't rule out that thing maybe getting flipped over. This is just on the east side of Oklahoma City. Winds have really picked up. Somebody was asking about rotation. I don't really see any rotation on this storm still. I think it's mostly wind. I'm glad he pulled over, but it's still dangerous. You could technically still get flipped over. Let's just refresh. Did it, like, stop and go back? Oh, I think it's like a... I think the camera may have just gone out on that live camera. Yeah, that camera went out. The power's gone out there, too. So we're losing power slowly but surely. Yeah, it was looping. The power went out there, too. If you look at the traffic map. It's all red lines in the northeast side of Oklahoma City right now. I wonder why. It's another live shot. It's crazy in Oklahoma City right now. You got still really high winds here, too. Look at all those cars with hazards on. All those cars that are driving in that direction are going northbound, which is where the wind is coming out of. Confirmed 85-mile-per-hour winds on the storm. Is there a confirmation of that? I mean, this camera might go out too. Still radar indicated for the time being. Yeah, the worst of the wind went through Forest Park. It's now approaching Midwest City in central Oklahoma. They actually issued a new warning on this, I didn't realize, but there is a new severe thunderstorm warning here for the 80-mile-per-hour wind threat. So they have issued a new warning on this, so it's still a threat for Oklahoma City. I mean, the wind is just picking up everywhere right now in the Oklahoma City area. I'm just cycling through the cameras here. We're gonna go back to another one. I mean, this is the live shot on the north camera. Still very high winds, 80 plus miles per hour, probably happening right here. This is a flying trampoline morning for Oklahoma City. I'm gonna post that on Twitter. Flying trampoline warning for Oklahoma City. Boom. Posted. Power flash? It's just a lot of lightning. I mean, I haven't seen a clear power flash yet, but... the worst of the winds right now are approaching Midwest City here. They're at this, like, conjuncture right here. Worst of the wind is going right through Midwest City. Where the highest wind speeds are, probably upwards of 80 miles per hour. Definitely a significant windstorm, no doubt. We lost another we're losing cameras all over the place right now. A lot of them just went out. Unless everything just bugged. Alright, this storm is knocking out power across all of Oklahoma City, probably. Or not all of it, but a lot of it. Was there a power flash? I was not looking if there was one. And all the cameras, just about every single camera where this storm is going just got knocked out. There are some more out in front of it, but everything in downtown Oklahoma City just lost power, I'm pretty sure. 3 power poles down over on the north side of Oklahoma City near Arcadia. I'm pretty sure that this just knocked out, though, like a ton of power. Because, like, we lost every camera in downtown Oklahoma City. We have not lost, though, the ones that are near Midwest City, which is the next area and track of this. Looks like mostly a wind threat, by the way, for Iowa. And this storm's still producing probably some significant damaging winds, but not really warned. And the one near North Platte's just a strong storm. All right. Also, somebody was asking about Cape Girardeau. Main concern is just isolated hail and wind here. That storm's already moving out. Actually, might have some live views of these storms as they roll in too. We got some radar Omega cameras that we'll keep a close eye on over that direction. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma City. And if you are, by some miracle, tuning in from Oklahoma City, congratulations, because a lot of the area just lost power. Is anybody in Oklahoma City right now watching this? Just curious. Curious to see how many people are without power. Or with power, I should say, because people without power won't have really anywhere to message on here. This is another live cam, by the way, in Oklahoma City. I'm West Oklahoma City. Well, if you're West, you probably will be missed by this. Wild time out here, though. By the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're about 300 subscribers from 297,000. Does the camera just go out? I think that camera may have just gone out too. Oh, maybe not. It's still moving. The worst of the wind right now, though, is moving through this part of Oklahoma City near Midwest City. We actually have a little bit more of an elongated stretch now of significant wind anywhere between Oklahoma City and Choctaw and North Sahara. So still a significant wind threat right now, upwards of 80 miles per hour. It's another live shot right here. Harder to see stuff, but you can see how windy it is still out there. All those cars driving with the wind might be adding an extra mile per gallon to their counts right now from that area. The lightning looks like a strobe light. Honestly, it's crazy out here. If you still have power and you're in downtown Oklahoma City, that is like literally insane. Like low-key, it's just crazy. Because this storm has just been absolutely a menace here in Oklahoma City. Yeah, power outage maps do take a little bit of time to update. So if you're looking at those, they're probably not going to update for a little bit. Oh, virtual rail fans went down. I didn't even realize that. I don't know when they went down. Well, that's something. We're losing power all across Oklahoma City. That's how strong the winds are. They're knocking out power. That's confirmed. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area for damaging winds up to 60 and ping pong ball sized hail. There is still a warning, obviously, here for 19 more minutes, which will probably continue for 90 or 80 mile per hour winds. So that's still a threat right now. It's really over Midwest City where the greatest wind threat is. That's what we've been looking at on the live cam here for several minutes, which is now out. So they've lost power now where Midwest City is. They've lost power just about everywhere here in central and eastern parts of Oklahoma City because there are basically no live cams that are left in the area that are actually working. There's a pretty much widespread power outage right now happening in Oklahoma City. We have at least 11,000 without power in Oklahoma, but it's going to keep going up because this area just got absolutely hammered by significant damaging winds that have yet to finish. They're still going. If you're anywhere in front of this area of storms, make sure that you're ready for this. You know, have flashlights on hand, all that sort of stuff. We very easily could have more power outages from where that just came from at this point. That's obviously a big concern right now for those in Oklahoma. Everything in Iowa, by the way, mostly just wind right now. And same thing with Nebraska. I'm not seeing a whole lot of a tornado risk with most of these storms anymore. It's still low, but it's definitely not zero. It's pretty low. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma City again. And you guys, the Oklahoma City power outage numbers, I almost can assure you they are so underestimated right now. I would have to say there's a good chance that there's at least 50,000 without power in Oklahoma City. That's what I'm thinking. That's my forecast. I think it's higher than that, though. By the way, there's an update on Whitman from earlier. Just from a local that lives in the area, which for reference, Whitman, Nebraska is what we're talking about, where the large tornado happened earlier. Obviously, it's a really, rural area. There's like 175 people. Probably all of them know each other because it's just so far out into the middle of kind of like, middle of the rural areas in Nebraska. But just kind of like a little Facebook comment thread that happened. Somebody said that their dad is on the fire department. One ranch was hit. I just lost the post. 1 second. All right, one ranch was hit with people trapped, but everyone was okay when they got out. And also, for any word on Whitman, as far as I know, everyone is okay. I'm still waiting on any further updates from my dad. Some trees got uprooted and a couple of roofs, or a couple of homes lost roofs in Whitman. So I think the tornado may have just narrowly missed Whitman by like the smallest margin, because I think it may have been on the east side of town. It's unknown right now, at this point, whether that's completely true, but I'm pretty sure it is. So that's the latest out of Whitman. Hey, by the way, Riley, appreciate it. I'm retweeting that, by the way, on Twitter if you want to read it for yourself. We got flying lawn chairs apparently in Oklahoma City right now. So, flying lawn chairs is apparently a risk. Velocities are back up to 80 miles per hour right now, near Interstate 40 and 240. Still a significant wind threat right now, moving across the southeast side of the Oklahoma City area, near Midwest City, moving southbound. Unbelievable. This thing's been going forever. The wind core seems to be growing. It's been getting pretty stretched out. I mean, it's not even just one area. This is the main area where the 80-mile-per-hour winds are happening. Got a whole other area though that developed near Choctaw and Harrah, and that thing's still going. And this warning is still a life-threatening situation for this severe thunderstorm warning. Still 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds on the latest update from the National Weather Service of Norman. Right along Interstate 40 is where the highest winds are, near 240, moving down to the southeast. Yeah, the virtual rail fans are goners. Let me, let's just go over to this screen and we're gonna do this. Alright, we'll just go to our normal old overlay, because the cameras, those are only cameras that are left. There's literally nothing left in Oklahoma City when it comes to power, it seems like. Seems like the entire town has lost power. We might have something in Norman. Let me check. I don't even know if, I mean, that'd be like last resort. Yeah, we have a couple near Moore. So Moore, Oklahoma has power, apparently. We at least have some live videos there, but it's kind of far away from the wind core. The wind core is going right along Interstate 40. Power lines are on a shed. Wow. Okay. We have a confirmed flying trampoline on this tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. This is from Travis Bling on Twitter. Got a trampoline in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday for you. Let's get some trampoline emojis in the chat. The mystery of this Whitman tornado is going to be probably one that we won't know for a while. I don't know if we will. But apparently when the tornado happened and was roping out, the National Weather Service of North Platte did respond. Can we get a time of this photo taken and a location and direction? What? I don't know what is happening at that office. I don't know if it's human error. It feels more like human error from what I'm reading. I don't know. I don't know if I'm not going to get into the drama of the whole thing because it might be, you know, a bit of a dramatic stretch of time with that whole thing that just happened in Whitman, Nebraska with that large tornado, but that is crazy if that was human error, which it is possible. Anything's possible, but I'm just seeing a post about that now on Twitter. Wow. Will anything happen in Tulsa? No. I don't expect anything there tonight. That's going to probably be a bit of a mystery, though, for a while. Everybody wants an explanation from the National Weather Service of North Platte, but I don't know if we're going to get one. Who knows? Now, it could have been worse, right? We may have never even gotten a warning. Like, We're lucky we actually got a warning on that storm. It took way too long. How's Denton? Well, I don't think North Texas is going to get this. I know it's still going, but I just don't feel like this is going to reach North Texas. It would be quite the story if this made it that far south. I mean, the HRRR model has this fizzling out before it gets there, and then storms tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon actually looks kind of interesting. Let's go to the HRRR real quick. I mean, the Northeast, I don't know if we're really going to be live tomorrow. There's going to be more widespread storm activity, but, like, tomorrow does not look that concerning. Like, in all honesty, it just does not. Like, even the slight risk for wind, like, I don't know if it really can be upgraded to enhanced. I saw some, like, crazy NATO cast stuff on that, but, like, just doesn't appear as if that's going to be that significant. Let me put on wind gusts here real quick. Real quickly. 30,000 without power? I think it's higher than that. I think the amount of power outages that we have in Oklahoma City right now, or the area at least, is probably over 50,000. In my opinion. Like, we could get some scattered to numerous damaging winds maybe in southeast Pennsylvania, but yeah, it doesn't look that concerning. Cameras are back up. Check it out. What is the North? I don't know what North Platte National Weather Service was doing or what happened, but yeah, I don't know. I can't really tell you guys. It was extremely concerning what happened though today. Whether it was 2 people in the warning or 2,000, it doesn't matter how many people are in the warning. There's really no excuse to it unless it was a technical error. So, unless it was technical, that's different. The estimated intensity of the tornado, which again, this is just from like a computer-based like model that does it, was an EF4 tornado in Whitman, Nebraska. Again, it's probably not that high. I highly doubt they're going to rate it that high because it went through a lot of open terrain. Again, it's assessed on damage, not on wind speeds. So there's a possibility that that tornado could have been that strong, but again, it was again mostly in an open field. So. Which, honestly, just looking at radar that entire time, I really thought it was at least an intense tornado. So. Still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. 80-mile-per-hour winds continue to be a threat here. It's going to be eventually moving towards the Norman area, and then after that, it's going through rural areas in Oklahoma. Not really rural, but at least more rural than Oklahoma City. Radar was not down for maintenance. No, the radar was up. I'm not going to go on a whole argument or debate about it because we don't know. Again, I don't know, we don't know, nobody knows. Only people that probably know are the people at the National Weather Service. So, that's that. By the way, the cameras are still not up, I don't think. I was looking. I don't think they're up. There's 1 up, it looks like. There's actually 2 up. Never mind. A couple of them did come back. Just right where the heart of the wind is right now. Actually, still got a pretty solid shot there of all the wind. So dark. Well, it is nighttime. Still very windy. No doubt about that. Still very windy. Yeah, whoever's saying there's a tornado and more, there's not. No false information, please. We do have a velocities update here. And winds upwards of 80 miles per hour right now, going right through the southeast side of Midwest City. They will be eventually approaching Stella, Bethel Acres, and Pink. For the time being, this warning does expire in 5 minutes, but my guess is that they'll probably continue another one here in a moment for those just southeast Oklahoma City. So, pretty good chance they'll have another warning on this in a moment. All right. Power's out in southwest Oklahoma City. Yeah, power outages, again, pretty up there. The latest update is that at least 12,000 are without power in Oklahoma County. But, again, I think it's higher than that. There's a pretty solid chance it's well over that at this point. We're actually getting a velocities estimate of 90 mile per hour winds right now, southeast of Midwest City now. So the wind threat actually might be higher. Might be a bit higher than what it's showing right now here on the warning. This warning does expire in 3 minutes. So the National Weather Service office is in the area. So we'll see what the new warning looks like in just a moment. This storm will probably make it towards Ada, and I think it'll weaken after that. So I think this is going to be a long-term storm. It'll probably reach Ada. Ardmore, probably not, but I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, if it does happen, it won't be until after midnight. But it's going pretty much be south. So unless you're like... Well, let me make the box a bit bigger, because it could go elsewhere. But like, if you're not like... If you're anywhere outside of this area, I kind of doubt you're going to see anything that big. But like, if you're like anywhere in the black circle, I'd at least be ready for this storm. Discord link, it's in the description. Every social media link is in the description. I have seen the NATOcast wind outlook for tomorrow. I don't think tomorrow is going to be that big of a wind threat. I think there might be an enhanced risk for wind, but anything higher than that I'd be surprised by. It does not look that favorable. I mean, like, southeastern parts of Pennsylvania, maybe, but, like, elsewhere, it does not look to be super significant. So, I don't think tomorrow's, you know, NATOcast is really going to be accurate, but it looked way too robust. Like, it looked way over-exaggerated for tomorrow's setup. In my opinion. Got velocities around 85 miles per hour now. About to hit the radar site. Hopefully the radar site can withhold that type of wind. That's pretty big. Still got mostly hail and wind across areas in eastern Nebraska. Back over near O'Neill. Still have some damaging winds here, probably around 60 miles per hour across this pretty large area. From Broken Bow back through O'Neill, and then back over in Iowa. The main concern continues to be damaging winds. Don't know what is going on right here in the middle, but apparently this area not in the warning, or is that another warning? No, wait. Oh, never mind. That's the intersection of two warnings. South of Des Moines, though, main concern still damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Further down to the south and west, main concern wind up to 60. So really, at this point, most of these other areas are kind of done, I think, at least with significant severe weather. Damaging winds will continue to be a possibility, but the threat for, like, you know, significant severe weather is really low at this point. They have gone ahead, at least for the time being, the significant wind warning here has expired. I do want to point out that there is possibly some rotation just to the southeast of Choctaw, so we are going to watch this closely for the next several minutes. We do actually have a bit of an inflow and a little hook developing here, so this might be something to watch for near New Ella. So not ruling out maybe an isolated tornado threat here. We're going to give it a few scans. It's behind the outflow boundary, so it's unlikely, but can't rule it out. So we're going to stay here as long as this looks concerning. The link to the Discord is in the description down below. As I said twice. Alright, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to continue as a destructive storm, so 80-mile-per-hour winds will continue here in Oklahoma. That is going to continue. That is for Oklahoma and Cleveland counties. And Potawatomi. Same area that we've been talking about. It's still in the same area. Pink is in the track of this. Interstate 40, Stella, Denver, Franklin, all in the track of this. +30,000 people without power in Oklahoma City. I think that number is going to be higher. I'm still waiting for the number to update on poweroutage.us, but I think it's going to be higher. Because we lost power across a large chunk of town. Large chunk. There we go. Sorry, I was looking at other Twitter stuff here. What? Nobody got banned. What? Just looking at Twitter stuff. Still looking. Making sure we don't have anything else I'm missing. Yeah. We're gonna give this storm a few more scans, see if anything happens. Again, the main concern right now is damaging winds, large hail. This is probably going to remain significant for quite a while. Really, the one thing that we would stay live for is if there's some sort of tornado risk that develops here. I don't think we're going to see that, but it's still possible. So I was just kind of waiting to see if something happens there. Give it a few more scans. Guys, I already talked about Omaha. I already talked about Iowa. You know, Nebraska. And it's mostly just a wind threat. Alright, isolated wind and hail, lightning, that's about it. There's nothing else to be really concerned about. It's pretty low. The only risk that is still significant is this storm in Oklahoma. Aside from this storm, there is really not much that is quote-unquote significant. We have a little bit of rotation there near Nuella. I don't know if it's going to be enough to really produce a tornado, but there's at least a little bit of circulation there. Appreciate it, Joey. Gritty alert? Oh yeah, we have to do gritty. I forgot about that. Forgot we have to do a gritty at some point. I still need dinner. I'm starving. I've like literally had nothing for the last like several hours. Is this real? Bruh. The amount of drama that's gonna be happening with this National Weather Service thing is gonna be insane. I'm gonna stay out of it. I'm staying out of it entirely. It's gonna be crazy. This whole thing with the tornado earlier, it's gonna be something. I'm pretty sure that's real too. I'm not gonna get back into it because all I know is I'm gonna get extraordinarily frustrated again. I really cannot talk any more about that, otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. Is the more and more I look into it, the worse it gets. At this point where we're at. What happened? Go back earlier in the stream. I mean, we had an unwarned tornado in Whitman, Nebraska for about 10 or 15 minutes. And it was unwarned for 10 to 15 minutes, and it was probably a large and strong tornado. It was potentially intense and violent. A few things happened. One, it never got warned for 10 or 15 minutes. It ripped right through the east side, I think, of the town of Whitman in Nebraska. Not very populated, but there's people there. After that happened, it ended up getting tornado warned, and it was just radar indicated, I'm pretty sure, or something like that. It got observed later on, and it never went PDS, which it should have. I just don't know what happened. I don't know if it's human error. We don't know really still, but it really seems more than likely it was either a technical glitch, which they have not said anything, so I don't think it is, or it's just human error, which seems more likely at this point, but we don't really know. So that's the summary. If you want to go back in the stream and watch it, feel free to. It was the most frustrating part of my live streaming time here on doing weather on YouTube. It's crazy. You can tag me and stuff if you want. Did I have Culver's today? I did not have Culver's today. I was thinking about getting it tomorrow, though. I wasn't going to talk about it. Anyway, this is what happened. I know. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but that was just a brief summary. A little brief summary for you. How's it going, Brittany? Welcome back. My power went out in Norwalk, Iowa. I mean, power outages at this point, they're definitely going to be a possibility, depending on where you are. This is the third severe storm, I think, today in Omaha. If I'm not mistaken. This is the third storm today that's been severe in Omaha. Like these are consistently been severe. Like, this is now a third different storm that's gone through Omaha. It's crazy. Further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're 200 subscribers right now from 297,000, so make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe if you're new here. Like the stream also, if you've been finding it informative. If you do want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. It is the top link in the description below. It's also the join button down below. You get a ton of perks and benefits as well to go along with that. If you click the join button, you'll find out what those are. And in addition to that, there's also other ways to support the channel, like shopmaxvelocity.net. We have our new Drunk NATO collection out, and you can pick up one of these items. The Drunk NATO t-shirts, they're very comfortable. Crazy good design. We are going to have flying trampoline merch pretty soon, by the way, probably within the next week or two. So stay tuned for that. That'll be re-released in a new design, and it's going to be way better than the previous designs. Trust me. We have an actual designer designing stuff this time, which will be fantastic. We have some wine tumblers too for that stuff. We got all of our logo shirts and all that sort of stuff. So again, if you want to pick up any of our merch, it is shopmaxvelocity.net. And the link, again, in the description. It'll also be in the chat. Highly recommend, though, getting a t-shirt out of all the items, or a wine tumbler. All right, at this point, again, mostly a wind threat right now, east of Norman. Give it a few more minutes and see if anything happens. Thank you, Smith, for the $4.99. You know, it's funny, you know, earlier this year, everybody, like, this is what happened back in like February and March and even April. We had all these 10% hatched tornado risks, right? And all of them basically busted. Every single one of them. We barely had one 10% hatched tornado risk that actually verified. Like, there, I don't even think we did have one. We had like 7 days, I think, or 6 days that were 10% hatched. Almost none of them produced tornadoes in the risk. It was crazy. And then once we went later into April, or even into April, it just went like bananas. Like every single day verified, basically. It was pretty crazy. And today we had that large tornado in a 0% tornado risk. This tornado that happened up here. If we go to the tornado risk for today, it didn't even happen in the tornado risk. This is how crazy this year has been. Like, this literally, this is the tornado path right here. It ended like right about here. It was a long track tornado. It literally didn't even happen in a risk. The 2% tornado risk is up here. It's just kind of waving down at this little area like, hey, you're not in the right spot. Like, you're not in the right spot here. So strange. Very weird. This year's been weird. I'm buying a t-shirt. Appreciate it. We've sold a ton of Drunk NATO t-shirts. I don't know how many, but it's been wild. The demand for Drunk NATO t-shirts is at an all-time high. If you don't know what a Drunk NATO is, it's that right there, top right of your screen. Got a whole mascot for a Drunk NATO now. Alex, we were live for that entire tornado. We've been live for 6 hours. You're not sleeping yet? What is wrong with you? What do you mean? I don't go to bed until like 4 a.m. What are you talking about, brother? Need a break winter? I'm really hoping we get a break like soon. Like as in like very soon. I'm like at this point where like if this weather stays as active as it is, like I'm not gonna have a summer. We've barely had any breaks like on this channel. It's just been nonstop live coverage for months now. I'm really hoping as we go into, you know, August, the weather chills. And even July. I would like to live life a little bit. You know what I mean? In a very long stretch of weather like this. I mean, I had a vacation, but like, you know, I was still worrying about the weather over vacation. It's just like, it's ingrained in my head right now, how busy it's been. I do cover hurricanes. Yep. Like, I don't feel burnt out. Like, people think, like, you must burn out at some point. Like, I don't feel that, like, I don't really feel burnt out. I think the one thing that really has been killing me recently, more than anything, is just behind-the-scenes stuff. Because we're trying to do some stuff behind the scenes that's not, like, on live streams and stuff. And all that behind-the-scenes stuff just is so time-consuming. And then if we have to go live on a day and on top of that, it's just so hard. Because, like, I am, like, I am, you know... This kind of is right now a business, right? And so I'm doing everything. I don't have really any employees. Like, this is not like that sort of thing. We have chat mods, but like that stuff is not like, you know, if you know what I mean. So it's just, it's very difficult. I do everything. And, you know, I'm in college too. Like, I'm like literally stacked. It's very, very difficult to manage everything. But I love doing it. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it's a ton of work right now. I've been working probably 10 to 12 hour days at least every day for the last 2.5 months. So it's been a big stretch. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Shawnee and the Tucson area. That's for 70-mile-per-hour winds there. Moving to the southeast. Anything we can do to help you? Not really. I mean, the problem is, like, I would hire people, but like the stuff that I do, I love doing. I don't really want to hire people for everything. Now, there are some things I am trying to outsource, but like, it's not really anything that big. Like, I mean, like, March designing is one of them, but like, that's like something that does not consume a ton of my time. But yeah, I mean, there isn't really anything in particular that I'm looking for right now. I have the reason, I'm not going to say it, but I do have the reason why the National Weather Service didn't issue a warning. Or at least it might be the reason. I'm not sure if it's 100% true, but yeah. I'm not going to say it just because I don't know if it's true. But I got at least some word about it. Hey, Amelia, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I need a chef. I really do. I actually need a chef, like a legitimate chef. Because all I eat right now is just crap food. It's the most annoying thing. I really need to get on, like, a better diet. That's the other thing, too. Like, you know, eating in general has been horrendous recently. Because, like, we have non-stop severe weather. So just, you know, non-stop having to eat fast food and stuff like that. Hired a cook isn't that a restaurant? Well, it's not the same thing. Restaurant quality versus home cooked quality is way different. Restaurants are just not as good as home cooked meals. Doesn't matter what you eat. Unless you're going to like a $1 million steakhouse. Or whatever. HelloFresh will be a good option. It's just too much work. It's too much prep and stuff for what I do. Should let us send you DoorDash. I'm not gonna let you guys send DoorDash to me. It's not really about that. It's just, I don't know. We had Factor sponsor us, but you know, I don't know. Rate the reason 1 to 10. Oh goodness, 1 is excusable or least excusable, and 10 is most excusable. Probably a, I don't know. It's hard to tell because of the situation. I'm not gonna rate it because I don't. It's kind of a hard situation. It's weird. It's a weird situation. Hey Riley, for the $4.99 Corning Iowa storm. I don't know where Corning is. I mean, there isn't really much that's significant in Iowa at this point. The only storms are these ones that are going to be going to Missouri, which are just winds up to 60. Anything else, the maximum wind threat and hail threat would be 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. At this point, I don't see anything else here being that significant. And even this storm. Looks like this little bit of rotation that we did have, I don't think it's going to come together. I think it's going to be mostly just wind from here on out. In Oklahoma. Wow. There is some serious damage, it looks like, in Whitman, I think. I think this is Whitman. I don't know where this was. The video on Twitter of it, I don't know where this was, though. I'm retweeting the video on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Corda, that's crazy. I don't know what you're offering, but let me know. You can message me or email me on my social media platforms. I need a crock pot. You know, we had the whole joke about a crock pot, and nobody ever mailed me a crock pot, which is crazy. No fan mail ever came with a crock pot. Everybody was talking about it. Never came. Sleeping next stream? I'm not doing a sleeping stream. Goodness gracious. That'd be insane if we did that. Alright, well, the severe weather threat, it's going down. I mean, this morning, probably going to continue with at least significant winds, but not as significant as before. And we've been live for 6 hours, so we're going to call it there. Again, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Like the stream, do all that sort of jazz. If you enjoyed this, live stream, and you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the top link in the description below. And in addition to that, if you want to donate, the link's down below. Oh, I have to do a gritty. Let me do a gritty real quick. I forgot. Do a gritty real quick. Great gritty. Am I a WEE fan? No. I don't watch wrestling at all. Thank you, Kevin, for the 1 month. Hope you're doing well there. Appreciate you tuning in. That's gonna do it for today's stream. Again, we might be back tomorrow. I really don't want to go live tomorrow unless there's something significant. So if nothing really happens, we're not gonna go live. It's just, I don't know. I need like 1 day to decompress, and I think tomorrow would be the nice day to do it, unless something gets upgraded here. We might go live on Thursday. It's uncertain. It looks to be more of a North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana threat more than like anywhere else. So again, Thursday's questionable too. At the bare minimum, I think we'll be live on Friday for the Midwest, because I think we're going to get another outbreak at some point then. So make sure to subscribe to the channel, all that sort of jazz. If you want to support the page, again, links are in the description. We have Discord, we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all those links are in the description down below, and check those out. Also, thank you on the way out for more with the $40 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. We'll see you guys all again maybe tomorrow, but probably not. If we go live again, it will probably be on either Thursday or Friday. I don't know. Maybe we might even go live tomorrow. I don't really know. I don't really want to, but if something happens tomorrow, we'll go live. All right. See you guys all again soon. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys all again soon.